What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? So, we're starting the day. Getting ready for some league. So apparently, Mitch Jones, if you don't know who he is, he's pretty much a big like kind of like OG. He's an OG streamer, like back from like the Wreckful days. Like around the time like when it was just like mostly like Ice Poseidon, like Trainwreck, and like Pokelo, like like back in those days, like in the earlier the earlier Twitch days. I don't know if he was probably around like Ice Poseidon times. I don't know when he like popped up. I think it was around Ice Poseidon. I don't know too much about him. I do know that like people go through different like stages of life. I try not to judge people, I try to live my life in a way where I try to understand like other people go through different things and they kind of change and they grow and sometimes they don't grow, sometimes they go the opposite way. Like people are just people, like there's no, it's not a movie. There's no like plot line that like there's a character arc, like people just live their lives and they change throughout their life and there's all sorts of stuff that goes on. So like we're gonna see what he has to say. Apparently he has a pretty bad gambling addiction, and a lot of streamers are like XQC and stuff are having these like kind of gambling addictions, and some of them are making a lot of money with it. But then it's like, it doesn't matter how much money you have. There's always the possibility of losing everything. You could have millions of dollars and you could lose millions of dollars. I think that the part of human nature that people like sometimes don't trust so much is the resiliency that human beings have, and that you could always refresh, you could always come back, you could always change some things. So I feel like Mitch is going through some tough times that he has been for a bit. Um, Obviously I don't know 100%, and obviously I think he's still a little bit better off than people in my position, like where if I was home, if I was like having a gambling addiction or having a problem like with like similar problems, I would be much worse off than Mitch Jones. Like he's got a network of people. He can get himself back up, and I think that's what he's doing. I think I have a lot of faith in him. If people will accuse people like him of like being disingenuine or of like milking his audience, and it's like, well, what else is he supposed to do? Who else is he going to talk to? He has an audience. He wants to share with his audience. He could just not stream at all, and then he would just like he's got to like bring himself back up somehow, and at least he can start out with like, hey, like I'm in a tough spot, and I'm sorry I haven't been streaming for a while, but here's how things are, and I'm gonna try to get better. And that's all you can really do in life. So we're gonna hear what he has to say. He went on live on his alt channel yesterday, um, and we're just gonna give it a watch, and I might have a few things to say. Maybe he might watch my reaction, and maybe he might have something to say to it. I doubt it. Um, but you never know. Okay, maybe he knows who I am. I don't know. I barely know who he is. I don't watch him. I don't watch a lot of streamers. I got all these follows over here. I barely watch Twitch. I mostly watch YouTube. Um, hey, what's up? To be continued. Yeah. I watched a little bit of this. Like the first couple seconds, and I'm like, you know what? I could watch this, on stream. Um, he's looking pretty good. He's got that rustic look. I think he'll do just fine. I think he can bounce back up as if he can get that consistency up. If he can get back into the game, I think he can really pull some stuff off. He can get on Instagram. He's got that like rugged,
Yo,
like I've been through some tough times look going on. He could milk some shit. He could really do
hello?
that.
Yo. Yo, how you guys doing?
People are probably going to be criticizing him for this, like,
Dude,
obviously. That's how the internet is. It's terrible. Like, what else
I'm
is he supposed to do? Like, this is his job. His job is to be on social media. Like, what else is he going to do? If he's going through some gambling problems and stuff like that, what else is he going to do? People are going to be online, like on Twitter, like accusing him of like, oh, look at him milking his audience. Like, well, that's what a streamer does. Like, what else is he supposed to do? Like, this is his job, and this is and your stream is a reflection of wherever your life currently is. And if your life is like, hey, like I'm down to like $5,000. I gave to my manager, and that's all. He probably has more than that, but like whatever. Um, it's the idea that matters. Like he's down, right? And if I don't know. Maybe it's all just an act. Maybe it's not. It doesn't really matter because it's the idea that matters. Whether it's real or not, it is real. That's the way to think about it. It is real. And like because it most likely is like what reason what he's been streaming for like what like 10 years or whatever. He has no reason to like make shit up. Like, I mean, except for like, maybe he can like kind of embellish some things or maybe kind of milk some things a little bit more. Like embellishment is not the same as like lying. Um, Obviously he's in a better situation than most people. He has notoriety on the internet. He has people who are also notable in his friend in his friends, in his business contacts. He's got a manager. Like he's got all sorts of resources. So this is just kind of like Mitch is gonna do great, okay, but I think it's like really important to not dismiss whatever issues he's going through, which I think a lot of the internet is really prone to do.
I'm a fucking mess, chat. Yeah. I don't think I've been live for like 3 months or something.
And honestly, this is how I was in my late 20s before I got out of the homeless shelter. Like this is literally what people go through, but he's like going through it in his stage in life where he's like in a kind of like a better position in his specific position as like a social media like Twitch streamer kind of person. Like this is what people go through, but like people who can't go on Instagram or whatever, people who can't go online and start like getting people to, getting things started. So it's like a lot of people go through that what he's going through right now. But like imagine like this, if you want to imagine things this way, obviously he's a real person, never forget that. But if you want to think of it this way, the streamers that you see online, they're archetypes of people because they are real people, but they're also entertainers. And you have to realize that they're archetypes of different people. So Trainwreck right now, 38K viewer, he got a big sponsorship. He's like doing like he's doing like big things like donating, like becoming a part of the Rise Above the Disorder, which is a if you don't know, you are rad.org. Rise Above the Disorder is a nonprofit, charity that like helps people with mental health. It's on a mission. Rise Above the Disorder is on a mission to make mental health care accessible to everyone, everywhere. They help you find a therapist. They'll pay for it if you can't afford it. 40,000 people they've helped, 135 countries, 97% success rate, $10 million spent. Trainwreck has donated directly, and like I guess it's like a program. So if you go through Trainwreck on his Discord, you can ping a bot, and like it'll actually get you connected to a someone who can actually get you all the resources you need. And that's what that's where Trainwreck is, and people will give him shit for doing his gambling. People are gonna gamble no matter what. Like look at Mitch, he's been gambling, and he's been talking about it. And I saw a clip, and I decided to go, let's go see what he has to say about it, instead of just the 30-second clip or whatever. Um, and then you got like GM Hikaru, where he's like, one of the top world chess players, and he's like kind of made a shift in his career where he's now a content creator, more focused, and instead of like his chess career. But like that's where he is in his life. He's a chess player in the top level. He's not retired by any means. And like, that's where he is. But for every person that you see on the top, there's like a streamer who's like zero viewers, like not at like at the bottom, or like maybe not, maybe more than zero, but like there's somebody who's like, I'm not talking just about financial bottom, I'm talking about like GM Hikaru. He's like 2800 rated chess player. There's like a player who just started playing chess on Twitch. So it's like there's all sorts, and not even just on Twitch, there's a person in the world who's like represented by any streamer, whether they're big or small. So you got like streamers over here, um like who have like some lower viewership, like hashtag chess, um another strong chess player, but not as like just kind of in a different place in life. Everybody on Twitch, everybody in the world is in a different place in life. And so it's like your stream is and just like I'm in a different place in life. And so your stream is a reflection of where your life currently is. And if you're a more prominent streamer, and Mitch Jones is pretty prominent, he's been like kind of off the radar for a bit, but I think he has a lot of potential to come back. He's got like a lot of history on the platform. And he's got name recognition. He's got like resources available. So I think if he really puts his mind to it, he can really come back. And I think that's what he's doing. I think he's really setting himself to go back in, and change. And it's not, you can never go back to where you were before, because your stream is a reflection of where you currently are. And it's gonna be, your streams are, and obviously some streamers do more like kind of like manufactured stuff, and just like entertainers in traditional media as well. Like there's a lot of like consistency involved, but as an individual, especially in the streaming world, it's a little bit more like breaking the fourth wall a bit, because you're gonna change as a person, and you're online for so many hours. It's almost impossible to it's almost impossible to like um hide who you are, and like, so your stream is always going to be a reflection of where your life currently is. And I think that's just how life is. And I feel like as long as you're willing to change and grow and adapt to your situation, and adjust your content to match like what is possible for you in this moment, and what is best for you, I think that you'll do great.
I'm sorry, guys. One thing I've realized
Hey,
is I
princess.
can't stay consistent with anything that I say or do. I have like, dude, I'm starting to think I have like really bad mental like problems, because like my life just, no matter what I do, I can't seem to get a hold.
Oh, I gotta switch the category really quick. I forgot to switch it from League. We gotta go just chatting.
Of whatever's like wrong with me. It's like I've tried everything, I've tried like quitting streaming and doing music. I've tried drugs. I've tried diets, I've tried cleansing, I've tried everything, man.
Yeah, a lot of people go through this. You know, what is he like? 30? He's like my age, but a little younger. A lot of people go through this in their late 20s, as they kind of go through this like, and also in their 30s, is they go through like, what do I need? I need to find myself. Like, I need, like, who am I? Like, how do I get out of this rut? And that's the right path, but like, it's not about what you do, it's about what you're looking for. And I think he's on that journey. Um, I think he's doing the right thing. People might like say like, oh, he's like down on his luck. He's like a failure. It's like, no, if you're a failure, you wouldn't be trying to search. That's what a failure does. A failure just gives up. He's not giving up. He's a fighter, okay?
Man. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try one more time.
And that's what I started doing. I kept trying. So it's like, if you forget about, like, if you just take like the situation, if you take Mitch Jones out of like this idea of like, oh, he's literally Mitch Jones. If you like kind of like look at the situation from the point of view of, this could be me. And if you think about like, and obviously you know that it's not you, and you know it's a different person and they're unique to their own stuff. But if you think outside of that and you think like, okay, I could be in his situation, or anybody I know could be in his situation, and like take it out of the streaming context and think of it like more of like a, if you obviously like, remember what this is what I was saying. Remember, he is a real person, so don't forget that. But if you like kind of like suspend your disbelief for a second and you imagine Twitch streamers as a like metaphorical, like symbolical version of what somebody would be going through, and you think of the camera as, this is like their mind's eye, and what they're saying is like what they're going through inside their brain. And so if you think of the camera as like, I guess you can think of it as their conscience, or like the angel on their shoulder. Like, if you can think of that, like the content that like streamers make as, the camera is not really like a literal camera, but it's like, it's like what the streamer is thinking, and like whatever, wherever they are in their life. And it's like seeing the world that they're living from like from the angle that they're seeing it from. If you try to think of it that way.
Yeah. No, like legit, like I've put myself in like a really bad hole, chat. I've been like gambling a lot because I've had nothing else to do, and I've like lost like so much money.
And gambling could be like, if you change gambling to literally anything, you could be saying gambling as in like, you've been gambling your mental health, or you've been gambling your time. Like if you're even if you're in like, it doesn't matter about money. Like if you think of like gambling in life as like, you are doing something that has potential to really like, it's not safe. It doesn't mean like, obviously gambling can be fun, and if used in moderation, it can be fun and social. But it could also be bad. It's a double-edged sword. It's a vice. It's something just like alcohol. It's something that can be abused. And I think that the real approach is to understand like, what do you want in life? Like, I haven't drank in like a very like I've maybe like a few, like a day or two out of like the past like 3 years. Like I don't want to drink. It's not even about like like, it's not even about like the vice. It's like, what do you want out of your daily experiences? What do you want out of your life? And I think once you start thinking like that, it doesn't matter what vices surround you. And it's not like what some people will say of like, oh, you need to get this evil out of your life. It's not evil. It's literally just this thing that exists on the earth that we have access to. And it's, sometimes we slip, and that's okay, because, and slip, it's not like, it doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't, when you do bad things that, continually and you seek bad things out, that's different. That's not because of the alcohol. That's because of you. So it's like, it doesn't, you could be like, have like this severe alcohol addiction or gambling addiction or whatever. But if you know what you really want out of life, and you know that's like not good for you, that's different than somebody who's like, I'm diving into this and I don't care. I want my life to suck. You hate everything. You hate everyone around you. There's people out there and that's a different kind of issue. That actually is a mental illness. There's the people who go on like the internet and in anonymous accounts and who go after people and who harass people with like massive hate campaigns. Those people are mentally ill and they're sick in a different way where their actions are very, very harmful to others around them. And in any place in life, it's not just on the internet. Like this could be people who take this around out of people around them in their real life, in their life outside of the internet. It's weird. I don't want to say things like real life because literally your internet life is a part of your personal life. I guess you could say internet life and personal life. Um, because they're both real. But yeah, I try to see like I do. It's important to always remember the literal reality of what's happening is that literally this is like what Mitch Jones has to say. Like this is his life and this is his reality and it's a part of this overall reality that we all share. But it's also, I think it's important sometimes to suspend our disbelief, and I'm really good at this. I've been training this since I was a young child. I'm able to suspend, and maybe it's a part of my autism. Um, I mean, it's a huge part because I'm autistic. Like that's a huge part of it. Is that I'm able to suspend disbelief in a way that's not like schizophrenic. My therapist and all that had to really help me distinguish that because I thought that I was like schizophrenic or something, but they helped me understand it's like no, you just have a really different way of seeing things and that's how you process the world. And they didn't just tell me this. It's like we worked through this together. And they have like resources. They have like the definitions from the DSM-5 from empirical research on mental health issues, like differences between autism and ADHD, differences between those like neurodivergence in that kind of stuff, and also like schizophrenia. There's a difference. And so like it's not like in a schizophrenic way. It's more like I process things by suspending disbelief to try to see things like what is the meaning behind it. Like if I see like what a streamer creates or a YouTuber creates or an entertain or a movie, like a film or a song I suspend my disbelief and I look at the like literal real like reality of this is what the artist made. I look at that, but then I also say, what does this mean to me? But then also I suspend my disbelief in another way where I say, what is the thing that this could represent? That it could also mean to me. And it could also mean to the individual. Like, because there's like, this is the literal thing and it exists, but our interpretation of that is imperfect. It's literally something that we can never fully understand. And even the person who created it can never fully understand because they might intend it a certain way. This is the message they were trying to get across. But it won't be observed that way. It'll be observed in whatever way it is. And if there's some magical objective viewer, which can never exist because we're all subjective, every observer in the universe, if there is some theoretical objective viewer, we will never know what that is. So it's like there's this thing that it is, and then there's this thing that we think it is, and there's the thing that the person who made it thinks it is. And then there's the potential other things that we can imagine that other people would see it as. And I'm able to suspend my disbelief that way. And that's how I process the world around me.
Yeah. Definitely cut gambling out. Yeah, 100%. Gambling is honestly like such a bad fucking thing. But it's like I like to gamble. That's the problem. Like I actually like to gamble. Like it helps my ADHD. You know what I'm saying? It just helps my ADHD. Oh.
Yeah, and ADHD is like a thing. And what he means by help means like it's something that his specific form of neurodivergence latches onto. And that could be anything. And that's what he means by helps. It doesn't mean like it could be damaging to your life. It could also be not damaging if it's used properly. Just like anything, just like video gaming, you could be gambling with your time and your mental health and and also your career with other things, not just gambling. Video gaming is also gambling. I spent 12 hours yesterday playing League of Legends. So that I mean, obviously, I think that's what I need to do for my specific needs right now. I know what I need. I need something to distract me from the circle of ruminating thoughts. And there's most things that I'm not able to really do in my life, and I have a lot of free time, and I'm literally doing everything I need to do. And I could be doing more, obviously, but I don't know what those things are. I'm searching for the things that I need to get my life out of like where I am, to get it into a place where I'll be much happier. And I'm working on that. I'm not like playing video games and not going to therapy. I'm literally been going to therapy for 3 years. I'm working with a team of doctors and mental health workers, case manager. I have all this stuff going on. I'm on SSI. It took me 2 years to get on SSI. I'm on the way up, okay? And I'm doing everything I can, but there's a lot of free time because there's a lot of waiting. And so I'm not going to sit around and do nothing. I'm going to at least click start streaming. I'm going to at least do that. Um, and then I'm going to use that time to try to figure out myself and what I want to create into the world. I'm not just going to use that time just to sit around and go, look at that idiot. Type on like Reddit. Oh, what a loser. I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, what can I do to improve my life and to potentially give benefit to the people around me, to society. Because, you can react to any kind of content. I'm reacting to this content because this is literally his life. And he's talking about it. And obviously, like I said, it is an embellishment. He is a online content creator. But you think about like what it represents. Because he has been off like the radar for a while. He did go through some drug stuff that he's talked about. We don't know exactly what it is, but we should take people's word for, there's no real reason for him to lie. He could be lying about anything. Why would he be lying about this? There's so many other things he could be doing. If he truly wasn't in, like, if he wasn't in this situation, there'd be no reason for him to make it up. Like, he could literally do anything. So I think it's ridiculous when people go on Reddit and Twitter and stuff and are like, oh, he's making this up. This is all just an act. And it's like, it's not really an act. It's like an embellishment of like where his life currently is. And like I said, he's not completely down on his luck. He's literally like got like a YouTube following, and like people know him on Twitch. Like, he's got some options, okay?
I'm literally just lying in the grass right now, depressed as fuck.
But it doesn't really matter. Because you could be like millionaire, you could be multi-millionaire, you could be like the most successful, the most socially like popular person in the world. And you still have a human body and a human brain that just processes the world around you. And you're in a different situation. Some people are born into wealth and they never know what it's like to not be in wealth. Just like, the difference is like, but they could potentially lose everything and they'll know what it's like to live in poverty. Like, what if everybody in their wealth circle like abandons them, or they die, or, and they have nothing left because all the people that would support them are gone. And then they have to build it from the ground up. They never built something outside of that network. And then there's also people who are in poverty who have the ability to rise out of poverty. And then it could cycle. Okay, but I mean, I feel like if you start out in poverty and you do it the right way, you'll have such a big network and you'll have so many different eggs and so many different baskets that you'll just be too big to fail. And that's kind of what I'm gambling on. Is that I'm going to keep doing my best to create value in the world. I'm going to do my best to try to create content that people want to like and share, and that might potentially allow me to grow a career in something. There's so many different eggs I'm putting in so many different baskets. And if I can make those work, and some might work better than others, or some might not work at all, or maybe none of them will work. But, if I can get those eggs in those baskets to work, I feel like you just put so many stuff out there that, like, literally if any of those fails, another one will pick up the slack. and I'll just be immortal. Like that's my goal. Okay, I'm trying to be immortal
I don't know. Do you guys think
because I've been homeless. I've been in like drug addiction. I am not going to go back. I will never go back, and I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that even if I try to go back, I will not be allowed to because of my network. That is what I'm trying to do for myself because I know what it's like. Okay? I will never, ever, ever go back to that. And I will do everything in my power to make myself immortal financially.
I'm like dude, what do you? I wonder what you guys think of me, man. Like what the?
I think you're a decent human being. I think you're a human. I think that you have a lot of light in your soul. I think you have love in your heart. Your actions, like sometimes have been pretty toxic, but so have mine. And so is a lot of people's. And I think if people truly looked at themselves and who they are and stopped comparing themselves to others and stopped tearing other people down, they would realize that they're no better or worse than you. Like everybody is the same. And it's our actions that matter. And if you choose to do toxic actions, that's who you are at the moment, but you can always change that. And I feel like you've been making, especially since Reckful died, you've been making a lot of efforts to, I feel like that affected you deeply. I didn't know him. I don't know you. So that's personal to his life. But like I saw what happened after Reckful died, and he like made an effort to like, I kind of see what's been going on. Like it's been like affecting him very deeply. Um, and I feel like that, there's a lot of things that can happen. We could do things that can tear us down, or we could do things that build us up, or we can just make it through.
I think so low of myself now. It's
Proud supporter of the Blast Wave Dream.
Yo, thank you, bro. Why gamble off stream?
I need some water. Ow. Mm. Ow. Jesus. See the pain I go through? All in the name of content.
I don't know.
Proud supporter of the Blast Wave Dream.
No gamba bad. Yeah, gambling is bad. I feel you. I'm depressed as fuck. Yeah, bro. I mean, the thing is, like, I cause all of my own problems, but I just...
It's important to, like, not, like, blame yourself so much. It's important to remember that, like, yeah, like, our actions create some problems, and it's a lot of it is just random chance, because a lot of people, end up, like, not, and, like, ending up, like, super depressed and like down on their luck. Like a lot of people don't. A lot of people do. So it's important to remember that there's just a lot of stuff going on in the world, and that like some things are just random. But like it's not really random if you're playing the game. You're if you keep going back into an activity, you're not just gambling your money. You're also gambling your life. Like you're gambling whatever, like, because if you continually show up to do something, you're manifesting. And I know people like talk about like, oh, manifesting, like you literally are manifesting your reality. Like you're gambling with the odds. If you click start streaming and you start YouTubing and you start doing all that, you are literally setting out the odds in a different way. You're adjusting your reality. Whereas if you didn't do that at all, you would be manifesting something else in your life. So it's like if your deliberate actions will deliberately adjust what happens in your life. And you could change your actions. You can lead it in a different way. And it doesn't negate what happened in the past. So it's not this like, your past stays with you. You keep having to pull it with you. But you can change your trajectory. And you could change the odds. And those odds from the past will stay with you. So it's not like they're gone. So it's like, if you show up to do something and you know what it's going to do to you, like gambling, if you know it's going to make you depressed, if you know it's going to ruin your life or whatever, and you continue to show up to do it, that is like your fault for doing that. But you can change your behavior. It's not because you're a bad person. It's not because you're a failure. Okay, it's important to remember that. I had to learn this in my 20s, and I'm still learning it.
I don't really know how to not do that.
Well, none of us do. None of us do. But we just keep, it's like falling backwards to the dark. What was it? Falling backwards in the dark. Just a second. Oh God. Okay. Falling backwards in the dark. What is it? Courage. Gotta be careful with thumbnails. God damn it. What was it? What was it? Acting courage? Like. Oh, film courage. Here it is. Here it is.
You said that acting allows you to be many things that in your personal life you may not be able to be, but on camera
This is Bill Duke.
can be that. Maybe I'm paraphrasing a bit.
Well, I think all of us are everything. And people say, well, how can you say that? I'm a woman with a child. I'm not a murderer. Okay. Suppose somebody just came up and hit your baby in the head with a hammer. What would you call your response to that if you pick that hammer up? No one's saying you're a murderer. No one's saying you're anything, but you're everything. And if you're hired to do a job, the director doesn't hire you to act like that person. The director hires you to become that person. And that's something that most people don't understand about acting. Acting is not, that word is annoying because it means you're pretending. Acting is not pretending. Acting is becoming. It's surrendering to the spirit of whatever that character you're describing is. There's a thing called stage fright. That's when you're in the middle. You've given part of yourself up to be the character, but your ego and your fear and paranoia is watching how you give it up and tries to control the shape of that giving up. But real actors, like the ones that I adore, and the Kate Winslets and the Meryl Streeps and the Denzels when he's really in it, and the Sam Jacksons and the Philip Seymour Hoffmans and the Jeffrey Wrights, and when those people go there, there's nobody there. accept that character. And that's admirable. It takes courage. And people don't understand because sometimes you're not in control. You're on a ride. You have to trust. And the person you trust is the director to say, did I ride right? What do you think? Because you don't stand outside and look at your ride. You ride. And that's what real great actors do. Philip Seymour Hoffman is one of my favorite actors of all time. I think he was brilliant.
Can someone still be great and have stage fright?
They can be great and have stage fright. They can be really good and have stage fright. But to surrender totally to the moment and to totally respond to what the other person that you're acting with is doing, that takes courage. You're not watching yourself anymore. You're watching the person you're with in the scene. You're not watching how you react to what they do. You're responding like we're talking right now. I'm not trying to be a special anything. I'm just responding to what you're asking me. And that's what acting should be.
So overcoming stage fright is less being sort of this defiant rebel, oh, I don't care what they think of me, and more being so immersed in the moment that all of that is, you don't see it?
One of my great acting teachers, when I was a very young actor, when I asked a similar question, he said, I'm going to make it real simple for you. He said, it's like falling into darkness backward. Imagine just falling into darkness backward. No control of your landing, if you're going to be caught or not. Just fall. Everybody said, well, suppose there's a rock back there, or suppose there's I don't know, no pillows and just hard floor. The writer is saying to you, I want you to fall into darkness backward. I've given you all the description, the director and I, of who the character is. We've had rehearsals and discussions about who this human being is. I do not want you to describe them to me. I want you to become them by falling into darkness backward. Can you do that?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like that. Acting is not pretending, acting is becoming. And we can take that. Holy shit, they're building more PCs. You can take that and you can apply that to like your mental health. You know, and like what you do in your life. And you're directing your life a certain way, and you're kind of putting the odds in your favors, and you can manifest your life into things that you're intending it to be, and it's never going to be exactly what you want it to be, because what you want, like, you don't know what you want. You think that you want something, but what you really need is the things that, like, okay, this is the idea of what I want, but what it's going to really be is like whatever your actions make it to be, and that's going to be the right thing. That's going to be the thing that you need, because you know that you need something similar to that, but you don't have enough information to know truly what you want. And then you get more information, you have a better idea. You have a cabbage brain take, and then you say, this is what I want. And you just you like throw the dart, and it goes somewhere near where you want it to be. It goes somewhere near where you want it to be. And then you get more, and then you start walking towards that dart. And then when you get to that dart, you have a clearer picture of where it is. So you get that dart and you're closer to the target, and you throw it again and you get closer to the target, and then you throw it again and you get closer each time.
I don't know what the fuck to do anymore.
Do this. If you don't know what to do, do something. This is your life. You're a streamer. You have this. This is what you're doing. You're doing exactly what you need to do.
I'm really thankful that I have like you guys to chat with though.
Because obviously you might think that like, oh, this is terrible content, nobody cares. It doesn't matter. This is a start. You throw the dart. Just like with your music. You don't know exactly, like, you're doing everything that's in your power. You're throwing that dart at the target. And then you get more information, and you'll know, you'll have more information that you could then put back into it. And you just get better and better. You're always a work in progress.
Thank you. Get a steak sponsor.
He could choose to do that, but I don't think that's what he wants to do. I think he wants to get away from gambling. That's kind of what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling like he's manifesting in the world. I feel like he could take the steak spark sponsor, and that would be okay. Like, honestly, if that's what he wanted. But it sounds like he wants something, but he wants something else. I think he wants to find like what he really, like, just like with World of Warcraft. You know, he talked about like, you know, he spent like his whole life playing, like, you know, his whole childhood like playing World of Warcraft, and it's like he could have been doing other things, but that's what you did. You can't change that, and that is what was right in the moment. And I feel like once we start saying, what should I have done? Oh, I could have done all this. Well, we can't go back in time and change it, but we can. It made us who we are today, just like my life made who I am today. And then things got to a point where I said, I am done living a lie. I am going to therapy. I am starting hormones, because I knew years and years and years ago that this is what I was supposed to do in order to live my best life and to be truly happy. And I failed myself. But I can't go back in time and change that. The person I am today is who I am because of my past actions, but that doesn't mean that that's the best thing you could have done. You could have done better, and you would be a different person today. And you don't know who that person would be, but you don't know who the person you're going to be in the future is either. But you have more information. You can throw that dart and you can get closer to the target.
I was going to get a steak sponsor, but I feel like I would just lose all of the money anyways.
Yeah, so it's like there's like a deeper thing that he's trying to find. Like he's very self-aware. He's very self-aware. That like he understands that like it's not about the money, because the money, like, you can lose money. It's not about the money. Like, you could be a multimillionaire and you could keep that money and still have these mental health issues. It's like, what do you want out of your life? That's the question he's trying to answer. And it's the question most of us are trying to answer. And at least hopefully, I hope that most people are trying to answer that question. What do we want most out of life, and what do we want to put out into the world that we can look ourselves in the mirror and say, I did the best I can and I'm proud of what I did. There's things I'm not proud of. There's actions that I'm not proud of that I regret. But I can't change that. But you could continue making those mistakes, or you could rise up and you could change your behavior.
Maybe try something else in WoW for a bit. I think you would thrive.
I mean, he could do that too. There's a lot of things he can do. And so he's got like a whole empty canvas ahead of him. He's still like, what, 30? 34 is my age? You could live your entire life again and still have time to figure it out. You could live another 34 years and still have time. You'd be 68. That's actually pretty young if you're healthy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm coming back to, I mean, there's new WoW expansions coming out. I think Espen has been nice enough to let me stay with him for a little bit, so I think
Yeah, see, look, he's got a network of people. It's not like the activity that matters. It's not the thing that matters. because he could bounce back up. He could get the steak sponsorship if he wanted. He could get back into WoW, which is what he's doing, which I think that's a good choice. If WoW is your go-to, start there. But you're able to do something different, Mitch. And it's not about the activity. You could literally play WoW the rest of your life, but like the way that you conduct yourself and the way that you intend to put stuff out in the world, the stuff that you do outside of that, you can adjust your life to match what you truly want to become. Yeah, he's been kind of off the radar for a while, just depressed. Yeah, I'm depressed as well. I mean, but we process it, and we try our best. And honestly, it's not like a video game. It's not like a TV show. There is no like, this is what needs to happen for the character to get to the, no, like, that's not how life works. We just kind of process shit. And then we just like make a guess. And then we throw that dart. I keep using that dart analogy. I think it's a really, I think it's a really, it's like in the first Incredible Hulk. Like not the first one. Like, it's like in the one with like, what was that? Was that Edward Norton? Like, wait. Yeah, Edward Norton. The Edward Norton one, where he says, I think I can control, and spoilers. He says, like, I think I can, I can direct the emotions toward a problem. It's like you're throwing a dartboard and you're so far away that you have no idea if you're even going to hit the dartboard. But then you go and you pick that up, and then each time you pick it up, you see the dartboard better, and then you go back and you kind of know where to aim. And then you throw it again, then you get the dartboard back, the dart again, and you know where to aim, and you keep trying to hit it. No, I don't. He's not homeless. It's a homeless arc. It's a clickbait.
I'm gonna move into S-Fans. I think when I move into S-Fans, I need to just get on a regimen of like, I need to get out of this rut, bro. Like, I need to get out of this rut. I like need to get out of this rut. Yeah.
It's not because he's broke. And just like I said earlier, I was kind of setting the stage here. If you think of like what streamers or actors or films or books or music or any kind of content, if you think of it in the literal sense, that's one thing. And then it's your own interpretation of that thing that is really what you're seeing it as. So when you see a movie, you're not seeing the movie. You're seeing what you, in that moment, interpret that movie as. And that's what art is. You're putting this thing out into the world that people at any stage in life can look at and see and get something out of it. And you could choose to just like kind of sit there and just like say, oh, this is a stupid movie. I don't care about this. I'm going to text somebody while I watch it. Or you could like watch the movie and say, what is the artist trying to say? And obviously streaming is a bit different because it's kind of like the streamer is directly involved in the content they make. But if you take that aside and you always remember that there's a person behind the camera, and that goes true with acting as well. Like, there's always a person that exists in the world behind the thing that you're watching. But if you always remember that, never forget that. But you also set that aside, you suspend disbelief a little bit, and you try to think, what is actually, like, what does this symbolize? If you put Mitch Jones and you replace him with yourself, or you replace him with somebody you know in your life who's going through a similar situation, and you think like the camera is not really a camera, the camera is like they're talking inside their own mind, or inside their soul, or this is what their friends see, or any kind of thing like that. And you say like, he's down on his luck. He's projecting that into the world. This is what he said, and we're going to try to not accuse people of lying. It's best to listen until proven otherwise and believe people. And obviously we can make judgments based on past behavior, but honestly, we are not our past behavior. We are who we are now. But yeah, I mean, you could say it's because he's broke, but you could be like a multi-millionaire and still have depression. So there's a deeper problem. It's not pay to win. Depression, mental health, it's not pay to win. It's the true grind. Because some games you could like put in like $100,000 and you'll win PvP just pretty much automatically. You could just like spam buttons, and because you have the stats, you'll just literally just spam, like you just win every time. But there's some games where you can't do that, where literally everybody's on the same page. Final Fantasy XI is one of those, where everything that you have to get in the game, you have to get yourself. And you have to work together to get those things. And there's multiple ways to get the things. I feel like, and Ninja's talked about it. Ninja plays Final Fantasy XI. He played at the same time I did when I was like a teenager. Like Final Fantasy XI is not pay to win. And it never was. It was always about, the game's changed and it went to a place I didn't really like. But the classic Final Fantasy XI, and just like classic WoW, and honestly, like obviously, pay to win ruins a game, and RMT happened in Final Fantasy XI as well, and it kind of ruined the game. It defeats the whole purpose of the game. You get the items, but you lost the experience of trying to grind that item. But if you take the RMT out of the equation, at least Final Fantasy XI was aiming to not be pay to win. It was about like there is an auction house, and the market in the game is determined by the community. That the actual like supply and demand, and what the activity, like there's some items in some servers that were really expensive and they were super dirt cheap in other servers. And it's because it's the people who interact in the game that, like, if there's a lot of people competing for a certain item, that item will be then like, very expensive to get, because it's like, or no, it'll be very competitive and people can put prices because everybody wants that item. But if in a different server, other people would be getting gil, like the money, the currency, other people would be getting currency another way. And there's so many different ways. That was the beauty of Final Fantasy XI, is that you could go fishing and just sell to the vendor, and you could just grind it nonstop and have a steady flow of gil. And if the economy was low, that gil would be worth a lot. If the economy was high, that gil would be worth less, because it would sell at a constant rate. So that you could do that, but you could also go farm like an item that a lot of people were synthesizing at that time to make, like crafting. Like a lot of people were crafting an item. And so like if you there's so many different things you can do in WoW as well. I don't know as much about WoW. I use Final Fantasy XI because that's the game I played for like 10 years or whatever. Like I have like 6 years of actual in-game playtime across multiple servers, across multiple years. Like I have like 6 years of like 4 years. I think it was like 5 years of in-game playtime that I was not AFK. Like literally 5 years of my life was spent in Final Fantasy XI. But it's not like that. Like your life goes on around you. Like it's not like you just spent all your time in Final Fantasy XI. Like I did spend a lot of time. But like I spent like 5 years of my life in Vanadil in Final Fantasy XI. And there's a market there. And so I used that knowledge to try. And so I could just say, oh, that was a waste of time. Or I could take a different approach, and I could look at the situation and I could pull the good stuff from it and apply it to other areas of my life. And there's a lot of stuff, like mental health is not pay to win. You could be broke as fuck. You could be a multimillionaire. You could be depressed. And you could be broke as fuck, and you could be like on top of the world and having lots of hope in your life. That's kind of where I am. I'm not on top of the world by any means, but I'm in a forward trajectory. I know that I'm doing my best to try to get out of the situation. And some people, they'll double down on the behavior that got them there in the first place. And in gambling, you will get kicked out of casinos for this. In gambling, what most people do and why they lose so much is because when they lose a roll, they then increase their wager. because they want to try to make up for the losses. And that's what they're counting on. That's the psychological pull that casinos are counting on. But if what you do is you make a wager and then you win, and then you increase your wager every time you win. And then when you lose, you decrease your wager. You go back to the start. Because you're playing odds. When you're playing odds, you have to go a different approach than when you're playing skill. And there's always going to be odds, but some things are skill-based more than others. Some things are luck-based more than others. But there are statistics. If there's a strategy that is like 20% of the time it wins, but like when it wins big, that's a different approach than if something wins 37% of the time, but it wins a little less. It'd be better over time to take the 37% strategy. Even though you're going to win less, you're going to win more often. But if you keep increasing your wager when you lose, you're going to lose. If you go back to the starting point every time you lose, and then you only increase when you win, you'll actually get kicked out of casinos. Because they don't want that. They don't want people gaming the numbers. They just want people to just gamble their money away. But you can use that in your life too. Like you could be depressed, and then you're like, oh, I'm just gonna, drink this bottle of vodka, or you could be depressed and you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna gamble some more or I'm gonna try to get a lottery ticket. I'm gonna like do nothing to improve my life, but I'm just gonna keep doing this behavior that I know is harmful. And it's like, it's not that you don't know it. People aren't stupid. They know it's bad for them. Like they know it's bad for you, but you're like you don't care. You're like, I don't care. And honestly, it doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you a failure. So never forget that. Some people will say, oh, that's a loser. You're not a loser. You're just in a place right now where you're not able to get yourself out of that.
Yeah, I think me and S-Man could have some good streams together. We're gonna play WoW and stuff. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't, Chad, I'm just so down, man. Like, I'm just so down. Like, nothing seems like light anymore. I literally feel like I'm a floating pebble that's already had its fun, you know?
No, that's not true at all. And I feel like he's so used to kind of being disingenuine that I think he's really trying to like be genuine. I don't think that he's like just being like fake or whatever. Some people will see his behavior right now. Like he does sound a little fake, right? But like that's been his like image for so long. You have to ask yourself, like, you do something long enough, you kind of become that thing. But like, so it's like, what are you going to do? Like, what else is he going to do? He's only going to use the information and the skills that he has right now. And it sounds like, I'm going to take his words at face value. I'm not going to assume that he's like trying to it sounds like it's fake. Like it sounds like it's disingenuine, but there literally are a bunch of people out there that are like that. And maybe that's the case. I don't know. I'm not going to assume that. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. And I'm going to try to understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I reached out to some friends today, and I was trying to hang out with people, but I don't know. I feel like because I'm so fucked, like, people just don't fuck with me. And maybe I'm just telling myself that, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's totally options. Like, it's not what you think it is. Like, for everybody that, like, doesn't want to be around you, there's, like, probably, like, 10 people who do. And you just have to find those people. Because, it's just like haters be haters, right? You have, like, one negative comment on your YouTube channel, but you have, like, 100 positive ones. But it's so easy to look at that negative one and say, this is the real comment. Like, no. Like, it's where you choose to be. I need to make my other coffee. Okay.
I feel like because I'm so depressed and retarded and all over the place, people don't like have like
I think what he means when he says that, I think what he means is like because of his actions, not because I don't. Come on, you're being so hard on yourself, Mitch.
respect for me or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Like he reminds me so much of myself, like when I was in my 20s. Not saying that like he's trans, like I'm like maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Miz has some ideas going on, but that, like I mean, there's a reason why he keeps diving into this content. It might just be gender nonconformance. You don't have to be she/her pronouns. You don't have to get hormones. But you know, you can. It's called being like gender nonconforming. Like you don't have to act a certain way. And I think like Miz is like really exploring some things right now. And if Miz comes out and says, "Hey, I'm trans. Like I'm gonna start hormones," I'd be like that. Like I'd be totally supportive. And, you know, I want people to be their best selves.
If it makes you feel better, most of us feel that way. Yeah, well, how do you guys get out of it, man? Like, dude,
We just keep trying. I mean, that's what I'm doing. That's why I keep going. It's because, you know, you just get up every day, you log in, you do your dailies. But then sometimes you got to ask yourself, if I keep doing these dailies, am I going to get out of the situations? Sometimes you have to go after like a new raid. You know, you have to go for a new raid boss. You can't just do the same dailies every day. You got to do some new dailies.
like, and
But sometimes just doing your dailies is enough because it keeps you going. So don't ever think that that you can stop doing your dailies. Like sometimes you're not going to do your dailies, and then you know sometimes you got to regroup. That's okay too. You got to like say, hey, I need to figure out like what I want to do. I want to re-roll a new character. You could do that too. In life, we got one character though, so you can re-roll. It's a bit of a different analogy, but like the idea is there.
you know, I announced that I was broken up on Mizkif stream today. That was really stupid of me.
I don't think it's stupid. I mean, maybe. It's up to him.
I'm just like a fuck up, guys. Like, I'm just an absolute fuck up.
No, stop telling yourself that. I know that's like really hard too, because I keep telling myself I'm a failure as well. That's probably not going to stop, but what you got to do is you got to kind of see like, hey, I fucked up, but I am not a fuck up. I am a human being with light in my soul. I have the potential to do many things. I am way more talented than I give myself credit for. I can do a lot more than I think I can. There's so much potential and you're so young. You could fuck up the next 30 years of your life and still have plenty of time and options.
Man.
But you can choose not to fuck up. You can choose to like do something, which is what you're doing. And even if you don't think it's ideal, this is better than doing nothing. This is your platform. You are a social media influencer, Mitch. You are a content creator. You're doing something. Even just coming here and just, you know, saying that like you don't know what to do, that is doing something. So at least just show up and say, hey, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I'm feeling like shit. That's something. You don't have to always be there, and you won't. You will get out of that. But if you got to show up and do your dailies, that's how we get out of it.
I don't know. I still feel like I'm in a rut, so I don't know, man. Yeah. Well, here's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna chill at S-Fens for a while. I'm gonna start working out in his gym that he has.
Nice. Yeah, see, he's changing his dailies. See? You got to change your dailies. I think he probably cuts out here. He starts up the stream soon. What is going on here? Do I need to refresh? Well, the thumbnail changes, but it's not loading. Oh.
I'm gonna chill at S Fens for a while. I'm gonna start working out in his gym that he has.
Like the actual VOD is like pausing, but the thumbnail is different. Like,
Well, here's what
yeah, okay, let's. This is like the mainstream. This is where I saw the clip, but I want to hear what he has to say. Okay,
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yo, can you guys hear me? Yo, what up? Whoops. Where's the YouTube?
Yeah, and some people might point out the fact that he's got like prescriptions and stuff in the background.
There we go.
He didn't have to put those. He didn't have to put those in the background. Some people might point that out, like on Reddit and Twitter and stuff. You have to understand that like he's doing that on purpose, or he might not be. I don't know. But if you think about it, he most likely is doing that on purpose. And it's not because he's trying to make people sorry for him, or maybe he is, but like I think it's important to understand that like he's doing everything in his power that he knows how to do. He's a content creator. And so he's like, you could say it's a cry for help or whatever. Yeah. Like what's wrong with that? It's not why what else would you do? Would you rather just like people just, like not try to get help? But also, I think it's important to remember that he is a human being and he is struggling with like ADHD and depression, just like a lot of us are. And so it's like, remember that there's a human being, not just your favorite content creator that you want to see, gameplay from or that you just like addicted to seeing. Like, remember that there's a person there.
Wait, hello? Dude, I am down bad, dude. I don't even know why I'm live. I thought
Because you're doing your dailies. This is you show up and you do what you know how to do. That's all we can do to get out of this depression.
maybe I could just like, I don't know. It's all good. I think my life is about to get a little bit easier.
Yeah, like working with SFAN. Get your dailies in and change it up. Surround yourself by positive people. Surround yourself with people who are gonna, have your back. That's the best you can do. A lot of us, in some situations, a lot of people don't have that. So you at least have that, but that alone is not going to help, because I had a lot of people in my life try to lift me up and try to help me, and I just kind of like bit the hand that feeds me, and a lot of that is autism. So unfortunately, like my brain just failed me in society. I'm socially blind. Like, that's autism. It's a part of autism. Like, I literally, like, I've learned how to kind of steer it in the right direction a little bit, but it's still like something that I struggle with, where it's like I literally don't know how my behavior and how my actions, in most cases, I do not know how people were interpreted. But I just do my best, because I kind of see, like, on average, people respond a certain way. On average, people will react a certain way, etc. So it's like, I kind of guess, like, oh, if I keep doing this, but literally, I don't know how other people see things in as far as like a social structure. But I mean, it's not that see, the way autism works, it's not that I can't get to point B. I can go from point A to point B, but I might have to go through a different points before I get there. And for some things, it's a lot easier. For some things, it's like almost impossibly hard. But I can get to point B. Like, I'm not broken. It's just, it's, some things are harder for me to process, and some things are harder for me to understand. And especially when it comes to social structures, because I have no idea, like, how people navigate the world, how they get jobs, how they, get people to, like, be a part of social groups. I just happen to have a few people who really care about me, and they just let me in their life, and I tried not to shit on them, and I ended up shitting on a lot of people. I ended up burning a lot of bridges, and then some people are still around today, even after all that. And I try, they're my true people, but I try my best to not be that problem that I used to be.
I really just I'm like super motivated to get my shit together, chat. Like, I don't even know if I should portray. I should probably just go offline.
Nah, you're doing what you know. This is exactly what you need to be doing. And it's just where you are. It's where you're at right now. It doesn't mean that's where you'll end up. You don't have to just be this, like, moping, depressed thing. You're doing, your stream is a reflection of yourself. It's a reflection of where you are in your life. It's a reflection of where you are in your career. It will always be a reflection. Even when you make manufactured content, it will still reflect something that you might not even be aware that it's reflecting.
And then just come back with, like, an attitude that's better.
Nah, that's what you tried before. And that's kind of where you got, just be yourself now. Like, feel like you've kind of manufactured a lot of stuff. You've shared a lot of stuff about your stuff. So it's like, it's not that you were just manufacturing stuff, but I feel like there's this tendency, especially for people, I can't imagine, because I was never in the spotlight the way Mitch was. But like, I could imagine that, if I want to kind of like try to put myself in his shoes, I could imagine that, like, you would see yourself as, like, this is what my fans see me as. I need to uphold that image. And that can get you, like, career gains, but, like, mental health wise, that's, like, really terrible, because it's like, you will never be this perfect image that your fans think that you are. And you could try to portray it, and it's how you portray it that matters. It's not necessarily the act itself. You could still portray that image, but it's internal. Like, the job is that you need to do is internal first. How you approach that image matters. But yeah, pretending to be something, like, to like show your fans that you're doing great, that's not, I mean, that you obviously you have the right to do that. But I don't think that would help you. I think what would help you is doing exactly what you're doing. Just show up and just say how it is. Say, hey, I feel like shit, but I'm here anyway. I'm doing my dailies. And your dailies give you rewards, regardless of if you want them to or not.
I don't know.
And it's gonna be fucking hard. It's gonna make you feel like shit. But you need to understand the long term. You need to say that, like, I know that these dailies will bring me to a better place. You have to kind of, like, the quote we did earlier. It's like falling into darkness backwards. You have to have faith in yourself and in the world around you and in the people around you. You know that if you keep doing that, it's going to bring you out of this. Even if you don't know exactly what you need to be doing, you throw that dart, you try to get as close as possible to where you need to be, and you change. Hopefully, you change every single time you get more information. And it's not going to happen overnight. You're going to feel like shit for a while, but so what? Feel like shit. You're allowed to. You're a human being. You're allowed to feel like shit. And it's okay. And your real fans are going to be there with you. In fact, Mitch, I'm going to be there with you, okay? I feel exactly the fucking same way.
With like an attitude that's better.
And I was affected. I didn't know Reckful. I didn't even watch his content. I saw his final stream. That's when I started watching Reckful, was on his final stream. I was literally there before it happened. I didn't know it was gonna none of us did. But I literally found him on the day that he was doing his last stream, where he was doing chess. And then he died, and it affected me, and I didn't even know him. I only saw his content for a very short amount of time, like an hour or whatever. Maybe even less, like 20 minutes or something. Literally somebody I literally just found on Twitch because of chess, because of PogChamps and stuff that was going on. Like all the XQC stuff and GM Hikaru, like all that stuff. I literally only found him because he was in the chess category, because that's what I was doing at the time. I was just only in the chess category. And it affected me. And I can only imagine how it would affect people who knew him personally and who worked with him and may have been friends. I don't know exactly what's going on. None of us do. It's not my business, but I can see what I see, and I know, and I kind of can feel how I feel. But Reckful's death affected me because I feel that way too. I feel depression, and I know I have those dark thoughts too, and a lot of people do. In fact, I don't think anyone is free from those thoughts. Some people like give this image of being perfect, and that, they say like, oh, I don't need to go to therapy. I don't need to go to therapy. And those are probably the people who need it the most. The people who look like they're perfect, people who look like they're happy. And the key word is look. It's appearances. It's not real. They're struggling, and possibly even worse than you. So when you see someone like Mitch or like me who's like depressed and saying, I feel like shit, you're like thousands of times better off. Like you're thousands of times better off than somebody who's just only projecting this image of perfection, of like everything's perfect. I'm super happy. My life's going well. It's not. And if things are not going well, and you're basically projecting to the world that you don't need to change if you're doing that. And you're projecting to the world your state of your existence and that you want to change. And it will manifest itself through your actions, and you're already doing that just by showing up. But not only that, you're also reaching out to people in your network. You're also reaching out to S-Fan. You're also putting out the idea that you're going to work out. And if you don't, that's fine. It's not about whether you become this perfect version of what you think that you need. It's the intention. And even if you only like go for a walk for like 15 minutes a week, that's still better than not going for a walk at all. You don't have to do Camp Canute, like try to bulk up and do all that. You can just start with like going for a short walk. It's about mindset and that you're aiming for the goal. Okay? And sometimes you're going to go slowly. Sometimes you're going to be crawling. Sometimes you're going to be like soaring through the sky like a rocket ship. Okay? But you're not a failure because you're trying to get there. You just keep crawling on the ground, looking for what you need next. Because what's the alternative? Is staying on the ground and just like rotting like a corpse. You know? You can make fun of a zombie or whatever for like being like a gross like corpse. But like what if a zombie is just trying to survive and trying to not be a zombie? You know, I feel like metaphorically, that's what we're like when we're in our deepest state of depression and when we get those dark capital S word thoughts. Is we can you know, I like how Asmongold put it. Is when you're in a battle, there's a big giant like monster killing everybody. And it's going to kill you. And you're wounded. Your sword's on the ground. You're on face down in the dirt. And there's two choices you have, and one of them isn't even really a choice. But there's literally two choices you have. You could give up, lay down and just keep your weapon on the ground, stay on the ground, and then just you know what the outcome will be. You know what the outcome will be. And it's not something you want. Everybody wants to live. And it's a deep part of our survival. It's the nature of the universe. We want to live. It only exists while we're here. But, you know, we could make the choice that's the only choice, which is to, you know, you're already dying, like you're wounded. But all you can do is pick yourself up, pick up that sword, and keep swinging. Because you might not win the fight, but it's all you can do. You can't run away. It's a monster. It keeps you in like this like giant aura of like there's a big barrier that you can't get out of. But you can figure out a way to either kill the monster, change the monster so that it doesn't want to kill you anymore, get rid of the barrier, get your people together to rally up for a new strategy. There's so many different things you can do if you keep getting up. If you get that sword, you might not need the sword. You might just need to do a different strategy. But if you lay down and just wait for it to kill you, it's going to kill you. You're just hoping that it's not going to kill you, like that it's going to change its mind. This is a monster that's most likely not going to change its mind. One of the options might be to try to convince the monster to not want to kill everybody. That might be a thing. And some like activists are the people like that. People who want to make change. People who want to change like the transphobic stuff that's going on in the world. You know, people who speak up against that kind of stuff. That's basically trying to get society to change. And that's like the most difficult thing to do because it relies on other people and you can do your best and it still won't have an effect. Most likely. But there's people who that's their choice. Is they try to get into politics. They try to get into law to try to push for change, to try to fight for change in society as a whole. Or you could keep fighting for your own life, which is what most people do and what is in most people's power, which is what I'm doing. And it's what you're doing, Mitch.
I don't know. What is making you down? Just life, man. I'm just like a fuck up, you know?
Yeah. And there he goes again. It's okay to say that. You're not a failure for saying that you're a fuck up. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. You're allowed to fuck up. You're allowed to be a fuck up. But you're making choices in your life right now to change that. Have faith in that. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in your network of support. Have faith in the world. If you need to find some kind of higher power, like, and give a name to it, like God or whatever, do that too. But never forget that you are in charge of your actions. Nobody else is in charge of it. You could be on top of the world. You could be a multimillionaire. You have like a ton of fans who are there no matter, like all those people chatting, those people showed up as soon as you went live. Never forget that. And I have people who show up to my stream, even at my level of like 2 to 4 viewers. Okay? There's always people out there. There's always options. There's always an option.
Like, I'm actually just a fuck up. I can't get my mind together. Like, I do so many things I don't even mean to do. You know?
That was me in my 20s, especially my early 20s. And it's fucked up. But I think you have a lot of options to avoid the things that I did. And honestly, I had options too, and I didn't take them. I had the option to pursue my gender confirming care, my gender affirming care. I had the option. I had doctors who were like talking to me about it, and I kept saying no. I kept saying, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. And obviously, if you think you're not ready for something, whether it's therapy or whatever, then you're not ready. But, you know, I would say if I was talking to my 18-year-old self, I would just say, you know what you need to do. I know it's scary, but you just have to trust that it's going to work out somehow. And it's like, it's going to fail a lot, and it's going to be difficult. But the alternative is driving yourself into a hole that's really difficult to get out of. Because that's what I went through in my 20s. I ended up being homeless, and a lot of the reason why I didn't pursue everything that I needed was because of that, but that's not true. I had, when I was in the homeless shelters and stuff, there were doctors, there were therapists. I chose to just, go outside and just do homeless people shit. And watch movies and just do a bunch of shit that was not going to get me out of homelessness. I had, and I was avoiding my mental health. I was avoiding my gender affirming care. I knew I was trans. I knew I was trans when I was homeless, and then I used homelessness as an excuse to not do the hard work. Because even back then, especially, it would have been a lot of money that I needed to save. But I could have started saving that money. I could have started finding ways to get to where I needed to be. And now I'm doing it, and I have a lot more resources available. And so thankfully, I'm allowed to, avoid all that other hard work. But I think I paid enough. I think I already paid through it with the experiences I had in my 20s.
We all love you, Mitch. Yeah, I don't know why.
Because you're a human being and you're deserving of love. Everyone's deserving of love, even if you've done shitty things, even if you've done terrible things. I feel like it's really sad that some people just, once they do something so bad that, there's some people they do very egregious crimes and then society just kind of discards them. That's sad too. Obviously, it doesn't mean that you it's okay what they did. And obviously you get to choose I'm not going to be around somebody who's an axe murderer or whatever. But that's still a human being, and they could still do something to benefit society. And I feel like forgiveness is not forgetting. You can forgive someone, but also protect yourself.
I'm actually just such a broken person, dude. I just need to vent for a sec.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's totally fine. Do it. I mean, you might end up like me and completely socially broke, but the people who truly care about you are going to stay. And that's really what you want. That's really what you want. You might end up like me, and I've shared so much of my of my problems and the processing that I don't know if I can ever get out of it. But I'm gonna keep trying. I don't know if I don't know if because I can't build up an image that, it's already too late for me to give a fake image. Like I put too much of myself out there. People see who I am, and a lot of people don't like it. You know, some of it is just because of transphobia. Some of it is because of like just people have opinions about people who are autistic or who, I don't have ADHD, so it's like you're struggling with like ADHD issues. People just don't understand. But you can try to just live your life and explain yourself, and maybe these people might understand. Maybe they won't. But you can say your piece, and you can do your best to live your best life. And how people respond to you is not really in your control, but it kind of is. And, it's okay to feel the way you do. Your life's not over. It's just begun. And in fact, like this is like the moment. This is the moment, is when you show up and you say how it is, ugliness and all. It just is raw. Like it's gonna look nasty, okay? It's gonna look like shit. You're gonna be emotional. It's fine. Let them call you a loser. Let them call, like, they don't know shit. They don't know you. I don't know you. Nobody knows you, but you do. And the people in their life who love you do. And you deserve it. You might not think you do, but you do. You're not your past actions. People aren't going to forget your past actions, so always remember that. But you can choose where you go from here.
And then I'm gonna go. But yeah, I don't know, man. I've just been sitting in this dark room, fucking playing games all day, trying to like not exist, you know?
Yeah, that's fine too. Sometimes you need a breather. It's perfectly fine. You gotta collect yourself. You can't just like go out there and like always be pedal to the metal. You're gonna run out of gas. It's perfectly fine to be in the darkness. Hey, I'm autistic. I need that sometimes. It's just because my brain just overreacts to stimuli. Sometimes I need to be isolated, but I really don't want to. I'm very extroverted. I like being around people, but it's so exhausting to be around people because of autism. Because I constantly have to like take in information that I don't want to take in. And I have to process information that I don't want to process. And I've gotten stronger and stronger and stronger, and not by choice, because my brain just keeps processing things the way it does. And I'm trying to steer it in the right direction. But honestly, like my brain, my autistic brain is like, it's a disability in a lot of cases. And I am disabled. I'm permanently disabled. But just because I'm permanently disabled doesn't mean I have to have this idea. Like my idea of what that means doesn't have to be the reality. I have to be right back. Let me go pee. Whatever you're thinking that you need to do, don't harm yourself. Please. Don't do it. Don't do that big S. Don't do it. Okay? It's gonna suck and it's painful. But there's always an option. Okay? And I know that like you might be thinking about Wreckful right now. I'm thinking about Wreckful right now. And I only saw that like 20 minutes of his stream on his final stream when he was playing chess. Like, you can get out of this. Trust me. You can get out of it. There's always an option. Anyway, I gotta be right back.
And it's like I just don't see any light at the end of the tunnel right now, man. Like I really don't.
Yeah, and you know, you won't when you're in this state. You won't. But you kind of learn that there is a light there, and you just kind of like, you know that it's going to be darkness for a while, but you know that if you just keep going, that there is going to be a light. And one of these days there's no longer going to be a light, and that's, you know, it's part of being human. We're going to grow old, and an event or the world around us is going to do something to us, and it's going to take us out, and there's no, you know, but you know, but after that, you know, that's not in our control. We have to live for the life. And we know that while there is life, there's always a light. Hey, little cup.
I really don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, man. I keep doing dumb things to just feel something, you know? Like, I've been, like, gambling a lot. I'm just trying to, like, feel something, and I'm just a fuck up, man. Like, I'm actually just, like, I don't know why. It's like someone with all the opportunities that I have would normally be good, but I'm not good.
No, it's fine. You have opportunities, but so did I. And I didn't take those opportunities. It is fine. You are where you're at. Oh yeah, I really liked it. That was a really good song. I might try to learn it. I want to sing like her. Lisa. I want to sing like her. That's it's part of my dysphoria is my voice. It's actually a huge part of my dysphoria. Especially my singing voice. I want to sing like all my favorite female singers. And it's possible, by the way. It's not against biology. It actually, like, literally, like, because I went through male puberty, so my vocal folds, they kind of get elongated. But your vocal folds have like a huge range that you can train. And it's just, it takes time and effort, and I don't have like a coach. I'm not really at that stage in my life right now where I can really focus on that. I wanted to, but I'm focusing so much on getting these surgeries done. And I feel like after all that's kind of cleared, after I get my gender confirming surgeries, like it's going to be after next year, and after all the maintenance of that and all the recovery, I want to start pursuing music again. I want to start training myself to sing like my favorite female and find my voice, find my singing voice. Because I don't want to sound like a man when I'm singing. I want to sound like my favorite women, like all the women that I look up to who are singers. Like, and I'm not going to sound like them. I'm going to sound like me, but I don't want to have that quality in my voice. Like, even my speaking voice, I hear my qualities in my voice. You can tell the difference between, like, when most women speak and when men speak. And I hate the fact that people, when they hear my voice, they assume that it's a male voice. And it's not everybody, but it's not all the time. But sometimes people just, like, say, "Oh, is this Rebecca?" And I'm like, no, they say, "Oh, can I talk to Rebecca?" And I'm like, "Yeah, this is her." And yeah, like, normally I don't try to think too much into that, because some people are just like, that's just how they, I mean, obviously they're calling the phone. They say, "Oh, hey, is Rebecca there?" Like, that's literally how people. Has nothing to do with personal stuff, but it does feel like that. Like, but no, Mitch, he's like, you're. I'm just gonna. It's easier just to, like, act like I'm talking to him because I'm literally watching his video. You're already making choices that are leading you to that light, even though you don't see it. You might not see it for a while, but you're doing it. Just keep doing those dailies, even if it's just showing up to cry. Do it. It's gonna get you out of it. You're not gonna be here forever. You know. And you might be doing things that you might think are fuck up, but so did I. But eventually, you kind of you're in the part right now where you're getting out of it. This is the crucial moment. Do not stop now. This is the time it changes. This is when it changes. Is when you're just like, you think that you're fucking up right now. You're not. By showing up to do this stream, you're literally doing what you need to do. And by talking about it, by working through it. And I hope you're working with a therapist. But even if, you have to get yourself to where you need to be. If you're not ready for it, you have to get yourself to there. It's going to take time and it's going to be really fucking hard. But you're doing it right now. You're literally doing it. And I know that like your idea of doing it looks different than what it actually is, but you're doing it. But just by showing up and saying, I'm a fuck up, everything's wrong, like that's what you need to be doing. You need to have these tough conversations, and you're going to have the wrong answers. It's fine. Yeah, one life, one chance. Don't miss it. Don't waste, just do it. And it's going to suck sometimes. It's going to be ugly sometimes. That's fine. That's literally what it is. It's not a movie. You're not a movie. You're a human being.
I'm just not good, man.
And some people would say like, oh, you're manifesting that attitude. It's like when you get to a point where it's like, things, and then it's like you've tried like giving that attitude of like, oh, I need to just stay positive. I need to do that. And then you get right back to where you started because you're not having these difficult conversations. This conversation starts with identifying it, giving a name to it, and accepting that it's a fact. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to know enough information to overcome it. So it goes beyond just avoiding the conversation. It goes beyond directing yourself to, like, you're doing the same actions of like that these people do, but you got to come from the place of knowing that this is what the problem is. This is exactly what it is, and you might not be able to get out of it right now, but you need to at least name it. And it's perfectly fine to like name it. And then you'll have enough information to work with it. You'll have knowledge. You'll know. You need to identify it before you can fix it. And it's not about like that it's broken or fixed. It's just you want it to change. And you've clearly put it out in the world that you want it to change. You clearly have already, just with the 8-minute video before this, and just even in the 5 minutes of this hour-and-a-half video. Like, and also the fact that you've reached out to SFAN. You've already projected into the world that you want it to change. Own that, recognize it, and understand that it's not going to be easy at all. And it's going to be hard in ways that you don't think that it's going to be hard. Like, you have this idea of what difficulty is, and it's going to be things that you might miss. Like, you might not even notice that there's something difficult. But then you put a name to it, and you keep searching, you keep asking these questions, you keep having these conversations. And if for the next year you have to have depressing streams like this, do it. It's taken me 3 years to get to the point I'm at. My early streams, I was like this all the time. But I put a name to it, and I worked with my therapist, and I worked through it, and I got to where I am today. Where I'm having less and less streams like this, where I don't feel like a fuck up. I'm having less streams where I'm like in complete despair. And it's not just streams, it's like in my life. Like, my streams are just like a small reflection of my life. And whatever you see on my stream, it's kind of like symbolism for whatever is going on in my life.
Man, being broken don't mean you can't fix it. Yeah, look, I love you guys, Chad, no matter what. I just want you to know that. I've been feeling so shitty recently. Like, I just feel like so shitty. And all I'm doing is hurting people, you know? And I don't even mean to. I'm just like I just throw everyone away, you know? What's up? I don't know.
It doesn't look like you've thrown everyone away. You haven't thrown your chat away, even that. I mean, this is all I can see on stream. I don't know your life, so. But all I see on the stream, you definitely haven't thrown your chat away. You haven't thrown us away. You haven't thrown SFAN away. Stop telling yourself that, man. You think that you're throwing them away. I thought I threw all my closest friends and family away. But they're there. You're not in control of their actions. You don't know what they want, and that's a beautiful thing. Like, you literally don't know. Like, you don't even know about yourself. I don't even know about myself. But, like, imagine, like, all the people who care about you. I have this habit of, like, thinking that I know what people's intentions are. I don't. You might think that your actions are causing people to, like, hate you or throw you away, or like that you're throwing them away. They don't see it. The people who care about you don't see it that way. Ask them. Let them in. Let them explain their point of view. Believe them. Yeah, there's only one thing you can change is yourself. Just like what Lisa was saying in Homura. And I felt the words of those songs. Japanese is my second language, so it's like I can really like feel like the emotion in the words, and not just the translation. I'm not trying to say I'm like that might come across as like really like egotistical, but like no, I mean it's my second language. I'm very bad at speaking it, but I can understand it for the most part. I'm not really I have my listen. I haven't really like listened to a lot of Japanese in the past like 6 years or so, but I mean, it is my second language. I've been learning Japanese since I was 12. Actually, like, since I was 10. Like, Urusei Yatsura was, like, the first Japanese, like, not, like, subtitled anime I ever watched. It was on TV at 10 o'clock at night. And me and my brother and my sister would watch it. Urusei Yatsura, it's by Rumiko Takahashi. It's, like, it's before Ranma 1/2. It's older. It's, like, really silly. And it's crazy, but it's also serious. So it's like it's got a lot of stuff going on. But that was my first exposure to Japanese as a language, and me and my brother and my sister would watch it with subtitles. And then we got into anime and stuff like that. But then I started learning how to read and write Japanese and kanji, like hiragana, katakana, and some kanji. And then I started listening to anime and like trying to like learn vocabulary and stuff like that. And then I started taking off the subtitles and like really listening instead of just reading. Because you can't really learn a language if all you do is read it in English, the translations. Like if all you do, because you're processing it in your first language. You're not processing it as the language itself. Because the way you learned English is you didn't have a translation except for like body language and like context. We all have a language of like our brain just processes the universe. But the way we learn like spoken languages and stuff like that, like English or whatever, is we literally just observed it and processed it, and we learned information from context and stuff like that. And you have to learn that. Like you can't learn Japanese just by reading subtitles because you're going to be processing the English. You need to actually process the raw like intentions of like what the language is trying to do, and you can't really explain it in a different language. Like I can't explain it in English. I can only my Japanese isn't so good. I can't really even explain it in Japanese.
I think everything's gonna be okay though. I think it's all about taking control of your life, you know? Like,
Yeah, the pronunciation obviously is very clear, but there is a lot of slang, but you have to remember you can't learn Japanese just from anime. That's what I learned. I had to learn that the hard way. Is that you use anime as like a window in, but then Japanese spoken language is nothing like anime. It's just like trying to learn English from Shakespeare. And I really think anime is like the Shakespeare of the modern age. Like the way the language is used, it's very overly dramatized in many different ways. Like everything's like really over the top in a lot of ways. And colloquial Japanese is nowhere nothing. It's like a lot more straightforward and like simpler. Like it's like a lot more real. Like I don't know how to explain it. I mean, even like on like if you migrate from anime even to drama, like just watching like regular TV shows that's like not anime, even that's more colloquial, but it's still like dramatized. In fact, Japanese as a culture is just you there's three versions of yourself. There's the self that you project to the public. There's the self that you project to your closest friends and family, and then there's the self that you only you see. That's kind of like the idea behind Japanese culture that I understand. And so like as a general whole, as a whole, like Japanese as a culture is like anything that you see in public that people talk about is kind of a performance. That's kind of like the way it is. As an autistic person, I can really understand that. Because like literally every social interaction is a performance, and it has been since I was like 3 years old. I've had to perform. I can't really. I have to like engage with people that way. I have to perform as like a person that like I have to like be like a sim. Like I have to pretend to be my idea of what I think people want from me in a social situation, and it's changed over time. It's gotten easier and better and healthier. But I think it's really important to understand to listen to just like regular like conversation, like listening to like the news, even listening to like talk shows, listening to people like live streamers, even like people who play like League of Legends and stuff. Listening to just people have conversations. And just regular Japanese TV. Like anime is like not the only kind of like anime is not Japanese. Like that's not the only part of like a lot of people in the Western culture, and like this was the case for me, is a lot of people who get into anime, they think that that's Japanese culture. Like they think that that's the only part of like they only see they connect Japanese as a language and as a culture to anime, and that's false. It's just literally false. There's so much more that we don't understand, that nobody understands, that not even Japan understands. There's a whole collective culture that like and this goes for any culture. Like nobody truly understands their like society. But I feel like if you limit yourself, if you only think that like if you only see anime like Japanese as anime, like you're doing yourself a huge disservice, and you're not truly learning Japanese. You're learning like anime Japanese. Like it's just like learning like if all you did was like watch Shakespeare, and all you did was think that that's what English was. Like that's ridiculous. Like nobody talks like that. Like
Ben has been kind enough to let me stay with him for a little bit, so I'm gonna take this like. I think everything's gonna be okay though. I think it's all about taking control of your life, you know? Like,
wait, what was you saying before?
It's hurting people, you know? And I don't even mean to. I'm just like I just throw everyone away, you know? I don't know.
This is probably the most important stream he's ever done in his entire life. This is the most important stream that you've ever had in your entire life.
I think everything's gonna be okay though. I think it's all about taking control of your life, you know? Like, Sven has been kind enough to let me stay with him for a little bit, so I'm gonna take that opportunity to try my best to get my shit together.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Just do your best. Like, you have this idea that you have to have these specific results. That's like, abandon that thought. Like you're not going to get results that you think you need, because you don't have all the information. You need to try to find that information. You go in and you go into the dirt and you start digging.
You know, like I don't know what else I can do. And I need to
Just like with anime, like anime was a good start. It's literally what started my Japanese learning journey, and I want to get back to studying Japanese again. I want to take the JLPT, like at least the N3, and then N2 and the N1, eventually. I want to take the JLPT and it's a certificate of Japanese proficiency. It says that it gives you it gives you like a piece of paper that says that you're fluent in a language. It can open some doors for you. And it's what I wanted to do when I was homeless. I wanted to take the JLPT, and I also wanted to take the HSK, which is the Hanyu Shuiping Kaishu, which is it's the Mandarin language, like Chinese language, the Mandarin Chinese language version, equivalent of the JLPT. And it can open doors for you because it can give you positions. I wanted to like go to China or Taiwan and like teach English and stuff like that. I'm glad I didn't. God damn, I don't want to go over to China. Like there's some crazy shit going on in that country. Like I am afraid. This is something I need to overcome eventually. I think right now I need to stay put in California. One of the problems I'm facing right now is that like I'm afraid to leave because I don't feel safe. And there's a lot of reasons to not feel safe. I mean, I am transgender and I'm autistic and I'm in poverty. Those are three things that make me a huge vulnerability in the world. If I had at least if I had money, I would have more protections. I would have more social status. But I don't. If I wasn't trans, I would have a lot of an easier time. If I wasn't autistic, I would have an easier time. But I'm actually I'm actually at risk for being just for being transgender alone. Like my life is in danger. So there is a real danger to it. But there is another danger. There's a danger of never getting outside of my comfort zone and never taking a risk. And hopefully I can get there. I feel like until I get these surgeries, I can't leave California. I need these surgeries to live, and to truly be happy, and to truly live my best life and be my best self. Like I need these gender confirming surgeries. The facial surgery is this November. And next November, is my vaginoplasty. And those are the things I've known I've needed. I didn't think I would ever get facial surgery. But I've known I've needed vaginoplasty since I was 18 or 17 or 18. I think I didn't really know until I was 18. I knew way before then, I think. I just didn't really put a word to it. But it's taken me that long. I'm 34 years old. It's been 16 years. And I'm finally getting the vaginoplasty next year. And I don't think I can leave California until then. I think it's just literally it's a pragmatic decision. I just have to stay isolated in California. I can't go traveling. I'm in a stage in my life where I'm transitioning. I can't do that right now. I really want to, but if I did, it would be at a sacrifice to my health, and it would put me at risk. Honestly, I don't want to go to places like Texas, and I'm kind of waiting for the smoke to clear with all the civil rights movement stuff that's going on, trans rights and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully the world will become a slightly better place by the time the smoke clears, I just need to get through my surgeries. I need to recover. I'm basically in Camp Rebecca. Okay? I'm in boot camp for the rest of my life. And I need to kind of just it's I need to kind of just stay here for a while. And it's going to be another year or a year and a half or so before I'm fully it's going to be a year and a half before I'm fully recovered or so. I think a little bit more than a year and a half. But after, it's going to be another year and 3 months. And then I'll have my vaginoplasty, and then there's at least 3 months of deliberate recovery and maintenance. And then it kind of gets from everybody who's had the vaginoplasty, there's a very clear path of like after you have the surgery, there's like a recovery process, and then it's just maintenance, and it's just life, you know. And it's like I'm not my life is here right now, but it feels like I'm waiting for my life to begin. It's like in Frozen, you know. When will my life begin? Or was that no, that was that Frozen, or was that or is that no, that was Rapunzel, wasn't it? Okay, that was from Tangled.
Prove to everyone that I'm not like opportunity to. I think it's all about taking control of your life, you know? Like, Sven has been kind enough to let me stay with him for a little bit. So I'm going to take that opportunity to try my best to get my shit together, you know? Like, I don't know what else I can do. And I need to prove to everyone that I'm not like a piece of shit, you know?
Yeah, and that's where it starts. But in the end of the day, like, people are going to think what they're going to think. I mean, I understand like the motivation behind those thoughts, and it's definitely not a bad thing to think that. And I think I understand where that comes from, because I feel like that. It's like you have to prove to yourself, though. I think that's really what it is. That you're not a piece of shit. And you aren't. You're a human being, and you are you are who you are now. You are not who you were in the past.
Like, I need to be a respectful person. I need to be accountable. I need to like not be a mess.
Here's the thing is, you don't need anything. Like, I think I understand like what you're saying, but like, you literally don't need to do anything. It's what you truly want. You want to not be a mess. You want to be a different person. You want to treat people better. And it'll manifest in a much healthier and more efficient way, I think, if you understand that part. I think you do. Like, you have to understand that, like, you literally don't need to change. You could continue to act like shit and it wouldn't matter. Because it's literally like it's up to you. You know? People are going to react to you negatively. If you don't like that, you can change that. But it's more than just like how people treat you. I don't think anyone truly wants to hurt other people, and if they do, then those are truly demonic people. But even then, I think those people still have chances, you know. But some people are just so far gone, it's very unlikely for that to happen. But there's always a glimmer of hope in anybody. But you can't expect, you know, if you're going to put it in gambling terms, if there's a 0.0001% chance of winning, you know, you're probably not going to want to take that bet. And that's kind of, but then again, sometimes in life, that's all you can take. When I clicked start streaming 3 years ago, or 3 years, like 3 years and 3 months ago, when I clicked start streaming, I was taking that bet. And I'm kind of still taking that bet. But, you know, the percentage of your life getting better, you continually take information and you make adjustments to your life so that you can do something different, so that you can change those odds.
Like,
because it's not completely random. Life is not completely random. There's a lot of stuff that's up to like random chance, but there's things that you can do to adjust those odds. It's a skill-based game. It's not pay to win.
you know,
there's certain things in life that are pay to win that'll adjust the odds a lot. But as far as like mental health, there are things that are like, if you have money, you're in a better situation to improve your mental health. But in the end of the day, you have to do the hard work.
I need to prove to everyone that I'm not like a piece of shit, you know? Like, I need to be a respectful person. I need to be accountable. I need to like not be a mess. Like, I feel like I've just like lived like in this like fucked up way that has like made me have horrible habits, you know? It's like, I don't know. I just want to prove to everyone that I can be useful, you know? Like, I literally feel useless. Like, no matter what, like, even when dude, it's like, it's crazy, right? Like, I was streaming WoW 42-0 and shit, and like, you know, we're getting a lot of viewers, all that's cool, whatever, but I just, like, I don't feel good.
Yeah. And the thing is like, you don't know what people think of you. Some people might tell you very vocally, but you literally don't know what people think of you. And I think you're selling yourself a lot short. I know this because I do this. I think it's a very human thing to do. Is you want people to approve of you. And from a very young age, I wanted like my family to approve of me. I wanted my teachers to approve of me. I wanted my peers to approve of me. I wanted my friends to approve of me. But here's the thing: is it's never going to be enough. You could have all the adulations in the world, all the respect of the world, and you could still feel like shit. So it's important to understand and always remember that the reason that you're doing this is not for anyone else. Because they will accept you no matter what, even if you're harming them. It's like a dog. An owner can kick their dog, but the dog will still love them. And honestly, you have to ask yourself, do you want to keep kicking them? That's the answer. That's the question that you want to ask. Do you want to be this person? Because otherwise, if you're doing it for other people, then that'll easily just shift around. Like you'll be letting other people decide who you are through their actions and through their response to you. If people are like giving you a certain kind of attention and they're telling you certain things, then you're going to say, okay, well, they accept me for who I am. I don't need to do anything different. And it's not that you need to do anything, but it's like, what do you want? What do you want to present yourself as? How do you wish to put yourself into the world? How do you wish people to see you? And you can't control how they're going to see you. But how do you want to treat them? How do you want other people to what do you want to put out into the world? Like, that's the question you want to answer. Not, I want other people to approve of me. How can I make people approve of me? That's never going to be enough. Trust me. I spent my whole entire life doing that. And then the minute I asked the question of who am I and what do I want to put out into the world? How do I want to behave? How do I wish to live my life? As soon as I started asking that question, my life just started to improve. As soon as I stopped caring what other people think. Because there's gonna be good people. It's not that there's gonna be only bad people. There's gonna be people who really care about you and they approve of you and stuff like that. But the thing is that's gonna shift because you can't control other people. And you also don't know all the information. You don't know how they see you. But you can look inside yourself and you can say, who do I want to be? How do I want to behave around people? And then it'll just naturally go out into the world in the way that you're intending it to. And obviously not everybody's going to accept it. Well, you shouldn't care about them because you're doing what you're doing regardless of how they react to you. Some people will, say you can forgive someone and they can still treat you like shit, but you don't have to react to them in a way where you're like going down to their level. Like yesterday, like a year ago, I sent like a message to one of my exes, and I said, she was one of the first people I came out to as trans when I was like 20 or whatever. Like that was I didn't start coming out till I was like 19, 20 or 21 or so. That's when I started coming out to people publicly. But I knew I was trans like 18, 19, like in words. But then like my ex was like my first, she was my first. She was like, she didn't want me to like cut my penis off, and she still sees it that way. But like she was like trying to convince me not to. She thought that if I had sex, that I wouldn't want to do it. And it's like, dude, like people have genitals and it feels good. That doesn't mean that I don't need vaginoplasty. I had to learn that because then I had another girlfriend, like then I convinced myself of. She accepted me, but I had like reflections of my experience with my first girlfriend. And then I told myself that because I enjoyed sex that I didn't need it. And then I lied to myself. If someone who wronged you shrank to a tiny size and you caught them in your hand and brought them up to your face, what face would you make at them and why? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be angry at them. Because then it's like, what is that going to do? But being kind being loving and forgiving is not the same as forgetting the behavior. So what I usually do is I look at that person, and if I meet somebody who's wronged me in my life nowadays, like this is kind of what happened. Is like I'm kind of explaining this right now. It's a good example. Is what happened with my ex was like a year ago, because I came out to her as trans, and like she was like kind of talking about that. I thought it was like kind of important for me to reach out to her and just say I did the thing. That's literally all I said. And I'm not going to tell you exact details, but yesterday she finally saw it and replied. And we had like I was like telling her like, yeah, like she didn't remember who I was, but then she clicked my profile and she knew who I was. And then I just said I've been going to therapy, and I started my hormones like 3 years ago, and I'm on my path towards getting the surgeries. Like, I just wanted to let you know. I thought it was important to just, this is a person who was a part of my life, and I wanted her to know that I was doing these things, because the last time she saw me, I wasn't doing so good, and I wanted her to know. And it's just, I felt like a little bit of like, what's the word? Closure. And, but then, obviously she reacted similarly to the way she was when I knew her. And, so, it is what it is. But I reacted differently. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I don't care how you're acting right now. I forgive you. And I'm projecting peace and love into the situation. And I can't control your reaction to me, but I can control how I react to it, and I can control how it affects me. And I laughed. I was like, 10 years ago or 12 years ago or whatever, like 13 years ago when I knew her, I reacted in a very negative way, and it hurt me. Like, I was like, oh, I fucked everything up. It's like, literally, like, she's acting the same way she was back then, but I've changed. And I'm like laughing at the situation. I'm like, this is laughable. This is very shitty, toxic behavior. And I'm like laughing at it. I'm like, holy shit. Like, this person is not bringing down my day. Like literally, like, this person who was like so damaging to me at the time has no power over me now. So I just kind of like I let her know, because that's really all I wanted to do. I just wanted to let her know. I didn't want anything from her. I didn't need her response. I think the important thing is to not expect a response from people, not to expect other people to forgive you. But if people have wronged you or you wrong them, you do what you can to make amends, but don't ever expect someone to forgive you or accept you, because there's some people who just will never forgive you, and that's fine. But you can do your best to say, hey, like, I did the best I can. I'm letting you know that I've changed and I've been a better person. Take it as you will, but this is who I am, and this is who I want to be. And I'm going to do this regardless of what you think of me. And that's pretty much, it was a huge eye-opening experience. Like, it was like personified, like, exactly all the work I've been doing in a single short conversation on Facebook. And she blocked me. I was like, yeah, just letting you know, like, I don't have any ill will towards you. I'm just sending peace your way. I was like letting you know, just to give you some closure or whatever, in case you were, and she, like, whatever. Apparently she was actually talking about me like last week or whatever. Anyway, I don't want to get into the personal details, but like, it was a huge eye opener for me. It's like, it's confirming to me that I've changed a lot in a good way.
Like, what is wrong with me? I don't understand. I don't understand what's wrong with me.
Yeah, none of us do. None of us understand what's wrong with us. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with you. Literally, we're just here, we're born, and we're alive, and then we die. We eat, we shit, we poop, and we do random things that, like, objectively have no meaning. Like, objectively, like, any life in the universe has literally no meaning. So it's like, we have to bring our meaning ourselves. We have to look inside of ourselves and say, who am I, and how do I want to live my life? How do I want to present myself as? But as soon as you start expecting people to react a certain way, you're going to be let down. And some people will react the way that you want them to, and some people won't. Just like you're not going to please everybody. Just like with streaming, like there's going to be haters. There's going to be people doing hate threads on Reddit. There's going to be people calling you ugly. There's going to be like, just translate what you know about streaming, but apply it to your mental health. Because I somewhat understand streaming. I understand hatred. I had hate raids. I had Kiwi Farms threads about me. I have all this kind of shit. Being a trans person, being an autistic person. Like there's just people who wanted to lolcow me, and I didn't let them. And I still don't let them. And I will never let them. I'm not going to react in the way they want me to. And they abandon me. And obviously there's going to be people who always hate me because they see some video on the internet of me from years ago of something they don't understand, that they judge negatively. I am not in control of them. That's their own shit. And you're asking the tough questions right now, Mitch. You're giving a name to it. And I know this because I've went through that. And I hope that he's seeing I hope that you're seeing a therapist. And I hope that you can at least find your way towards being strong enough to find a therapist. And it has to be someone that just seeing a therapist isn't enough. You have to find the therapist that'll actually work with you, that you can feel safe with, that you can feel comfortable with. Because it's not about like the therapist telling you what to do. That's not what a therapist is. That's a coach. A therapist is not a coach. A therapist is somebody who can help guide you with the tools that you can build yourself. And you can discuss with, and kind of keeps you in check. Like if you start doing negative things, they can call it out. A therapist, a good therapist is not going to tell you what to do. They're going to like see how it is, and they're going to observe you, and they're going to be somebody that you can talk to, that you can safely talk to with HIPAA standards and open up to in ways that you can never open up to anyone else. And they can understand you in a way where they can say, hey, I noticed that you're doing this right now, and I'm going to ask you a question so that maybe you can lead yourself in a different direction than you would if you were alone. And streaming is kind of like it's better than nothing. Like showing up to stream, interacting with chat, and like you have much more people to interact with. It's one thing. Venting is one thing. But therapy isn't venting. Therapy is like sometimes venting, but therapy is like an active tool building. Like you're building a toolbox. You're building a treasure chest. As I put it with my therapist, I kind of came up with this treasure chest idea that there's certain relics. Like there's these things that you have that you've collected from like raids, like in WoW, if you want to use the WoW analogy. You've collected certain like mythic items. And they have different purposes in your mental health journey in your life. One of these tools that you have in one of these relics that you have in your treasure chest is your streaming career. Use it. It might look in a different way than it would to someone else. It's going to be unique to you. It's a mythic. It's a mythic item. It's Mitch's item. You have forged armor and weapons. Use them. And you can improve those items, like, with people around you and your own actions. It's always your own actions. You do about 80% of the work. And then 10% of the work is like random chance of like society and the people around you. And then 10% of it are like the coaches and the therapists and all that kind of stuff, or medication. Everything else is you. It's 80% you. So anything that you've done to get yourself to where you are today, good or bad, it's you. And there's a lot more good than bad. I would bet like a lot of money on it. Like that would be a good bet. Not, if you're going to use the gambling analogy, that would be a good bet. I would bet there's way more good things than bad. That you're just focusing on the bad things and you're not listening to all the good things. And it's just like with chat, like Twitch chat or YouTube comments. There could be thousands of like people supporting you and loving you. And then you see like one negative comment and it just, you hyperfixate on that and think that you're a failure. It's so easy. It's psychologically easy to only focus on negative comments. It's not just about YouTube. It's like literally human nature. It's so easy because we see negative comments as some kind of feedback that we need to fix. But some people are just shitty people. And it's like, rise above that. This is the most important stream of your entire life, Mitch. This is the most important stream of your entire life.
I love you, Mitch. Dude, I love you guys too, man. Like, dude, a lot of you guys, especially on this channel, have been through me through all the crazy shit, you know? Like the fucking music era, the like all of it. Like, you know, it's like you guys see the cycle, right? It's like I'll be like good for a bit and then I'm fucking like, do I have like bipolar disorder or something?
I mean, yeah, like whatever it is, you know, putting a name to it, you're not really equipped. Seeing a therapist, seeing a psychiatrist to get like medications and diagnosis, it's a long-term process, and a lot of times, like people will go to a psychiatrist and get medication, and they say, okay, well, the medication helps, so I'm not gonna, keep going. You want to keep going. You want to keep going to therapy. It's a continual process, and one day, hopefully, you won't need as much. You'll build those tools yourself. But it doesn't make you weak to seek help. It makes you much stronger because it's like you can't do a raid boss on your own. You need a team, you need a healer, you need a tank. You need some DPS. You need all sorts of things going on in a raid. It's not just one person versus the boss. It's like a whole team of people. And you got to build those people in your life. And you are.
It's like, I feel like I'm good for a sec and then I'm just dead. Like, and it's like, I can't like, I'm not consistent with like with everything I do. It's weird.
Yeah, and I know that one too. I need to get something to eat or I'm gonna like pass out.
weird. I can't like, I'm not consistent with like with everything I do. It's weird. And you need to see a professional about this shit. Twitch chat isn't gonna solution. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, it just helps to talk to.
Yeah, talking, because in order to lead yourself to where you need to be, you have to set that intention. So it's like, you always have the option to like vent to your Twitch chat and stuff. That's always there. It's at least a good place to start. Start with your dailies. Start with your dailies, and then get your dailies to change. Like change like where you want to add into it.
To people, man. Like honestly, like I've been in this room alone, sitting here in the dark every day for the past like month and a half. And it's like it just helps to talk to somebody, man. Like regardless if it's gonna help or not.
Yeah, I mean, and it does help. It's better than just sitting by yourself and doing nothing and just being stuck inside your own thoughts. At least you can talk to your camera and put something out there. You know, it's not just camera, like you have a chat. It's literally what I've been doing the past 3 years. Is why I click start streaming. It's because I want to do something instead of just staying in my own thoughts, circling around. Like, it gives you a lot more focus. What rank are you? I'm like Iron 2. We're gonna play League a bit later. This is an important video that like Mitch Jones. I relate to it a lot. In fact, Mitch Jones, he reminds me a lot of myself. Like before I started therapy and all that. So it's like, I don't know.
It's helping right now talking to chat, you know? And I haven't been live in like 3 months and I feel like a fuck up. Like I feel like I'm letting my viewers down. I feel like I just can't do it, man. Like,
well, Cardano, I don't want my own trailer. I want like even like a studio apartment, but like I want like a living situation, not like a trailer situation. You know what I mean? I want like a place that I can call home. And it could be like a freaking shack somewhere, but at least it's like an open space. I want open space. Like a less of a rectangle and more of a square. Like, yeah, I want my own space, but not a trailer. Okay, like I've lived in a trailer like for so many years. It's not a life. It's not a life. Not a life I want. Like I need a house or an apartment. And that's what I'm working on with my team. So I appreciate I appreciate your support, Cardano, but you're literally not a part of my network. So I really appreciate that you care about me and stuff, but just remember your place. You're a random stranger on the internet. I don't know who you are. I have people directly in my life that are working with me, so I understand. I appreciate it. You're very much appreciated. And I understand that you're coming from a good place. But you literally don't know me, and you don't know my needs, and you're not in a place to help me, but I understand. Trailers are cool, but I'm done. I'm done with the trailer life. Like, I just need a regular life. Like, I need space. Like, I need to be able to, like, walk across from, like, an area to have, like, even if it's a studio, like, it doesn't have to be big. What I need is, like, I just need, like, separation. I can't have, like, my workspace and my sleeping space and my living space all in the same spot. I need separation. Like, hopefully separate rooms, but at least separate space. I don't have an alternative lifestyle. I don't know what you're talking about. See, I don't know if you're actually coming from a place of goodness or if you're just like, you have all these opinions about what I am. Like, what do you mean by alternative lifestyle?
you should have gone to Camp Canute. Bro, the one day I went to Camp Canute, I did a couple lifts and shit, but I felt so I was depressed then too, dude. I ended up talking.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, a lot of the stuff is just functional. I mean, that's Amaranth, and you don't know Amaranth. You don't know who she is. You don't know how she lives her life. You only see what you see on the internet. You literally don't know anything about me. You are not in my life. Please understand that. You don't understand you don't have all the information. You can't know somebody's life just from watching them on the internet, but you can relate to people. So it's like, that's the difference between, there's two sides of being parasocial. One side, there's like a good and an evil, basically. The bad way is what most people treat parasocial as, is they say, oh, I know this person. That person is my friend. They're not. I'm not your friend. You don't know me. You're not in my life. Except you are in my life in the sense that you are somewhere in my life. You are a part of my stream. You're literally on my stream right now. I'm putting you on the chat. I'm putting you on the screen. Like, so you're there. But like, you are not a part of my personal life. I have like a team of doctors. I have a case manager. We're working on getting a place. Like, we've been working on it for like 3 years.
Talking like a homeless dude. There was this homeless guy outside of the gym there, and I.
No, I mean, I would want my own place, but it would have to be temporary. It'd have to be... Oh, shit. What the hell? What is going on? Oh, fuck. It's the hotkey. Oh. There we go. But I mean, it would be temporary. I don't want to just transfer the problem to another problem. I want to fix the problem. Yeah, I mean, it's a work in progress. That's kind of what we're working on. But like, what I'm saying is, that's not the goal. Like, the goal is to get myself into a financially and personally independent life, so that I can take care of myself and I'm not having other people around me. You know, a trailer is actually a good start, but that's not what I want. I don't want like my own. I don't want the same exact situation that I'm in already, only without my dad. Because I do have like, there might be other options where I could like couch surf and stuff. I don't want that. I did that for like 10 years. I don't want to just change the problem to something else. I want to fix the problem. Yeah, anyway, I don't even know what you're going on about.
You should have gone to Camp Canute. Bro, the one day I went to Camp Canute.
I know you're just like giving ideas, but like, I'm living in a reality, and you're like, there's one thing to like say these things, but actually making these things happen is a different story. Like, like I can't just make a new MTV show. Like, you have to have like, there has to be like a network of people. Like, why would I want my own trailer show? What are you talking about? You're projecting, bro.
I did a couple lifts and shit, but I felt so... I was depressed then too, dude. I ended up talking like a homeless dude. There was this homeless guy outside of the gym there, and I ended up talking...
Well, I mean, I could make millions. Well, until I see that money, I'm not going to... I don't want that. I don't want to make a trailer show without... Unless I had like what... Unless there was like an incentive to do it. Like if like I was offered like a bunch of money, or if I had like a mentor, if I had like, but I don't. That's not how life works. I don't have those opportunities. I'm not trying to make a trailer show. I don't know where do you get this idea. What the fuck?
Talking to him for like 2 hours about like suicidal thoughts and shit, because he said that he was a meth addict and he said his family abandoned.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good idea, but I mean, it's an idea. It's not real. Like, there's no resources available. I'm not, like, what the hell are you talking about? Why would I do something without any incentive to do it? I don't really want to do it. Like, why would I want to make a Trailer Park Boys? I don't even have, like, the people to, like, I don't have the resources. I would like to. I had an idea for a TV show when I was in the homeless shelter and stuff about, like, a character. Like, it was like a guy I was thinking of, like a guy who's like he was like a wealthy guy, like basically like Arthur. It's basically like Arthur, like it's like a super wealthy guy who's like he's like lives a playboy lifestyle and whatever. But then he loses everything and he has to live in a trailer, or like has to live in, like, I guess that could be a part of it. That could be like a season where he like moves out into a trailer park or whatever. Like, there was an idea that I had, like, where it's like there's all these people who are living their lives, like he interacts with like the like chronically homeless people, and then there's this one character specifically that I had in mind, where there's this character who, like, there's this guy who's like literally always in like full like medieval armor. I guess kind of like Family Guy, like the guy who, like, is the Will Ferrell character who was like shaving and then he bled from the armor, like, um, but like every single morning, and he's always in character. And then one day, like, I guess like the ending, the final part of it is like one episode they literally like follow him around to see what he does, and he's literally doing like full armor stuff the whole time, and they like see that like he's actually doing all this stuff, and he's like trying to like improve his life and stuff, and it's like literally like, and that's like the moment when like the characters start to like stop doing the homeless shit and they start like improving their life. But I mean, it's one thing to have these ideas, but you have to actually have like a solid like plan. You have to have like scripts. You have to write the scripts. You have to have people to produce it. You have to have funding. You have to have actors and actresses. Yeah, you could make bank, but I could also win the lottery. You have to make these things happen.
And him and shit.
No, and what happens in Vegas usually, we don't really talk too much about that. But you have to actually make things happen. You have to have resources, and that's what I'm working on now. I know that you're saying that I'm unique and stuff, but I already know this, and I'm already doing that now. And I know that you haven't been here in like 3 years or like 2 years. So it's like, I've literally been doing what you're saying, so.
And he was like talking to me about how he just doesn't want to be alive anymore, and I was.
But I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not like mad at you. I'm just saying, like that's literally what I'm already doing. I'm trying to get my life to a better place. Like,
was like, dude, was it Camp Canute? I did a couple lifts and shit, but I felt
well, thank you, Cardano.
so I was depressed then too, dude. I ended up talking to like a homeless dude. There was this homeless guy outside of the gym there, and I ended up talking to him for like 2 hours about like suicidal thoughts and shit, because he said that he was a meth addict who, and he said his family abandoned him and shit, and he was like talking to me about how he just doesn't want to be alive anymore, and I was like, dude, you know what's crazy is like I feel the same way, and I don't have any of those issues, and then I just like kind of like put things in perspective to me. I'm just like, damn, like what is wrong with me, you know, like it's crazy. And then that guy.
There's nothing wrong with you. You're just a human being. It's a human condition.
He was such a nice dude too. He was, dude, he had like a 6-pack of beer, and he was like, he was just.
How can I approach MTV? That's not gonna. I know that you understand that. It doesn't literally have to be a trailer park show. I don't know why you're so stuck on that trailer park show thing. I mean, it is an idea, but it's so random. Like, you're really into that. Like Trailer Park Boys, but like real life. That is kind of a cool idea, but honestly, like, I mean, until I see the reality, I'm not gonna like pretend, you know, like, you don't just approach MTV, like Like, I don't know how to do these things. Like, if you can, like, I mean, I'm willing to like brainstorm, but like, no, I mean, if you understand that like you need resources. You can't just like make things happen just because you want them to happen. There has to be like there's a whole bunch of people involved. And I don't have a lot of, I'm trying to build these, but I'm autistic. It's really hard for me to like do a job interview. So how am I going to like go talk to like an MTV executive? I'm kind of on my own. I'm trying my best to find people in my life who can advocate for me. I'm trying to become my best advocate, my own advocate as well. Like, I'm trying to become my own best advocate, but I don't know how to make things happen. That's my weakness, and I'm trying to fix it. But I'm autistic. That's literally like, my dad is cool. That's literally my superpower though. And my weakness. My kryptonite, my kryptonite is that I don't know how to make things happen. Okay? Like, that's the problem I'm trying to solve. And maybe I can get some resources available, and I do. I have like a whole team of people. I have a case manager, I have a therapist, I have doctors, I have a psychiatrist. Yeah, I mean, like, well, the execution of all this is actually like, it's pretty straightforward. I could write some scripts and stuff. Like, that's all fun and games. But it's not just about writing. I mean, obviously I do want to do that. A lot of it is just, it's really difficult for me to have incentive to do it because I don't have any like tangible results from my work. And it's really hard. And I know that like I should just do the work anyway. But that's kind of one of the things I've been trying to work through lately. And also I've been working with my therapist and my case manager. And literally, like, I think it starts with like, stop expecting so much from myself. That I'm literally doing like a ton of things. And I keep expecting to do more. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Cardano. I'm sorry, but you don't know my neighbors. You don't know. These are just people living their lives. They're not actors. I don't think you understand. That these people don't have, I want to be brutally honest about my neighbors and shit. They don't have what it takes to do it. Like, they just don't. They're not that kind of person. Like, not everybody is an actor. Like not everybody wants to be on the spotlight. It's harder than it sounds. Convincing other people to do something that you want is actually a kryptonite of mine. So I don't know. I understand that you're like really enthusiastic, but I already have that enthusiasm, and I've had that enthusiasm since I was very young. I've had that enthusiasm. I've wanted to be in movies. But wanting and doing are two different things. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I understand, and I really appreciate your support. But I hope you understand that there's a reality that I have to live in too, and a lot of it you don't understand. It's just a problem with being autistic and with my environment. There's some things that are in my control, and there's some things that aren't. And I'm doing my best to try to advocate for myself, but my absolute kryptonite is getting people to do things and get things started, is getting things to happen. Getting things to happen, like in a real way, like getting someone to hire me at a job. Doing a job interview is like flipping a coin. Like, no matter how hard I try, I can't convince people of anything. Or to do things like hire me. And if they do hire me, then I have to maintain that job. I have to be able to continue to do it. So it's one thing to want something, but it's another thing to make it happen. And I'm working, and don't worry, like you don't understand. All you see is stuff. All you see is what I put out on my stream and stuff. If you've been here the whole time, even if you've watched 100% of my content everywhere across all platforms, you still only know about like 20% of my life. So I hope you understand that. And I'm not saying that like I hate it or that, you're very much appreciated. But I hope you understand that. Like that there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that are literally protected by like HIPAA. Like, there's things that like literally you can't know about. Aw. I mean, that's a little. I mean, I have no idea what's going on. But I mean, that's a little weird. But I'm not gonna judge you. You have your own reasons for doing things. I have no idea. But like literally, there's so many things going on behind the scenes that literally you can't know about because it's like protected by HIPAA, like from therapists and like people who are literally like case manager. Like I have somebody who's like literally like helping me manage my life and get like make phone calls for me and like make appointments. Like I literally have like a whole team of people. I'm autistic. Like, do you understand? Like I have a kryptonite. I need someone to be there to like do to do the footwork, to do all the stuff that I have struggled with for my entire life of like getting things to happen. I've always just reacted to what people tell me I need to be doing. And I've tried my best to advocate for myself and I'm still not really able to do it. And I'm still going to continue to fight to be able to do it. Yeah, and I got SSI. I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. I mean, it sounds like you have, but I always do my content as if somebody's watching because I know that I'm watching. I have seen 100% of my content. So like I try to like think that you're that person. You're that theoretical person who's been watching since day one. That's you. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, but I hope you understand that like a lot of things are not really 100% in my control. And I want these things, and I'm open to do new things. I'm open to working with people. I want to take suggestions. I want to work and do things and make like cool content, like the ideas you have, and not just that. It's the idea behind it. Like I want to collaborate with people. I want to work with people and make great things. But making it happen is something that it's like my kryptonite. Yeah, my dad does too. In fact, like I love my dad so much and I kiss him on the forehead and I give him a hug and kiss him on the forehead every day. And say I love you, Dad. Every single day.
Carrying his beer, and I was like on the way, and I don't have any of those issues. And then I just like kind of like put things in perspective to me. I'm just like, damn, like, what is wrong with me? Like, it's crazy.
Well, you are a part of it, Cardano. You are a part of it. No, you don't have to watch quietly. You can do whatever you want. We have all the time in the world. I have until Friday. And then even then, I only have a 1 hour commitment on Friday. Like, I've been watching for 3 hours. We watched a 7-minute video before this of him talking about this. And this is only 9 minutes in. So we're only like 20 minutes in. Not even 20 minutes in. It's been 3 hours, okay? Do you understand how I work? I take my time. And I don't want to leave anything out. You're not bothering me. You can say whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Just don't get banned. Like, that's it. Don't think that I'm gonna be bothered by what you have to say unless I say it. Like, unless I tell you, like, and I like time you out. Like that that's one thing, okay? I appreciate you so much, and this is what you're the reason why I do this, is because there's people out there who believe in me and who want to see me succeed. But making that happen is something else, and you're right there with me, okay? You're right there with me. We're on the same page, Like, I don't know you, but you're here. You're here on my journey, and if I'm gonna let you in on that journey, I'm gonna tell you right now that's what it is. I'm literally scrambling around trying to find the resources I need that'll get me to where I need. And I have a whole team of people whose job it is to do that, and we're still struggling.
And that guy was such a nice dude too. He was, dude. He had like a 6-pack of beer, and he was like he was just carrying his beer, and I was like on the side of the road, just like sitting there looking at the sky. And this dude comes up to me. He's like, "Yo, man, you look like you need a friend right now." And I was like, "Yeah, I kind of do." And I talked to him for like an hour, and he was just telling me how he doesn't see the point, and like, you know, he's like 40 and his family disowned him, and he's got a meth habit and all this shit.
Yeah, these are all the kind of people I met when I was like going through homelessness. There's people who really care about other people, and you should never judge someone just because you think that like, oh, they made a lot of mistakes in life, they're homeless, whatever. They're still human beings. And they're trying to do better. And they might just be in a place right now where they're not really actively doing that. And you can protect yourself, obviously, if you think someone's going to harm you or whatever, but there's always somebody out there. Well, thank you so much, Cardano. I don't know how to, if I can take you I mean, unless I see tangible things, I don't really, it is what it is. I mean, I'm going to believe you, but I believe in tangible results, not promises and beliefs, because I already live on that. I already live on faith. I already live on promises. I'm not trying to say when I'm not trying to say that like I want you to show me money or whatever. I don't need that. What I'm trying to say is that like, and I'll follow you on Twitter. Let me just check it out. Cardano Foundation. Nonprofit. Is it this one? Why can't you sub? Because I took off my I unaffiliated. Is this you? I mean, it's the same symbol. Yeah. Oh, you use Haskell. Cardano is a blockchain platform for change makers, innovators, and visionaries, with the tools and technologies required to create possibility for the many as well as the few and bring about positive global change. Well, that's awesome. But I hope you understand, I'm not. I've been living on promises and prayers my whole entire life, and so unless something actually happens in my life, like actual tangible results, I don't like live just for the promise. Okay, so I know that like that's not what you're doing. You're like literally like reaching out to me and stuff. Yeah, I mean you could be a $20 billion company, but like I'm not gonna. I mean, what I'm saying is like I'm not gonna live my life expecting like any kind of results from you. Do you understand what I mean? Like unless you actually start working with me and like all that kind of stuff. That's something that's tangible in the real world. Okay, I've had so many people con me. I've had so many people reach out to me and say, "Oh yeah, dude, like if you start this, like we're starting a business and we're doing this thing, but you know, we just ask you for an initial investment. Or we're asking you to put in all this work, but we will make the money and then we can pay you." And it's like I've done that so many times. At some point you just have to say, "Hey, I need tangible results." And not just promises and prayers. Okay, like I don't. It's not that I like don't appreciate it, but I've had so many of that in my life, of people just like making all these like really lofty promises and promises goals. I'm not trying to like shit on what you're doing. What I'm trying to tell you is that like there's a reality I have to live in, and there's only so many things that I can put my emotional and physical and there's only so many things I can invest in, like either financially or physically or emotionally. And so like I know and understand that you've been there since day one, and it looks like you're a pretty legit organization, but literally all I see like think about it from my point of view. All I see is a person in my chat. And like I don't want anyone to lead me on. You could be a fake account. I don't know. You could be someone pretending to be Cardano. I don't know. Unless I talk to somebody in real life or like on like in a phone call or like anything like that, and that things actually happen and contracts get signed, I'm not gonna like invest something, especially not money, but I'm not gonna invest. I hope you understand that. I don't know if that's your, I don't know if that's your, I don't know if that's your intention. I don't know if that's your intention or not. No, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to put it into words that I want you to understand. I'm not saying that you're a piece of shit or anything. What I'm saying is that that I don't live on promises and prayers. Okay? Life doesn't work that way. And I'm not just saying like show me the money either. Like what I'm saying is like I understand and I appreciate your support and I feel it, but that only goes so far. I hope you understand. Like that's what keeps me going. But that doesn't like promises and prayers don't pay the rent. You know what I mean?
Shit, and I was just like, damn, like, dude, you ever thought about getting clean? And he was like, it's too late for me, bro. But you know what he said to me? He said, you still have hope, man.
So I'm not going to hope on, I'm not going to, I understand like there's always the chance that someone will help me, but I'm not going to live my life expecting people to help me. I'm going to do what I can to improve my own life. And so there might be people like you who are part of a big organization who help people or whatever, but I'm not going to expect help from you. I don't even know you. I don't know if you're going to help me. I can't, that's like trying to win the lottery. Do you understand? Like I try to live in reality and I don't know what your intentions are. It seems like you really like care and that you want to help people, but honestly I don't know what you want from me. Like I don't know what you want me to do. And I don't know what you're trying to get me to do. So I'm sus, like everybody who comes into my chat, I'm sus. Everybody I meet in my life is sus until proven otherwise. I don't know what people's intentions are. I've been duped in the past by so many people, whether it's financially, whether it's emotionally, or whether it's physically. And I've had so many people in my life lead me on, telling me everything's going to work out or whatever, and then everything just flops. And then I didn't, and then it's like, I'm, obviously there's always, I'm always going to keep it in mind that there's always like, benefactors out there that can help you and reach out to you. And you are outreaching to me. So I appreciate that and I feel that. But you have to remember, you're just a random person in my chat. And I don't know if you're even connected to that. You could be somebody pretending to be that. Do you understand? Like, I'm not accusing you of that, but I'm saying like, I think in reality, I think in terms of like a chess player. Okay. Like, I'm not going to take any chances. Life isn't like, doing slots. If you do slots, there's a huge chance you will lose. And you will lose. It's just like you're not going to win. I'm not going to try to just win the lottery. I'm going to do what I can to improve my life. And so like if people come along and they actually become a part of that, like you're saying, like, you've been there since day one and you want to help me and you believe in me. I'm not going to call you a liar, but what I'm saying is like, well, what do you want me to do about it? I'm not going to just sit here and wait for someone to show up and help my life. I'm going to do what I can to improve my life.
And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, you're young and you still got hope, dude. And I was just like, shit, I don't know, bro.
But yeah, I mean, I hope you don't take all that the wrong way, Cardano. Like, I really hope you don't take that the wrong way. I can be like really harsh sometimes because I'm really straightforward and I say it how it is. I don't like beating around the bush. I don't like I don't like leading people on. I like to get straight to the point. Like I mean, I really appreciate your support, and if you are who you say you are, then I believe in what you do, and I'm glad that you believe in me. But honestly, like I'm not gonna assume that you're gonna help me. Like I'm not gonna assume that you're gonna like make me successful. You know, like I'm gonna do my best to in my reality, in my direct environment, I'm gonna do my best to get myself to where I need to be, and I am doing my best, and I have a whole team of people, and we're doing whatever we can. And obviously I'm open to other things and to suggestions, but in the end of the day, like I can't live on promises and prayers. Like I have to and it's not just about money. It's actually mostly about like emotional investment. I can't rely on other people to like, you know, unless it's like a contract. Like you're just a random viewer. There's no reason for you to help me. You say you might help me, but and that you support me and whatever, but like I have no reason, you know, I have no idea who you are. You and also like I said, you could be I think like a chess player. I think about all the possibilities. You could literally be someone pretending to be that and you're trying to lead me on because I do have trolls on like kiwi farms. So you could be one of them. I don't know. I just don't know. So I hope that I hope not. I hope that you are who you say you are and that you're a well-meaning person who really cares about people. But I don't know that. And so I'm not going to live my life hoping. I'm going to do what I can to change the odds.
I don't know.
For example, like what he was talking about, you know, he's talking to a homeless person and like I had conversations like that to kind of go into like what you're saying about like, you know, about what I was talking with you, Cardano, is that there was one time I was in like the homeless shelter and there's this guy who was like leading me on trying to say like, oh, you know, he runs like a car business and he could get me a job. And then he just wanted to, he was like an older guy. I think he had like some mental health issues. He's not even homeless, I don't think. I think he was just staying in the homeless shelter because he like wanted to like talk to people, and I think he was also trying to like manipulate people to like have sex with them. I don't know. Like he wanted to just take all my time. Like he was like, oh, you know, I can get you a job, and it's like, but let's go get lunch. I'll buy lunch, and it's like I'm spending the whole day with him, and there was no results. You're spending the whole day with somebody and they just keep leading you on and they're trying to take advantage of you. And my time is worth more than that. That was a huge lesson I learned that day. I was like, people are going to try to take advantage of you. You have to be a step ahead of them. And, you know, when I was homeless, there was a lot of people like that. People who want to hijack your time or hijack your money even. They'll say like, oh, if you invest in us, we can return your investment tenfold or whatever, or like 100-fold. Like, okay, that's a promise. Like, that's not something that is actually tangible. And so it's like I'm not gonna fall for that ever. Okay, like I need things like very clearly laid out in a legal contract. Otherwise, I'm not gonna expect anything from it. I'm just like, people are gonna donate, they're gonna donate. If people are gonna like reach out to me and then go from there, that's one thing. But I'm not gonna like let people lead me on ever. I'm never gonna let anybody take advantage of me. I've been there, I've done that. It's not gonna happen.
Bro, you manifested me going to uni and now I'm here to thank you for that. Yeah, man, like, dude, I feel like that shit does work. I feel like it definitely, like, a mindset is like everything, you know? Like, if you really believe in whatever you're trying to do, then you're gonna be way more closer to getting there, you know? But, like, right now, I don't have any goals. Like, I have no goals. I have no goals.
I don't believe that. You have tons of goals. Like, you literally had set out the goal of, like, going to S-Fans and, like, working out. That's a goal. You set the goal of becoming a better person. You set the goal of not being the person that that's like a piece that you define as a piece of trash. You set all these goals for yourself. Those are goals. They're not the goals that you're thinking of, I think, that like of like, oh, I want to be like a music producer, or like, those are like these lofty ideas that you don't even have tangible like understanding of. But you have these goals of being that thing. You have a goal of being like a musician, like you are a musician and you've done musical work. You've produced music. You have tons of goals. But how you achieve those goals, is imperfect, because we're all imperfect.
And I've just like put myself in a fat rut, dude. Like I just fucked up, chat. I don't know.
It happens.
Like yeah. I don't know. It's cool. I have a lot of good friends, and I'm very thankful for that. Like, I swear on my life that I'm going to be a good roommate with SFand for the time that I'm there, and I'm going to be productive, and I'm going to work out, and I'm going to stream, and I'm going to just do everything that I should do. You know what I mean? And that's it. And what's also dope is Grayson's going to be right there too.
Nice.
And I love Grayson. Grayson's like one of my best friends. I really, really, really love Grayson. And yeah. I don't know. I don't even know why I went live today to just vent, but I really felt like I just needed to talk to somebody because I'm just like super, super down.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you can do is just get yourself out of bed, get yourself across to where you need to be to start your stream, and then click start streaming. Sometimes that's all you can do. And it's like it's something, and you didn't fail. In fact, you did the opposite of failing. You succeeded by doing something instead of nothing.
Yeah. Mitch is okay. Don't worry too much. It'll be better. Yeah, like we'll be good, chat. We'll be good. I wonder if you guys have the same like feelings as me, where you're like you'll be okay for a sec, and then you just like spiral into oblivion for a while, and then you crawl out again.
Yeah, for sure. Like all the time.
And then you spiral into oblivion again, and then you crawl out again. That's literally the story of my life. How come you and Ro broke up? I mean, I shouldn't have talked about that publicly at all. We're taking a break because I'm so fucking depressed that I can't do anything. And I was just a horrible boyfriend because all I did was sit in my fucking room and just ignore her. And I didn't want to socialize with anyone.
Yeah, and relationships are complicated, so I'm not really going to speak on that specifically, but basically the idea is like is that there's gonna be people in there who understand, and there's gonna be people who don't understand. And hopefully your girlfriend is somebody who understands that you need to take a break. That's how life is. This whole idea of like, the whole idea of marriage is kind of broken. It doesn't really match reality, because the way people are is we're just people, and sometimes we're around other people and sometimes we're not. Sometimes we need to just do our own thing, and that's perfectly reasonable. So it's like, hopefully she understands, and hopefully hopefully you understand that sometimes you gotta like do your own thing, and sometimes like that means that you might have to you're not abandoning people, but sometimes you do need to like lay it down and say what it is, and be like, hey, like I need to take a break. I can't really focus on us right now, and that's fine, and it's a tough pill to swallow. But you have to swallow it, because trying to like beat around the bush, trying to like make things work, it's not going to work out the way you think it is. It just won't.
Everyone has some bad times. Yeah, true. It's all good, boys. Look, man. Mitchie J is gonna get it together one more time, chat. We're gonna fucking... Dude, I'm gonna do it for like 2 months. And then I'm gonna fall right back in the hole.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
One of these days, I'm not gonna make it out of the hole. But we'll keep fighting till that day.
I don't think so, dude. And I feel like you're on your way out of this, but I feel like right now you're in this mindset that you're gonna keep failing. And I go into that mindset all the time. But you get a little bit better each time, and the lows get a little bit better. And it doesn't mean that they're gonna stop happening. It doesn't mean that you might not go lower again. But what happens is that you kind of start like manifesting your intention, and you're on your way out of this. So right now it's like you're not gonna be perfect, but right now you're manifesting things before they even happen. You're talking about the past you. But you're trying to get over that. You're trying to become a new person. You're trying to get out of there. You're trying to say, I am going to do the best I can to become a better person. I'm going to, I'm not going to be perfect. I'm going to fail a lot, but that's okay. And just because I'm in the hole again doesn't mean that I've failed. Doesn't mean that I'm losing.
I mean, this is honestly how I feel now. Like, I'm not just saying, I don't know, I'm not trying to, like, I'm not fucking gonna do anything stupid. I'm just saying, like, my mind doesn't let me be a human. It just tells me terrible things. I don't know. I appreciate that you guys care. It means a lot to me that you guys care. Because, like, a lot of the time, I just don't even care.
Yeah, sometimes, like, I mean, there's that, like, story people talk about, it's a Jesus thing, but, it's like, if you think about it, like, there's the idea behind it. Not really so much the literal religion. But, the idea behind is, like, sometimes you're not strong enough to walk. But there's people who will carry you. And sometimes those people can really help you out of it. Sometimes it's just enough so that you can get strong enough so that you can carry yourself out of it. But if, there's somebody who will carry you when you can't walk. And right now, like, sometimes that's what you need. And then you'll get yourself out of it. And there's going to be more people who can carry you. You're not on your own.
So it's, like, nice that you guys care. And, I wish I could care about you guys the same way, too. But I can't.
I mean, well, that's understandable. I mean, literally, there's strangers on the internet with just names, that you see on a screen. But, obviously, it's not healthy, and it's not your responsibility, and you literally can't. So that's a totally healthy way and realistic way of seeing the situation. And I'm pretty sure the reasonable viewers understand that.
I don't feel like it's fair.
Proud supporter of the Arcane Dream.
What is that?
No, it's perfectly fair. It's just the reality of the situation, and it should be accepted by both sides. It is what it is. It doesn't mean it's like, it doesn't mean it's, that just is what it is,
Do you feel responsible to be like some business guy with what's considered a real job? Because if you feel like you're useless, you're not. You make so many people happy just by going live. Life is fucked up, and being an entertainer is noble as fuck.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. I mean, this is the easiest job that there is, Like,
I don't think so. Not the easiest job there is. It's the easiest physical job. Like, literally, you just go live and do whatever. And, like, literally, he's just going live and just talking about his life. And, like, and like literally all these people show up and support him and do like TTS, donations and shit. So it's like literally like it's easy physically. I mean, it might not be, like maybe it does take a toll on you physically if you don't take care of your physical health. If all you do is like go live on a computer, you don't like, you can use a standing desk, but even that, it's like you kind of have to take care of your physical health. But emotionally, like being an entertainer, you put all this like whether you're a musician, whether you're an actor, whether you're like a streamer or a YouTuber, like there's this pressure that you have to perform that doesn't really, I mean, there are like parallels in like other places in life. You'll hear people talk about like people who are like big like business people or whatever. They also have this performance that they want to put on. They have to get a nice car because they have to represent their company. There's all this pressure that goes with it. So that, like the more money you make, the more pressure you get. And I think it's more of like an internal battle that you need to take, and also some personal life decisions that maybe you might want to make a little less money, but if it'll improve your life and your mental health, then it's way worth it. But feel like being an entertainer is probably the most difficult job on the planet, because you're always wondering, you're basically always out of a job. Like you don't know, if there's no guarantee that people are going to enjoy what you make as an artist. And it's not even about money. What I'm saying is that when you create something, you have no idea how well it'll be received by people. You have no control over that. You can kind of have some control. You can improve your quality. You can try to like listen to what people say. But in the end of the day, like creative success is only going to be defined by your own definition of what success is. So it's like, if you want to create music, you want to create your sound, you want to create your performance, you want to create your stream, you want to create your YouTube. Like these are things that you have to do as an artist, because you cannot rely on whether or not people will receive your art in a positive way. And you should, as an entertainer, as a creator, as an artist, there's a reason why you do it, and it's like the reason you do it is outside of like financial gains. And you know this if you're an artist, if you're like, you deep down you know that you just want to create things because that's what you want. And unfortunately, like, in this world, we need food to survive. We need shelter. You need to pay rent, all that kind of stuff. So it's like there's some very realistic things, but that's a separate part from the art. That's like monetizing what you do. And I feel like, that mental distinction is really important to have.
Like, I'm very lucky to be in the position I'm in, but it's hard for me to capitalize on the opportunities that I have based on like my mental health, which I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a big first step of like, naming it, talking about it, exploring it, but you don't have to go alone, and you shouldn't. There's licensed therapists who are protected by HIPAA, people who won't like attack you on Twitter, people who won't attack you on Reddit, people who won't like do all this stuff that like people online might do. Where you can say whatever you want without repercussions, as long as you're not harming yourself or others or committing a crime of some sort. I mean, there's HIPAA regulations that like therapists, and they're there to help you, and they can actually get you resources that will get you into a place where you need to be, and any like adjustments to your medications. And it's a continual process. It's not a one and done. Like you don't just go to therapy for a few days and then you're done. Like it's a continual process, and you want that support. You're going to need that support. I've been going to therapy every week for 3 years, or like 2 years and 9 months. Well, yeah, basically, yeah, I've been for 3 years. Yeah, it's because my current therapist, like 2 years, 9 months, but I've been going to therapy for 3 years. Okay, it takes a lot of work, and you need it. If you really want, you have to look for those resources that you need to get yourself out of these mental ruts, because otherwise you get stuck in them.
I wish I understood it,
Yeah, nobody fully understands it. Like nobody does. But there's people out there who have some experience and who are licensed to help you get out of it. and they're protected, and you're protected by HIPAA regulations. And they have resources available to you, and they can help build tools in you that you don't know that you have already.
Answers are you? What do you mean? Yo.
Hey, Mitch.
Yo, what up,
Dude,
man?
I just turned my stream off. I was watching your stream. I just want to chat, man. I feel like you're not in the best mental spot. I just want to make sure everything's all good, and if you need anything, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I want you to know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you, bro. I don't know. I'm just lost, man. I'm just
You need to come out for a bit, or like we were kind of working on getting a guest room together. Do you need anything, or is there anything I can do?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't know, and people are trying to help, but sometimes you just don't know what you need, and you might not want to like impose on people. You might feel like oh, these people are trying to help, but I don't want to let them down. It's like, no, like people are there to help you, and like you just got to learn how to like let go and like accept help. And you don't know all the answers, and you don't know what you need, but you can at least get started. Do something to get you out of that.
I think I'm looking forward to the new WoW expansions that are coming out, but until then I'm kind of just in like limbo,
Yeah, I mean, we have Wrath in a couple of weeks, and then Dragonflight, which will be like insane. But
yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that, but I feel like streaming and WoW and all of it's kind of just like a distraction for me. It doesn't really like fix how I feel inside,
Yeah, it's a tool. It's there for when you need it. And it's also a part of your career, so it's like it's a huge thing. But it's there for when you need it, and it's not always going to be the thing that you need. Sometimes you need other things, and just talking to a friend, another streamer, or at least talking to someone else and somebody who's going to be there for you. Sometimes you're not going to be like willing to accept the help all the time, and sometimes just like, I don't know. It's like it's perfectly valid. Like you are where you're at. And like, I think a reasonable person will understand that, like, there's people out there that they offer help, and then you say like, hey, no, I don't want, I'm not ready for that. There's people out there that'll be like, oh, what do you mean? I'm trying to help you. And it's like, dude, that's the wrong way to go about it. Reasonable people would be like, oh, that's fine, man. Like, I'm here for you. Like they're there for you when you're ready. Just like streaming. Like streaming is there for you when you need it. And there's friends who are there for you when you need it. There's people there who can help you when you need it. And it's just up to you, like, when you're ready to do it. And hopefully you can be willing to take that chance to say, you know what? I don't know if this is going to help, but I'm going to try it.
Like I've been this way for a long time. I just kind of hide it well,
yeah.
Yeah. Like especially on stream, like I don't normally like show this shit. I'm normally just like trying to be positive and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think for me, like, getting in those basic things is like a huge thing. Like depression and shit like runs a lot in my family, and like I know like my dad, for example, if doesn't get a workout in, it's just like real shit real fast. And I don't know, I know you are probably tired of hearing that, but I know it's just like such a game changer, man, with everything.
Yeah, no, I mean that's like what I plan on doing. I'm like SFan just built like a home gym, and I'm gonna start.
Dude, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm gonna start using it with like Wake's gonna like train me and help me like learn because I don't know the
Nice. Yeah, you got the resources, man. Like use them. You want to use everything in your tool belt because life, it's a one shot. You got one shot at life. You got to use everything available to you, and don't apologize. Don't ever apologize or feel like you don't deserve it because you have these resources. They're there for you to use so that you can do your best to create the version of yourself that'll be the best version for everything. Like there's people around you who care about you. They want you to succeed. They want you to do well. They're giving you these resources so that you can improve your life and so that you can become the best version of yourself that and contribute to society in the most positive way that you can. And it's not what you like. You have all these like ideas of what you think that you should be doing instead of just being, and that you are enough. You are enough already. You don't need to do anything. But what you truly want out of life, like, it's a work in progress and you're always changing. That's kind of how life works.
first thing about like doing anything. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm down to try. I'm down to try all this. Like I'm trying all this shit. Like, bro, I talked to my fucking doctor. They prescribe me these fucking pills and shit. Like I don't know what the fuck. Like I'm trying shit. I never tried this shit before, but I'm just.
Yeah, and it's a process. It starts with the medication. And then it's like you kind of get yourself into a place where you're ready to like improve things and work through things. And it's a process. The medication themselves, like it might work like in the short term, but eventually the problem comes back. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the medication. I'm on like Lamictal, like lamotrigine. And it's like a long-term medication to help like mood stabilization. But it's like that alone doesn't help you. It's everything around you. It's not just therapy even. Therapy is just a part of your toolkit. It's a large part of it. But it's not just about therapy. It's either. Like it's not just about medication. It's a whole combination of things where you have to be in the right mindset in order to go to therapy. You can't go to therapy if you're forced to go. Or if you're like, oh, I don't really know if this is going to work. I don't care. Well, at least you tried. But at the same time, like, if you're not willing to do the hard work, it's not going to pay off. You get in you get out of it what you put into it. You have to grind it. You can't just AFK. Speaking of which, I gotta go poop.
just like whatever, like I'm so down, I don't care, you know, like, and it's just like,
I think a big one for me is like starting in moderation. Like it doesn't need to be 7 days a week at the gym and like only chicken and broccoli and rice, and like you don't have to go ham.
Yeah, for sure. It starts with like one little teeny tiny thing, and then it takes like 90 days to build something into a long-term habit. And it's not just, it's steady improvement over time. You just do one thing. Like write like a few sentences, or even like a single sentence a day, like in your journal, about like what progress you've made, and then like what you want to achieve. Like do one little teeny tiny thing per day, and like do one little teeny tiny improvement every day. And it takes like 90 days, and I'm still working on that. Like for my writing, I might go really hard on my writing, and then like I almost finished an essay, and I still haven't finished that essay, but I'm trying to be kind to myself and see like, hey, just write like for like 1 minute a day, and then 2 minutes a day, and then 3 minutes, then 4, and then 5. And before you know it, like you get to like 20 minutes a day, like an hour a day. Like you might be writing like a ton of stuff, or whatever that is, whether it's writing or whatever. Like it just kind of has a snowball effect. It starts out slow, and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Just like starting with like, all right, I'm just gonna like go on a 10-minute walk today and get some sun on the skin, and like drink some water, and you know, try to just do the basics and just get those down. And like,
yeah, and so like he started by, you got to rev yourself up, and so he was just sitting in the darkness, and that's valid. And then he clicked start stream, that's valid. And then he's talking to someone, he's talking to a friend, supposedly. I think it's another streamer, probably a friend. I mean, he sounds like a friend. Literally, this is what a friend would do. A friend would call up somebody who's in need and like offer help, and like, or someone to talk to at least. That's what a friend would do. You know, and then like maybe you upgrade that to going outside and going for a walk, like, you know, but you don't have to. Just like you didn't have to click start streaming, but you did it. And so every single step that you take is a fucking awesome step. Okay?
just could be a workout like 2 times a week, 3 times a week, or even once a week, and just kind of like getting rolling with consistency and some type of routine. And it doesn't have to be like this crazy thing like, oh, I'm gonna try this like extreme thing, because I don't know, I think a lot of people make it out to be this like everything or nothing kind of a thing, when it can just be real simple, real basic. I just start with real simple, tangible things that aren't like super big or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, all I really want right now is just like a friend to like do something with. Like, I've been sitting here in this room for like a month and a half, like, and I've like gambled away like 40.
Oh shit, it's good. He's on Mizkif. So he's doing stuff right now. Like he's like with Mizkif. He's like going like S-Fan. Like he's doing stuff, you know?
Laundry room.
I think that you should have a place for your shoes, because I noticed that they're like
$40,000. Like, I've just been spiraling into like the worst parts of like myself, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think like, I mean, I think when you get like that, it's really like you don't want to talk to anyone, right? You don't want to like do anything or go anywhere. But I think that's what it's like a spiral, downward spiral, right? Because it makes it worse. Because I swear, like anyone that didn't leave the room for a month, didn't talk to anyone for a month, didn't see someone, like didn't do anything with me, feeling just like you do, like for sure, it's not.
Love you, bro. Love
Sorry,
you, Zahir.
hold on, let me
MVP.
Dude, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead again. I turned that off.
I was just saying, like, I know when you get into like a mindset like that, you don't want to talk to anyone. Like, obviously, I've tried to like reach out and stuff, and it's like you don't want to talk to anyone. It's just like, fuck this, whatever. But Man, I swear, dude, just like talk.
Yeah, it's really good. He's focusing on what matters. Like, I mean, not like that like text to speech and like, your viewers don't matter, but I hope that like true viewers understand that like real tangible results, like real tangible, like the people in your life, your actual lived reality is always going to be more important than like a text to speech donation, even though it's not that it's like a terrible thing or that it's like bad or that it's stupid. It's just that like I hope people would understand that like he's muting them, but it's not because he doesn't care, it's because there's something going on that's more important, which is talking to someone in his life,
Like reaching out to someone and having a conversation, or like going outside, like trying to break the fucking cycle. Just like the smallest little thing can make such a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I went outside today. I went for a walk. I saw the sun. I'm trying my best to like get out of this shit, but it's like, bro, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't see the light right now, but I'm like trying to find it, and like I'm trying my best to like figure out where I need to go to like make it so I don't feel this way, And it helps. Right. It helps to have friends. Like, it really does. Like, I've been so like I've just been isolating myself and throwing everyone away and just like ignoring it. I've not answered like any text messages for like the last like 2 months, bro. Like, I'm just like sitting in here just like fuck.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need some time just to think for yourself, Sometimes that's what you need, and it's whether it's good or bad, whether it was healthiest, whether you could have done something better. It is what it is, and that's where you were, and that's where you needed to be. And it, obviously maybe you could have done it differently, but you can't go back in time and change it. That's just how that's the best thing you thought that you could have done, is just like, hey, I can't handle this. I just need some time alone. And it's good to accept that everything that you do is a choice. And that if you choose to stay in your room and not answer messages, that's a choice you made. And you like understand that it's a powerful choice that you made, that like you have power in your life, and you could see it as a negative thing, but you could also see it as a positive thing, that you actually took you have this power not just to do terrible things, not just to do toxic things, not just to do neutral things, not just to do like you have the power to do good things, to do great things. It's a double-edged sword, because it's a neutral power that we have. It could either, how you use it matters. But it's like this neutral power that you have direct, like, executive decision making. Unless you have like, some disorders. Like, I have executive dysfunction from autism, but I do my best to overcome that.
Fucking isolating myself,
Yeah, and I think that like probably might feel like decent right away, or like makes it feel like you're escaping right away, but then it makes things even harder and harder and harder and harder, right? Like, as time goes on.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. Like 100%. I don't know. I'm just stupid, man. Like, I'm actually just like stupid. It's like,
well, we're all stupid.
Yeah, it's that negative self-talk that like it's really hard to get out of. I do it too. It's really hard to get out of, but it's like it starts with like little teeny tiny steps. Like, saying those things is like making it come true. Like, you kinda, but like, it's not that you're failing. Like, if you do it, like it's just you do it less, or you try not to do it.
In our own ways, man. We're all human beings that are flawed and stupid in our own ways. So
yeah,
don't get too down on like just whatever. We all do dumb stuff, but
yeah. I mean, it's all good. I just want to feel like I have a purpose, like I want to feel like that. And it's like, bro, my purpose used to just be like World of Warcraft and just like being good at the game. And now it's like my purpose became streaming for a while, and then now I just feel so lost. Like, I have no goals with my stream. I you know what I mean? I have no, like, there's nothing like.
Yeah, I mean, that's just where it is. That's fine. You don't have to have goals for your stream. Your stream is literally a reflection of your life. And if streaming is your career and it's what you really want to do, that at that time, that's what your stream can be. But your stream's also there when you don't want to use it. You just keep it, like, you don't have to go live. But if you can also go live to use it for different purposes, to like make, just talk about stuff like what you're doing right now. Like there's all sorts of reasons why you can hit go live, and it's fine, you know. You got to get yourself to a place where you can, if you choose to, use it as a career, you know. But you might want to focus on something else. And the cool thing about streaming is that it's always there, no matter what you're doing. You know, if you wanted to go climb mountains, you could stream, or you could choose to stream some of it. You don't have to, but you know, like you can literally like go climb some mountains, and then like you can like you know, come back to your stream to talk about it, or even stream it like while you're doing it, like that, like, you know, or like, you know, come, you know, at certain points you like kind of like do little updates, like that's fine, like do for YouTube and stuff like that. You could just do YouTube, and you don't have to always have the camera on. You don't have to always have the microphone on. In fact, you shouldn't. There's going to be times where you want to focus on just what you're doing, and that's fine. And you know, the great thing about like, you know, YouTube and streaming and all that is that when you're ready, you can do it. But you're not always going to be ready, and that's fine. And I'm positive you can pick yourself up, man. You're making such a freaking huge effort.
To look forward to. It's not like I'm like, oh, I want to do this or whatever. I just go live when I feel like I'm like somewhat happy and like enjoying the game. And other than that, I just don't stream. You know what I mean? Yeah, which is like sad, because it's like I can't stay consistent with any of this shit, and it just sucks because like everyone just thinks I don't care, or I use them for money or whatever, you know. Like viewers like troll me, and they're like, and I just feel guilt. I feel like guilt where I'm like, oh fuck, like it does kind of like it. I don't know. I just feel guilty that I'm like I can't be consistent with anything, and it's like no matter how hard I try, it's like really it's difficult for me.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, because I think we might have talked about this before, but I'm like the exact opposite as you, right? Like I'm going on like my honeymoon in a few weeks, which means taking 2 weeks off of streaming, and I've been streaming like 10 years, and I've never taken 2 weeks off, and I'm freaking out that like I'm gonna miss out on something, and I'm like, it's really hard for me to take time away. Like it's one of my personal things that I'm trying to work with, is like trying to just do something out of the box or do something new is what I like really struggle with, to the point where it's like I need to like go get a haircut or something, and I'm like, fuck, but I can't miss a day of streaming, you know?
Yeah.
And it's so funny hearing like you're like the exact opposite of like it's hard to stay consistent with anything. I guess my point in saying that is like, dude, we're all humans, and we're all gonna have our things that are just like so hard for us for like no reason. Like logically, I know it's totally fine to go away for 2 weeks on a honeymoon when I've been streaming consistently for so long. Like it's almost stupid, like laughable, but in my brain it's so fucking hard. Like it's so hard, right? And that's probably how you feel with like, you like know it's like, dude, this is so dumb, like whatever. But I don't know, I think giving yourself some grace of like, you know, there's things that all of us are gonna struggle with, and
yeah,
like
100%. I've just been struggling for a long time, and it's like it starts to just feel like it just starts to like beat you. Like it's like it almost feels like a bunch of like fire ants that just eventually, like, you know, it's like you can take one ant bite, you can take 10, you can take 100, but you can't take like 1,000,000, right? And it's like that's just how it feels. It feels like it's like as time goes on, another ant is added to the pile of shit, you know?
Right. Well, I mean, I think too, like, I mean, you know this, is like, you don't owe anyone, like, you don't have to stream. You don't owe anyone a stream, but you feel guilty. I think.
Yeah, I do feel very guilty. I feel like my viewers, like, really support me, and I just constantly leave, you know? And then it just, like, it just makes me feel guilty as fuck. Like, I sit here with, like, and I honestly feel like that's all I'm good for, too. It's, like, it's weird. Like, I don't feel like I'm really good for anything else. Like, I've tried other things, and I don't feel like I'm good at anything else, you know? And it's, like, it just...
It's so easy to go through that. Like, you're not giving yourself enough credit. You need to remember that you have a lot of skills that you don't know are skills. That when you do something, it's not in a vacuum. that when you click go live and you do all this stuff in World of Warcraft, you interact with the chat, there's all sorts of things going on that you don't necessarily 100% understand sometimes, are actually part of something greater that you can apply to other areas of your life.
It's just rough. I don't know.
Do
Yeah.
you feel like you're letting yourself down, like when you're not streaming, or is it mainly that you're letting other people down, or is it like a combination of both, or?
Yeah, it's a combination of both. I feel like I'm letting myself down because I'm not being productive or whatever, you know? And then that like snowballs in on itself, and then I start to just like exclude myself from like everything, and then I start to like, then people get upset with me. They're like, "Yo, like what's wrong with Mitch? Why, you know, like the people close to me are like, why is he not, you know, doing anything, or why doesn't he hang out or whatever?" And
I don't think they're upset. I think it's just like they're like, usually like people will do that. It's because they don't know the whole picture. They just kind of say like, whoa, it's kind of like, you have to understand that like we kind of see ourselves, like we see 100% of what's going on, and I have this problem where it's like I forget that like some people only see like most people actually, and most people will never know you your entire life. You will never meet. They will never know anything about you, and most people will only see like little teeny tiny like snippets of your life, and so you have to kind of keep that in mind, because it's like, hey, like it's a really good thing that not everybody is like always on the same page as you, because if they were, they'd be right where you are. And so it's like you got to get outside of yourself, and kind of remember that like the way you're presenting yourself may not be indicate what you're feeling. And they just, all they see is like the external. They don't see what's going on, the thoughts that you're having, the feelings that you have. Like they don't have those. All they see is like your actions, and then most people won't really take the time to like dive deeper, and the people who care will understand, and like when you're ready to talk about it, they'll be there to listen.
and then I just look like a dick, you know, but I'm not a dick, I'm just struggling, you know what I mean?
I think there's this issue, and I have this, it's like where he's ascribing problems, and he's giving them names that aren't accurate to reality. Like he's guessing what people are thinking. I do this too. Like he's guessing how people feel. He's guessing how people react to him. Like like you're ascribing all these things that aren't based on reality. They're based on your thoughts.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like the people closest to you like know that too. I don't think any of us like take it personally or anything like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think people that understand understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one guarantee in life is that there's like change is constant always. So when things are really shitty, things are gonna get better, and when things are really good, like shit's gonna happen. And I just feel like there's been points in my life like 5 years ago or whatever too, where it's just like fuck,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh, thank you, Cardano.
things get better. It's just like you have to get through them. But I know what you're saying too with like this. It's just I think what you're trying to say, or like what I'm hearing is like it's been like this for a long time, right? Like your whole life. Like it's hard to like stay constant or like consistent in something, right? Am I hearing that right?
Yeah, but now I like beat myself up for it. Like when I was younger,
Right.
I wouldn't beat
It's okay.
Yeah, I'd just be like whatever, But now as I get older, I'm just starting to beat myself up for it and be like, wow, like I'm a fuck up.
Well, no, that's actually the opposite of being a fuck up. Because if you truly were a fuck up, you wouldn't be going through this process. The reason why you're feeling these thoughts of like, hey, I'm failing, I'm letting people down, that's because you're being really critical of your actions, and you're thinking about how your actions affect the world. It means that you're doing exactly what you need to be doing to not be those things. It's kind of a weird situation, because it's like there's people out there that like they have no idea that they're like being toxic as shit. They think they're these awesome people. They get confused when people around them are upset. People call them out on their shit, and they're like, "What are you doing? I'm not doing anything wrong. What the fuck you talking about?" There's people like that all over the world. They don't listen to the reality around them. They don't they aren't critical over their behavior. They just think that like, oh, well, I was talking calmly. Why is this person shouting at me? Well, it's probably because you just like, you did something that really like fucked over their entire life or something, and you like hurt somebody and you didn't intend to, but you still did. And I feel like it's important that like you have to understand like that your actions don't exist in a vacuum, that your actions and your words, they affect people around you. And there's some people that just won't get it, and you can't really control that. But, you know, it's like you can kind of control who you let in your life. And sometimes it's kind of beyond your control. You have to work with certain people, something that I have a really hard time doing. You know, it's why I'm on SSI in the first place. Because I literally can't put up with people's bullshit. I can't put up with a manager or, you know, with an employer who says, hey, I want you to, you know, stand here and make burgers for like $10 an hour, you know, like in shitty conditions, you know, and then have you do a bunch of stuff that you're not getting paid extra for, that you're doing more work than other people, but you're getting paid the same. I can't do that. I blew up. Like I got like fired. Like cause I couldn't show up anymore. Or I got fired from other jobs that were like that, other fast food jobs, because like I got so frustrated, I like punched a box, like I ruined like sour cream, because I got so angry, I just like took it out on like a product. Hey, what's up, Just a Doozy? We're just we're talking about mental health. Mitch Jones kind of going through some stuff right now, and it's something I can really relate to, like a bit like 3 years ago, before I started therapy, and it's just kind of bringing back a lot of stuff, and I'm trying to like provide some value. Hopefully I can provide some stuff. I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, I actually feel like a fuck up. Like,
There's
no
like
lie.
there's like a spider or something, or an ant on my camera. Like, what the hell?
Like, I literally feel like I fuck off every good thing that I have, and it's just like, why do I do that? You know?
I think some of it might stem with making too big of promises, you know? Like, I think when you come back to streaming, sometimes it's like, you know, I'm gonna be consistent, I'm gonna stream like, you know, 5 days a week or whatever, and you know, or when it came to like gym, it's like I'm gonna try to go like 6 days a week. Like, what if it was more just like, you know, I'm gonna stream when I can, and you know, you stream like here and there, and you don't make the promise to yourself or to other people that it's gonna be anything crazy, and you kind of just start with something small, you know, and do that for a while. And there's because if there's no big promise, then you can't like mess anything up, right? Like, because it's just, you know, I'm gonna stream when I can, and that's it. And it's never this thing of like you're fucking up or you're doing this or that, or like you're doing the best you can, and you kind of start from there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm getting, I'm gonna like move my shit to S-Fans in like a week or two, and then I'm just gonna hang out with Grayson and start working out and streaming WoW and stuff, and like just try. I think like a big part of the issue right now is that I'm just going through like, you know, obviously like personal issues with my relationships, and I'm just like isolating myself in this dark ass room, and I feel like that's like making me feel so bad. And
oh dude, 100%. That'll magnify, dude, even like the most like sane whatever, like that would drive anyone crazy. That's why like they put people in insane asylums. Like, it's gonna fucking drive anyone crazy, like being in a room alone for a month. So I think you'll start feeling like really good just being around some people. And
I mean, they don't.
yeah, no,
they don't
I
call them insane.
I think so too. I'm just like
that's why That's why they put people in psych wards, because then you're at least around other people, and hopefully they're helpful. Hopefully they're not like punishing you and shit like that. But the state of healthcare is a completely different issue. But some places it's good, some places it's bad. But you know, it's like it's dependent pretty much on geographic location, unfortunately. Like that's why they, you know, that's why they why you watch Trainwreck? I don't really watch them. I haven't followed. I don't generally watch him, but I don't know. I followed him from a while ago. I don't see any reason not to. He does like donate to like Rise Above the Disorder, which is a very big deal, and people will give him shit for doing the gambling sponsorships. But it's like he's using that money. He's like donating like a ton of money to like Rise Above the Disorder, which helps people with like get access to therapy and stuff. Yeah, I mean slots is bad, but you know it's like he's taking the stake sponsorship and he's putting the money into like Rise Above the Disorder, which is a really like it's a nonprofit like charity that provides therapy to people who can't afford it. And he talks about mental health all the time, and he also you know he constantly reminds people that like you know you will lose when you gamble, like. And yeah, he's got some kind of problem with gambling, but that you know that's his own business, whatever.
Like until then, I'm like I don't know what to do.
Just to be clear though, I don't really watch streamers. Like I have all these people followed just because I follow them, but I watch like stuff that I see like on clips and like YouTube. There's too much there's not enough time to watch streamers. Like I got a bunch of stuff I got to do in my own life. You know, I know it sounds like a little cold, but I can't watch like streamers. Like I'm watching this right now because I feel like this is a really important topic, and I wanted to see more than just a 30-second clip. I wanted to hear what he had to say, and I want to talk about it and give my insight. But you know, I'll watch some things sometimes, but I'll watch it more like it's a YouTube video. I usually won't watch streams. I might hop into people's streams and just say hi, you know, just like say yo. You know, and just kind of hang out a little bit, but not very much. Like, honestly, if you want to do something with your life, you can't just watch streamers 8 hours a day. Like, you might like watch like maybe 20 minutes or like an hour a day. You know, it's just like gambling. You're gambling your time. So it's like if you're gonna talk about slots being bad, well, so is watching Twitch. But it's what you do with that that's good, you know. And so it's like he uses that money to like put it into Rise Above the Disorder. He doesn't have to, but he does. So I support what he's doing. I don't support the content, but I support the person. And you know, it is what it is. You know, he's taking the slots sponsorship. You can call it whatever it is, but at least he's trying to like he's not trying to like lead people on. He's not trying to con people. Like, I don't know. It's like he's doing what he can to make a bad thing into a better thing, or at least a not so bad thing. Where he's like talking about mental health, like he continually talks about mental health. He also he advocates people not to gamble. He also educates people about like, you know, he's literally by streaming it, he's showing people all the losses. He shows people the losses. He shows the numbers. He's basically giving people the information that most people, you know, at least give them a little bit more of an informed opinion about gambling instead of just going there. Because what happens is most people get in. Gambling is a problem already. Like it's already a problem, and people have addictions and lives are ruined. And so he's just like taking that money and he's, you know, doing it with whatever he wants to do with it. It's his money. He has the right to do it. You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to support it. You don't have to think it's a good thing. You can think it's a bad thing, whatever, but he's going to do it anyway. And he could just take that money and go full demon and just like not even give a shit about people, which would also be his right to do. Which is what people like who own like the gambling companies do, is they're just literally scamming. They're taking people's money. They're ruining lives. But at least he's like donating money into like Rise Above the Disorder, you know, and like educating people about mental health. So, you know, you could say it as like, oh, it's bad. I wouldn't advocate gambling or anything. But like, you know, he wants to do it. And so he's that person. He took on that role as like, hey, like I'm going to do this terrible thing, but at least I'm going to like try to educate people about it. Because, you know, those are the people who are addicted to gambling, who are going to watch him all day. First of all, if you're going to watch a streamer all day, that's already an addiction. That's already a problem. If you're going to watch a streamer for like 8 hours a day or whatever, like that's already an addiction. Like that is the same, if not worse, than slots. Because at least with slots, like he's got a stake sponsorship. Like he's making money. Like at least he's doing something. He's losing money, but he's also making money. Like he's literally getting paid to do it. And he's like, you know, assumably, theoretically responsible with his money. He's got like millions and millions of dollars. Like he has the money to do it. Not, but like he educates people about like, hey, like this, if if you don't have the money to spend, this is not a way to make money. Like you will lose. Like, and if people don't understand it, well, those people are probably lost anyway. They already have a gambling addiction. Nothing you say or do will change that. And I don't know. I just think there's a lot of things that go into it. I don't think there's any problem with someone taking a gambling sponsorship if they're going to use it to like try to educate people. I also don't think that like, I do think that it is a conversation that should be had over whether or not it's allowed on the platform. But as long as it's allowed, why if why like why limit people from being able to take advantage of it? People are literally shilling like pay to win games like Diablo Immortal, or like even like other games like Genshin Impact that like makes like millions and millions and millions of dollars a day on, and like like people are shilling all sorts of pay to win games on, like like, and then people like doing like being taken advantage of with like raid Shadow Legends, like everything on Twitch is a scam. Like that's just life. It's called business. Everything's a scam. Do you really need that like $8 tube of toothpaste when you can get a $3 tube of toothpaste? Like think about it.
With my days, like I actually have no idea what to do every day right now. I just don't know what to do every day. I don't want to play any games.
When are you moving out?
And mostly I just pay attention to streamers because I pay attention to the scene. And I don't care. It's not like whether or not I believe what somebody has to say or whether or not I support what they have to say, whether or not I respect them or not, I still like, I'm in the scene. Like I pay attention to what streamers do. Like, because that's like, I'm in the scene too. Like I'm trying to get, like I'm literally in the scene, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, I pay attention to what's going on. Like it's a part of the job. Like it's literally a part of it. Like you have to pay attention to what's going on. So I pay attention to what's going on. And you could love a streamer, you could hate a streamer, you could have like no strong opinions about a streamer. That's different. That's something different. But I still pay attention to it. It's like the news. Nobody wants to hear the news. Like nobody wants to hear about a mass shooting. These aren't good things. But like, you can see things and be informed about things and understand what's going on because it's just a part of life. It's like you need to know what's going on, especially if you're in that area. Like if you're a streamer, you should probably know what other streamers are doing. You don't have to, but if that's kind of like important to you, then you should do that.
All your stuff.
I think in like, I don't know, he told me he needed a few days to figure it all out, so probably in like a week or two.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm down to play WoW tomorrow or tonight or like something off stream too or whatever. Just like PoE or like any other game, whatever, just to vibe.
Yeah.
So we're like talking to someone. I don't know. I don't want you just like being trapped in your own head because that's easy to do.
Yeah, it is easy to do, man. And then I don't know. Yeah. All right, well, dude, I really appreciate it, man. I mean, if you wanna. I don't know if you wanted to like, yeah, I guess we could hang out. I don't know if I want to play any WoW, but I'm down to chill.
Yeah, for sure. And we did some work on our guest room. It's still like complete, like it was like filled with a bunch of random shit, and we like tried to clear it, like a lot of it out, but we don't have like a bed there. We have like a blow-up mattress, maybe we could get, but yeah, if you need, just let me know.
What are you saying? Like, I can like come chill for a bit?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have like anything. It's just like an empty room. I think I can borrow a blow-up mattress from like my parents. Blow-up mattress from my parents. It's like pretty shit, but could work if you need somewhere to be. For like the next week or two.
The Last Wave Dream.
Yeah, maybe. How hot is it in Arizona? It's like really hot, right?
Yeah, it's fucking hot, dude.
Yeah, it's a fucking desert, bro.
Yeah, it's Arizona summer, so it's pretty hot, but it's all right.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like you just gotta accept help, if that's what, there might be other help, and it's like, sometimes you just wanna like, couch surfing is a thing, If you need to couch surf, you need to. I went through it. I went through couch surfing and being homeless and, living in homeless shelters. My goal in life is to never, 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 ever, ever, ever have to be in the homeless shelter ever again. I will not let my life get to that point. I will do anything possible to avoid homeless shelter. Like, I can't be around 100 people every day. I need privacy. I need to be able to work. And my work is on my computer. And in a homeless shelter, you don't have any privacy. I can't do OnlyFans. Like, I need to do, I can't do that in a homeless shelter. Like, I'll do anything in my power to make sure that I don't have to be homeless again.
How would I guess I could fly there. I mean, how far of a drive is that? Probably like 12 hours.
You're in Austin? Yeah, probably 12-ish. Probably be better to fly.
Yeah. I'd probably have to like fly with my computer, or maybe I could just get off my computer for a week or two.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a computer too. A second. Well, it's not set up or anything, but I'm sure we could get it working.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all right. I'll message you about that and see if like that's a thing I'm.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, it feels kind of bad, like, asking for help and stuff, but honestly, like, you need it. Like, if you need help, ask for help. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep making the same mistakes. Like, you need some help sometimes. You need a helping hand. Sometimes you need to stay with somebody. And it's not even about money. Like, sometimes you just need to be around someone other than just yourself and your own thoughts.
I'm trying to do. I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, regardless, we can just like chill or game or whatever. Like, I just think isolating is probably like just not a good idea in general, because it's just so easy to get trapped in your own head. You start thinking about one thing and then you have no one to bounce the idea against, and like if you were talking to someone might just be like, oh no, it's dumb, whatever, but in your own head it just like becomes this fucking monster of an idea after like a week or a month of not talking to anyone, and it's just like, yeah,
no, that's exactly where I'm at, bro. I'm like, I'm at like, and it's so weird, like just a few months ago I was like starting to feel optimistic, and then I just hit like rock bottom again, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, regardless, yeah, I'm here. I mean, so many people are here, like, for you, and, like, I do think, man, like, hanging out with Esfon and Grayson and hitting workouts and, like, getting back into some type of routine, even if it's nothing crazy, just, like, getting out there is gonna make, like, the world of difference.
Yeah, I think so, too. I'm really looking forward to moving to Esfens, like, and I just want to, like, I just want to be, like, a good friend, have good people around me, work out, stream some World of Warcraft, like, just, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm trying to do. Yeah, that's literally all I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
have you talked to someone about, like, childhood shit before? Like, in depth? Like...
Nah, bro, I've been through, like, the craziest trauma ever, like, and I've never talked to any... I talked to Dr. K about it, actually, one time.
Yeah, but he's not like a therapist. I mean, he's not doing a therapist, talking about it is one thing, but working with, like, a licensed professional and with HIPAA protection in a very private and helpful environment is what you need. And it's not always just about talking about childhood trauma. Like, it's much more than just going back into your past. It's like, where are you now and how did you get there? That's really what it is. And what can you do to get out of it? And the only reason to go even back into your past and stuff is so that you can kind of like have more information about how you got there, so you can know what it is, so that you can then make changes.
I'm on stream, but that's like, I don't know what that is. That's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, just the reason I bring it up is because, dude, we all have traumas. Like, some people have more or less, whatever, from our childhood. And
Yeah.
It sounds like your childhood was, like, pretty crazy, and it seems like just talking about it with someone off stream, like, just talking, and not just once, like...
Yeah, and not even just with friends. In fact, like, friends aren't therapists. You can talk with people, but talking is different than therapy. Therapy isn't just talking on a couch. Like I know that there's this image that, especially in America, like that, like you just sit there and say, "Oh, well, when I was a child," like that's not what therapy is. That might be a starting point, but therapy is a really long-term, interactive process of building tools so that you can live in the moment, not in the past.
I don't know, like sessions. Like
Honestly,
once a week or
it's like a
whatever
lot of
would
things.
be so therapeutic, like really,
Yeah.
really good.
Dude, I just feel like my life was actually going okay for a bit in like like 2016, 2015. Like I felt like I had purpose, it was like I had a good group.
Yeah.
I had a good group of friends around me. I streamed, and it was like I felt like I was doing something that was like good or something. I like felt like I didn't feel so shitty about myself like back then, And now it's just like a constant. I just hate who I am, I guess.
Do you think like back then it was like you were saying like streaming was distracting you from all of your like inner like turmoil, or do you think you were like feeling really good back then, or do you think it was like streaming has always been kind of this distraction, and once you
Yeah, I
get
mean,
back to
streaming was great. Like, it's like, I have like a dope community that gives a shit about me, and it's like, it's awesome, but it's like I can't do anything with it, because I just feel like I always like put so much pressure on myself, and I always feel like I need to just like be a certain way or whatever. Like I don't know if that makes any sense. Like I always feel like I need to be a good entertainer, and like I don't want to just be a sad piece of shit. It's almost like I'm living a double life, where it's like there's the me that's just like super super like lonely and sad, and like no matter how many people are around me, no matter how full the room is, no matter how many people tell me they love me, I don't feel anything. I don't feel it, And that's like
Right.
and that's like the saddest part is like I can lie to myself and say like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stream, and like I will stream, a little bit, and then it's like I can be Mitch Jones, or I can just like pretend that I'm okay, and then maybe that's just like how it works. You just fake it till you make it or some shit.
I think uncovering childhood traumas and realizing like how much it affects everything we do in our day-to-day lives, like our struggles come from that, like just talking about it and uncovering it and being like, oh shit, this.
Yeah, I mean that's a good starting point. Like, but like I think a lot of people kind of misunderstand what therapy is, and a lot of people have this idea that it's just like always talking about the past or your past trauma, and then some people think that they didn't have past trauma, and a lot of people haven't had past trauma, or at least not in the way they think it is. They're like, oh, I had a good childhood, like, I don't know, I don't need therapy, and it's like, it's the way that you responded to your environment that matters. It's not really necessarily the things that happen, because some people had so much like external trauma, like violence, all this shit, and they dealt with it in a way that like was healthy. And they, some people they had like the very like, fortunate life, and they responded to things in their life in a very unhealthy way. So it's not necessarily about like what you think of like traumatic events. Trauma isn't necessarily the act itself. It's how you responded to it, and the mindset you had while you were responding to it. And I think that's what a licensed therapist can help with, is like kind of figure out and differentiate between the actions and the response, like and the feelings you had. It's not, I mean, people say like, oh, you're talking about your feelings. It's like, well, what else do you have? You literally have a life, and you have feelings that you are associating to your environment, and you're either like happy or sad. You have emotions, and that's what being a human being is. It's like, I don't know why there's this idea that having feelings is like some kind of thing to be avoided. Like, it's so weird.
This is why I'm like this. This is why I struggle with this. And then coming to understand like, okay, maybe I can start working on this. It's never going to be, easy or perfect or whatever, but just like having that realization of like, okay, I have this awareness now of like, maybe this is why I'm like this. And it's not my fault either, because this is just the hand I was dealt, and this is how it was as a kid.
Yeah, and it's a little bit more than that, because it's like, it's not because of the action, it's because of the path you took. And so it's like, it's easy to say like, oh, I'm like this because of childhood trauma. And it's like, some people use that as like some kind of excuse, and that's a different kind of problem. And it's also something you should be forgiving of people for being in, because there's people who are just in toxicity, and it's not, it doesn't mean you have to accept their toxic behavior, but it also doesn't mean that you should hate that person or think that that person is a monster or whatever.
Kid, and this is what I have moving forward in the world and stuff like that. But like, if you turn a blind eye to it, it can run your whole life and you don't even realize it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
all of these different things it's just like how you are, and you don't even understand why. Like, why am I like this? Why do I always react this way? Or why don't I always react this way? Or, this and that. So
That's exactly it. Like, it's those little teeny tiny little moments that are crucial, of like the same thing could happen to two people and they can respond to it in completely different ways and have different outcomes emotionally and mentally, and literally because of it.
I really feel strongly that like uncovering that it's like a really great place to start too. I mean, of course, starting with the small things, just like drinking enough water, sleeping, socializing.
Yeah, I do all those
uncovering
things. I don't socialize, but I do drink a lot of water. I try to eat well and sleep well. Like, I try to.
Well, I mean, he's socializing right now. So like, socializing doesn't necessarily mean like partying. It doesn't necessarily like mean like doing all these like external activities that people call like, this is a social life, Socializing could just be like calling up a friend and saying, yo.
Do those things, but
Yeah.
I haven't been like socializing at all, and I've just been sitting here.
Yeah.
And I'm just like really sad, man. Like, I feel like I just feel so like defeated, bro. Like it's a hard feeling to explain. Like I just feel like I lost, And it's like,
No, you didn't lose. In fact, you're winning. Like, you're like 100% winning right now. This is like the most important stream of your entire life.
I can't explain the feeling, man. It's a hard feeling to explain. It's just like this feeling of like impending doom, of like, oh man, every opportunity, every person that's ever cared about me, it's like I just can't do what I have to do or need to do,
Yeah.
And it really just like deeply hurts me. And I don't know. Like, I even recently like spoke to my father, and I just pretty much told him like, yo, like, I mean, dude, my dad only like calls me when he like, it's a long story, but I have like, I could tell you off stream that, but it's like, I don't know, man. I told my dad recently, like, I don't want to talk to you ever again. Like, I just need to cut ties because my family.
Yeah, sometimes you need to do that. And I recently like kind of, started repairing stuff with my mom. But when I started transitioning like 3 years ago, I tried to like keep my mom in my life for a few months, like until like October of 2019. And I just couldn't have her in my life at that point in my life. And now I kind of slowly let her back in. There's some boundaries, and she respects those boundaries now. But we're healing. And sometimes you just need to cut people out of your life if they're not going to be ready to go with you, because not everybody's at the same place. Not everybody's willing to let go of who you were. And if you want to change, sometimes you just have to cut out certain people and not associate with them for a while or ever again. I think like some people, like, you might be ready to have them in your life again, and they may not have changed. Hopefully they have. Maybe they took the time to heal, but maybe they didn't. They just dismissed you, and they keep doing whatever the hell they were doing, and you might not ever like want them back in your life again. But but either way, you'll be in a different place, and you'll be able to react accordingly, and you'll know more about setting boundaries. You'll be able to set the boundaries that you need to. Like, I need to set certain boundaries with my mom, and honestly with my dad too. There's certain boundaries you just have to set. And if they don't respect the boundaries, then you get away from them. And with my dad, I love my dad very much, but he does not respect my boundaries. And that's pretty much why I'm suffering so much, is because I'm trying to get out and away from my dad. And I can't, because there's no resources. And we're trying to find those resources, but they're just not there for people with no money.
Family is like, it just makes me sad. Like, it just hurts. And I don't know, I just feel very alone in the world, like I don't have a mom to call. I I don't know. Like I have friends, sure, but I don't have any family, you know? And like it just like makes me feel really alone. And yeah, I'm a lost soul, bro. And I feel like I don't even know why I'm trying to do any of the things that I am doing. It's like,
I mean, because there's something deep down that like is really, that matters to you. That, it's not some big magical like, movie that like has this punchline in it. Like life is just this complex sort of like random shit that's happening. And, we don't understand the whole picture and we never will. But like there's something that's important to us and there's a reason why we do that. There's a reason why you hit go live. There's a reason why I hit go live. And it's not some kind of like, this is the thing, like it's like some kind of movie,
even if I do get some Twitch success or whatever, like, what does it matter if you have no one to like love and share it with, you know?
Yeah, that's why it's really important to have like whatever your career is, and it's not even just about being an entertainer or even be like a streamer or anything like that. Like it's so much more. Like there's people out there who like their whole entire lives go into their career and they have nothing to show for it except for like, some furniture,
And that's how I feel.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, no, that makes like a ton of sense. I think like having that family or those people around you. I mean, a lot of the times I think friends and those people around you can be family or just as close or closer than family. And I don't know your exact situation, but it sounds like in your situation that, family isn't really like that for you, right? And that seems really hard. Like I have a lot of like, yeah.
It's a hard thing for
really,
me.
like, lucky.
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing for me to feel like I got no one to call, and like in terms of like, parental figures or whatever, it's like,
family is where you make it, is who you make it. Sometimes it's going to be biological family. Hopefully, whatever is going on can be healed, but it can't always. Sometimes you just have to cut ties. That they're biologically related to you and they were a part of your upbringing, hopefully, or maybe not. But, they're just people and everybody is just a person. And so you get to pick who your family is,
Yeah, I don't know. But that's just like part of it. I don't know. The other part of it is just like, I feel like I let everyone down and then people just start to like see me as like a pain in the ass or like someone that just doesn't have their shit together or whatever, and it's just like and it's true, like I don't, but I do sometimes, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like, I don't know, like people just start to give up on me and then I'm like, yeah, like I see why they gave up on me and then I give up on me and I'm like, oh shit, like like bro, I don't know, like I just, man, like I'm really, I don't know, man, like I'm just trying not to like do something vain, but I'm just so defeated, bro.
Well, you always have me to call, and you always have, I'm sure there's like other good friends that you have to call, like Grayson or like your roommate Ethan, like stuff like that. Like there's people there that will always answer your call, like for sure. So I want you to remember that, like no matter what.
Yeah.
Any time of the day, whatever.
You know,
alone, even though it feels that way.
Yeah, that's true. Another thing that feels so sad is like and I know this isn't true, but this is like kind of a weird way that I feel. It's like I just feel like my stream is the only good thing that I've ever done, and I feel like that's where all of my worth comes from. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of people do. And it's not just streaming. It's like people who get into their careers and they see like their entire, they want this like magical, like trophy. Like, this is what success is. This is what I achieved in life. It's like, no, like it's literally just a thing you did. Like you could be freaking like doing this super like notable thing, like flying to the moon or whatever. But like literally that is a good thing, but like that's not what defines you. Like you're literally a human being who's capable of so many things, and you can do literally anything for any length of time that you feel like you can do it. So it's like you're not your accomplishments. Your accomplishments are real and you should be proud of them. But you're capable of more. You can make more accomplishments. I'll be right back. And I'm also gonna go. I need to stretch a little bit, so I'll be right back.
Without my stream, I would just be a completely lonely, sad person, and that's just like that's like a scary thing, a reality.
Yeah, so it's like, sometimes that's all you can do is just click start streaming. Because it's like, what would you want to just be like alone and like stuck with your own thoughts? And like, at least you can do something, but there's always something else you can do, but sometimes you're not really able to find those. Sometimes it's like literally you just don't have any other options for like any number of reasons.
For me, I guess, is like, I feel like most of the people that I even talk to or like know only really want to do anything with me because at one point in time I did have potential, you know what I'm saying? And it's like,
you have so much potential still. I have potential. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're a shining beacon of light that is a human soul.
otherwise I would just be a pain in the ass to everyone, like I'd just be that sad dude that's just like fucking, annoying or whatever, it's just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I just feel like a lot of my worth in the world comes from this shit, and it's.
No, there's so much more to it than that. There's so much more to you than that. You have so much inside of you, like.
Sucks because I don't feel like anyone really truly would ever fuck with me if it wasn't for that. Does that make sense?
Oh no, I 100% understand what you're saying. I mean, I can relate in some ways too. Like, my stream is the only thing I've done the last 10 years, 15 years of my life is play WoW and stream. So like, if you had told me that same thing, like if I were just removed the stream from my life, it's like, oh man, like what am I doing? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but the thing is, like, bro,
life in the World of Warcraft, or
dude, you're engaged. You're going on your honeymoon. You have like the passions of like diet and exercise. You have a family that you could probably rely on to like fucking help you get, go. I mean, you probably have a degree. Like you could get a. Like, what do you mean, dude? Without your stream, you'd be fine. Without my stream, no one would ever fuck with me. I'm literally just a lost cause without it, and that's like scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think necessarily like comparing is okay, because I mean, I look like someone like me will look at you. Like I grind like my ass off, with like 1K, 2K viewers, and like you'll go live and like you're so entertaining and people just like love watching you. Whatever you're doing, you could be doing fucking, dude, you could be like AFK in fucking Dalaran City with like 5K people just wanting to be like, what's Mitch Jones doing today? Because you make people smile and you make people laugh. And like, like you were talking earlier about like, I don't know what I need a passion. I need something to do that I can.
Yeah, like, you say like all you are is your stream. Well, then you could say all you are is a human being. Like all you are is who you are. Like you're a streamer. And it doesn't mean that's everything that's who you are, but that's one of the things that manifests itself. Like that's one of the things you've manifested into your existence. The stream would not exist without you.
Give meaning to the world and stuff like that. Like, dude, people love watching you. People love hanging out with you. Like, you make people smile. You make people laugh. You give people a home. Like, the one thing that you were saying, like, you maybe don't have is like that home or that family, and like you provide that for a lot of people that are in your same situation. Like, I have nowhere to go. I have nowhere to no one to talk to, and people hang out in your chat and they're feeling that, and like they're just hanging out with you and like hanging out with Mitch, and like people fucking love it, dude. Like, I don't know why it has to be more than that. Like, that's pretty damn cool, man. If you ask me, that's pretty fucking cool, dude.
Yeah, and on the end of the day, obviously, like, a lot of people might feel like a lot of pressure that they have to be there for their viewers. Like, no, you do not. Like, your viewers are there, but, you got to take care of you first. If you're, it's like, they say, like, before you put a oxygen mask on a child, you have to put an oxygen mask on yourself first so that you can be alive to take care of the child, because the child is not going to be able to take care of themselves. And like Twitch chat is like a child, like literally. It's like a little like it's like a daycare,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's a purpose, man. That's really awesome. Like that community and that
obviously like
yeah. I mean, that's how I see it, at least from. I know it's different from maybe your perspective, the inside. Like coming from the outside, it's like, dude, this is really awesome. You're doing something really cool here. And you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself to stream 7 days a week or like even 6 or 5, like to just do it when you can and be there when you can, and I think people will love it. People get a lot of value out of it. People like love you for that, man. And just being you, I think sometimes you feel pressure to do this or that, but even when you're doing nothing, you're just sitting there, like people love it, dude. It's a home.
Yeah. No, I mean that's probably, I mean that goes.
Hey, little cup.
Back to what we were saying before, it's like I feel like it's the only thing that's I'm good for, you know? It's like, and that's dope, and like I'm super happy because like
even if that was the only thing that you were good for, which I don't think it is, like you got like this whole music, stuff that you do, like there's all this shit that you're doing, like there's all this more stuff you could be doing, and you could do, like there's all these things that like you could just like change your entire life right now, like doing anything, like you could pursue something else. And the cool thing is like, you built something, you build it on the previous successes. So you're off to a better start than someone who's just starting out. Like for example, like I have a stream, but like I don't have the kind of stream that Mitch has built. Like we're like over however many years, like I don't know when he started, but like it's been a very long time, and he's built something that's like really like it's like a career. Like I'm not there, and I don't know if I'm ever going to be there. I don't know if I want to be there, but it is what it is. Like, it's just a reflection of where your life already is. And if some people enjoy doing it, and you're not going to always enjoy doing it. Sometimes it's going to be hard work. Sometimes you don't want to do it at all, but just like anything else in life, like if you truly care about something, it's not just about the little teeny tiny pockets. It's about over time that that it's fulfilling. And there's more to life than just streaming. But streaming is a huge part of a lot of people's lives, and no matter what you do in your life, it's a reflection. So it's like you can literally pursue anything, and streaming will always be there, because the format of streaming is it's literally just an empty canvas for you to put whatever you want onto it. You can put very little into it and put more into other things like YouTube, or even stuff that's off the internet. Like you could do tons of things in this world, and streaming will always be there, or it should be. Like
I like my world and reality is so twisted that like I feel like Twitch is my like family, like, and that's like so fucked, like, what I'm saying? It's so fucked, like it's just so fucked. And I don't know. And like I
mean, what about all the people that you have in your life because of streaming? To me, that's family. Like if this, I don't know his relationship with this other streamer, but like he's literally having this conversation with somebody that I believe he's met through streaming, or at least they're both streamers. So it's like literally like what if that's not a friend, I don't know who is. Somebody who's talking to him like this right now. If that's not a friend, I don't know what is. And obviously not everybody has the same kind of relationship, but it's just like you have to ask yourself in your day-to-day life, like, what is a family? Like, what is a friend? And it's like, if your life is revolved around streaming, then that's just what happens to be. Like, the people in your life are all also streamers. Just like, if you're like a basketball player, you're probably going to have a lot of basketball players in your life. Like, it makes sense, right? Like,
I tried to like pursue other things because like I'm like looking for some sort of purpose somewhere, or some sort of like I'm just running away from this feeling, you know what I mean? Like I just want to run away from the feeling so bad. And
sometimes you want to lean into it, and that's what he's doing right now, it looks like.
And that like distractions help, like gaming definitely helps. Yeah, I just want to feel like I have a purpose, and I guess I do. I guess my purpose is just to like just make other people feel good, and show people some fun Frost-made shit, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, that's one purpose. If you feel like there's other things that you want to do, you don't have to like pigeonhole yourself either. I think or all like so multi-dimensional. It doesn't have to be so simple. I think there's a lot of things that you can do and be excited about and do. But I think too, like making other people happy, like we're talking about, is really cool. Like I think you really have a gift there, like an incredible gift. Like I can't tell you how long I've like watched your stream and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, I just want to see what Mitch is doing. But at the end of the day, like you need to take care of yourself too. And like I think that's what's like important about like downtime and talking to someone about childhood stuff and just trying to figure out like, why am I the way I am, and let me try to understand this a little bit, and let's try to get things on track and see what's actually happening here and understanding what's happening here. Because yeah, I mean, if you're making other people happy but you're miserable yourself, what's the point, right? Like you need to like,
I mean, the point is just to make other people happy, you know what I mean?
Well, I think you can do.
Well, regardless of what you do, you have to kind of find your own meaning. Like adoration from others, external rewards, that's never going to be enough. And it's already like empirical data. There's people who are like millionaires who like have like a whole bunch of cars and like a whole bunch of shit in their life, like social status. And there's people who are still miserable. It's not because of that. They could have all those things and have a great life too. In fact, they should. I hope they could get over that shit so that they could like enjoy what they have, which most people will never see in their entire life. And then there's people who have basically nothing, who are like on top of the world most of the time, because they're like they found a purpose in life, and sometimes that purpose is just to exist, like just to enjoy the moment, that we are given this gift of life. That this is a gift, like that, whatever this is, we're experiencing it. We're here. There might not be a reason why we're here, but it still exists. There might be a reason. Who knows? Like nobody knows. You can't really disprove it. But like there's beautiful things all the time. There's also really nasty things all the time.
All right, go, mama. 1 second. Britt, you gotta watch her. I'm live.
You both, man. You can figure out what's going on and talk to someone. Like I wish, like I'm not like a trained person to like dive in.
Yeah, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Childhood stuff. Like obviously I've like read a couple books and here and there and stuff like that, but like talking to someone who's like knows their shit with trying to figure out like, okay, like what actually happened when you were a kid, and why are things the way they are and stuff like that. Like it's such a big deal.
Yeah, I've been talking. I went to one therapy session like a month ago.
Right on, dude. It starts with one, and then there's another one, and then there's another one. And it's just every single week or every single month, however long it takes, like, you just keep fighting, you know?
They're like $350 a session though, so it's like kind of a bitch, but I feel like maybe that could help, you know?
I mean, you don't have to find a super expensive therapist. It's not about the money. Like, there's people out there who do pro bono work who are really good at what they do. You know, like there's it's not about the money. Like but I mean, if you know, not everybody can afford therapy, but at that level, you know, there's stuff with like sliding scales, you know, you can with insurance. Like get the insurance that can cover your therapy, because it's gonna have to take years. You're gonna have to be able to stick with therapy for years, because you know, just like with streaming, your therapy is a part of your life. It's a part of your care. And sometimes you need more than others. And right now, I need therapy every week.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think too, it's like finding the right person. You know, finding the right person that you trust and you wanna talk to, and
yeah,
and feel it out and stuff like that. Like it's not like it's this easy thing and it's like, oh yeah, talk to whoever. But yeah, no, like talking to someone that you really feel good with and that you can be really like close to and share these like things that maybe you've never shared before to anyone, or like maybe you haven't even really like.
It's important to have a licensed therapist because they're because you're protected by HIPAA. And you could say things unless you're going to be committing a crime or like act of violence or harming yourself. They aren't legally allowed. They're legally not allowed to tell anyone about it. They're legally required to keep it just between you, you and the therapist. So it's really important because there's a lot of things that you just can't talk about with people, or you might not want to talk about, or that would put other people like it would invade other people's privacy or other things.
Said it out loud before, but it's something that is really like impacting you day to day. But regardless, I mean, you have so many people around you that would like love to chat too, and that's amazing. Like you have friends, like you have me, you have people you can call and trust and chat with, and like you always have that too. But I think talking to someone who's like trained to like ask you those questions of being like, what's going on here? You know, let's get to the bottom of this so it doesn't keep happening, or if it does, at least you know how to tackle it. You know, if it does keep happening, it's like, okay, I'm feeling like shit again. Let's figure this out. Like let's not let it just like spiral downwards and isolate myself and not talk to anyone and then make this way worse than it needs to be. You know, let's minimize the downsides and like maximize the upside. So
Yeah, that's the plan then. I just gotta see the light, and I think I can kind of see something now. I don't know, like, I just appreciate it, man, because I've just been fucking bad, bro. Like, it's been bad, but it's gonna get better, you know. Like, you're right. I just need to look forward to the future, and I don't know. I just need to get the fuck out of this room. Like, I need to like do that. Like after this chat, like I'm probably just gonna go like sit outside and just, I don't know, think. I guess, you know. Yeah.
No, 100%. I think like being in your room isolated alone is like the worst possible thing. That's why they it's like the worst type of like punishment for a human is to have them not near any other humans. Like it's like worse than not giving someone food or water or something. It's like the worst thing you could ever do. So it's like doing it to yourself is torture. Literally, it's torture for anyone.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, let's just do it, you know? Let's just do it. I just like the only reason why I don't have that like, oh yeah, I'll be good is like cuz I feel like I've done it before. Like I've done all the things for, like not consistently. I mean, a couple months you know, like I've ate well, worked out, fucking streamed, whatever. Like I've had a schedule. I've done all the things that they say you should do to feel not like shit. And I didn't do, and then when I would do them and I wouldn't like, I would feel a little better, but I'd still have that thing like that deep hole inside of me that just feels so empty, bro. And it just sucks.
I think, yeah, I totally feel you, man. Like there's a lot of like band-aid solutions, right? That it's just like, okay, you know, this is gonna make me feel a little better, but at the end of the day, it's like you come back to that same feeling. And like, yeah, I think part of that is like instead of just escaping the problem and running away from the problem, kind of figuring out what's actually causing the problem. You know, like let's get to the root of this. Let's not just like try to make it feel better in the moment or whatever, but like why is this a problem? Like what's actually the root of this is like where I like to think, right? Like let's actually solve the issue here, and then next time it starts to happen, you're like, okay, this is why it's like this.
Thank you.
We can try to figure this out and kind of go from there. And yeah, I think this is maybe more personal, but like for me, I think faith has always been like a really big cornerstone in my life too. And I know that's to each their own and everyone's different and whatever, but I think for me having that has always been really helpful as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll randomly, dude, you know, I've actually done that before where I've just, even recently, like I've been in the shower and I'm just feeling like so bad. And I just like, because I went to Catholic school and I never really like, you know, paid attention to anything or believed in anything, but I did go to Catholic school. And I remember, you know, I just sit there and I'm just like, yo, please fucking help me, man, you know? And then I I don't know what it does, but that's like the closest thing to like faith that I got is like that. You know what I mean? And yeah.
Yeah, no, totally. I think having that, I mean, for me personally, just having that, like, always, no matter what, like, in those days of just, like, feeling like shit, it was like, man, what's the point? Like, these things that, like, these struggles I run into just, like, are reoccurring, whatever. It's just like, okay, no, like, I'm loved, right? And like, I'm not alone, ever. I'm never alone. And like knowing that deep down is definitely like a big deal. I think like it's definitely a game changer for me personally. So
Yeah. Well then, look, I think I just need to like get it out, and like, you know, I think this conversation has helped me. I think once I move into a situation where I'm like pressured to like not be a fuck up, it's gonna help me a bit. You know what I mean? Because like being in this situation where I am just here alone and I have no accountability to anybody or anything, right? But I feel like once I move in with streamers and Esfand and Grayson and all them, it's like I want to prove to not only myself but to other people that I am not just a useless sad fuck that streams once a month. You know what I mean? Like I want to prove that to like everyone I can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that seems like more of like a personal endeavor. It's not even about the stream. It's like you want to commit to that, and that's really admirable.
yeah, I mean, I said it before and I'll try to say it again, but you don't have to start with anything too insanely drastic. Like it doesn't have to be nothing, 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 and then everything, you know? Like it could just be like, just slow, like starting with small basic things, just kind of getting your day in order and getting your room in order and getting things in order slowly, and just be like, you know, I'm gonna stream this week. No promises on when the next one will be, but I'm gonna do a stream, you know, whatever, and have fun. And then, you know, no like, all right, it needs to be 6 days a week, and you know, going ham. And because the problem with that is when you promise yourself, I'm gonna do this, and then you don't, you think like, oh man, I'm a piece of shit. I said I would do it.
Yeah, I do that a lot. It's like that's kind of why I don't set any like hard goals for myself, at least not in the moment, except for like the things that I need to do, like my therapy, and like I have things on the calendar that I, and make sure to do it and not miss it. Where in the past where like I would set a whole bunch of stuff on my table, like I had like 25 units. I would have like 25 units a semester, and I would be doing so much. And like I would do like 25 units a semester, and like not even I would just be putting so much responsibilities on myself. And it's like sometimes just taking like one little teeny step is all you need.
And I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I always do. I always
Yeah.
I always get like in a good mood and I'm like, I got this, and then I don't got it. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like
Yep.
Right. Which
Yeah.
is easy to do. I think a lot of people do that. But I think step one is like, forgive yourself for like mistakes, because we all fucking make mistakes constantly. So like step one is probably just like forgive yourself. Be like, all right, I'm a piece of shit. I messed up, whatever. But like, I have to forgive myself if I'm gonna move forward. And
Yeah.
then step two
Mm. Mm.
next thing. But so it was like, well, I'm a liar. I didn't follow through and stuff like that. So you can reverse it real quick. I actually read a great book. It was Atomic Habits by James Clear, and he talks like in depth, like tons of research and stuff about it. But it's a phenomenal read.
Yeah, I haven't read a book since high school, bro.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, I mean, I'm not saying you have to read a book. The premise of the book, though, is like start with really small like things that you can wrap your mind around and actually do, instead of jumping to really big things before you take care of the small ones. Like that's, I mean, I guess that's
Yeah, sorry about that. My food delivery came. I don't know how long I accidentally muted the stream, but it's okay. Well, I wasn't muted.
That's all I was trying to say is just start small, start crushing your small goals. So you start building some type of like you love yourself. Like I trust.
In fact, I'm gonna like disable that shortcut that I had. I have like a shortcut, like yeah. Really good milk. Oh my god.
Myself. I know I'm gonna be able to follow through on this next thing, but as soon as it's like this giant thing and then you don't follow through, then your mind starts learning that,
Yeah.
I think it's a big deal,
No, 100%. That's exactly what I'm like planning on doing, is just holding myself more accountable for things, Like I've kind of had this like spoiled mentality since I've been an adult, where it's like, oh yeah, like I make money, I can just pay for this to get done or whatever. But it's like that doesn't build good habits.
Right.
Although sometimes like you just need things done, and that's kind of the situation I'm in. I keep putting all this pressure on myself that I have to get myself to do this thing. It's like sometimes like I'm like the opposite. Like I need stuff done because if I rely on myself, it's just not gonna happen. And yeah, it's like.
Yeah, and I feel like that's probably another part. It's like you're right. I don't trust myself to like follow through with what I say I'm going to do, which is like annoying as fuck for me, because then I just beat myself up for it, And then rather than feel the guilt of beating myself up, I play League of Legends 12 hours a day, and then
push it further down, right?
Yeah, I just push it further down and then it all comes out like today, where I'm just like.
So I don't have that problem. I have the opposite problem where I just beat myself up so much that all I'm doing is ruminating, and I actually need to learn how to do that distraction again. I did it when I was like in high school, but then it slowly got beat out of me just through reality. And now I'm like in a situation where I'm doing so much work to improve my life, but I'm like I don't know how to distract myself anymore. And I kind of use my stream for that, but like I need to learn how to game again. And so that's why I got back into League. And after we're done with this, I don't know, however long it takes. It's been like 5 hours already, almost 5.5 hours to get through an hour and a half video. This is an important video, and I have a lot to say about it. So, after we're done through the video, I'm gonna restart the stream because I kind of want to share this, and I don't know if he's gonna see it, but maybe he will. I'm gonna tweet it out to Mitch Jones, and maybe he'll see it. I don't know. Maybe someone else will see it. Maybe they have to, even just hearing what he has to say, but also just hearing what I have to say. Maybe that can help someone. I don't know. But you can get more water.
sitting here having a fucking like just a moment of just like crisis, bro. I just feel like I've lost, you know? And it's just
No, you definitely haven't lost. You're like the opposite of losing. What is that? It's called winning.
Yeah. Well, you have all this bottled up of like you're feeling a certain way, but you don't face it for like weeks or months. Like anyone would feel that way. I'm just like, oh my gosh, like dude, I can't take it anymore. Like there's just so much and bottled up inside. Like fuck, like you need to. At some point, it's gonna explode, right? Like you can't just keep doing that forever. I think that's probably like the point you're feeling. It's just like, all right, you hit the point where
It just like
yeah, I've hit that point, and now it's like now I just want to like return to my shit, you know? Like I just want to grind and feel good about myself, feel like I'm being productive. Like now, I guess is a better time than ever. I mean, I don't have anyone to like really. I guess like I don't know. Like, I guess I just need to like do what I need to do, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think step one is forgive yourself, man. Like, we all have our shit. We all have, like, this, you know, childhood stuff. And I think, like, you beating yourself up and, like, feeling like shit about it. I mean,
cool.
Like, step one, forgive yourself.
It said
like,
Nick's
start
going.
fresh and...
I'm not going. I'm not fucking going. Yeah, Twitch invited me to Saudi Arabia, chat. Should I go? Pogs in chat if I should go, one in chat if I shouldn't. But one in chat if I should go. See, I switched it in.
No.
Dude, holy shit. TwitchCon Saudi Arabia. That's sick. Dude, this is so hot. Oh, it's because it's peach jars. I actually found a video I kind of want to watch called The E-Girl Iceberg Explained Part 1.
From there, like, don't say any, like,
Miz is funny. He's funny as fuck.
crazy, like, I'm going to do this, like too hard. Just start off small and start crushing small goals and then build momentum and then, you know, from there and then...
Yeah, but what
know,
what goals should I even set? Like what goals, I don't know, what goals do you set? Like I don't know, like when I stream I don't have goals like with it. Do you have goals when you stream?
Well, what I was more referring to is like
like
setting like really small life.
Like making my bed in the morning and shit, right?
Yeah, like literally like, all right, I'm gonna make my bed today, and then you check it off the list of like, okay, I did that. I told myself I was gonna do it, and I did it. Like, okay, look, I can follow through on something, right?
Yeah.
Or
It just
even
won't
like
be
every
acceptable to
Saturday,
miss.
I'm gonna
I just
hit a
have to
workout.
practice
Like,
it
even if
until
it's
I'm
once a
not
week,
missing.
Like, okay, I did that Saturday. I'm going to do it next Saturday, but it doesn't have to be this thing of like, you know, I'm gonna wake up at 5 a.m. and take a cold shower, then meditate for 30 minutes. You know, it's like, dude.
When people are like, yo man, I'm a
Start
snacker.
somewhere,
Yo, represent that junk.
start
Put that
knocking
junk on
these
your
things off
sleeve,
the list
motherfucker.
and like crush them one by one and then build that momentum, you know, and kind of go from there.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy to just bite off more than you can chew, and it's like, you know, you just want to do everything, and then it's like you end up realizing like shit, you can't do everything, you know, and yeah.
Damn, man. Well, thank you so much. And can I call you tomorrow and possibly like see if we could like work out the thing where I come for like a week and just hang?
Yeah, definitely, dude. Like, I think we can get a blow-up mattress. Like, we have the spare room, so it'll work. I don't know.
I mean, I could honestly order you a mattress. I don't care.
Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. Just you can call me tomorrow. We can either like before or after. Like, I'll probably be streaming, but before or after the stream, call me and then we can talk about it.
All right. Hey, thank you for just chatting with me, man. I honestly needed to talk to just somebody, so thank you.
Dude, of course. Like, anytime. I know sometimes it's hard to like pick up the phone or whatever, but yeah, anytime. I'm here, man, for sure.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, have a good one. And yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. I'll hit you up tomorrow.
All right, peace.
Later. That was Zara's a good guy. I feel a little bit better now. I feel like there's something to look forward to, kind of, I guess. Oh, my brain fucking hurts though, man. Like, it actually hurts, dude. Yo, thank you, Fandy. I appreciate that.
Black Temple. What are you doing in Minnesota? We're going to a wedding. It's my cousin. She's getting married this weekend, so we're gonna be out there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm actually really excited. It'll be great. Yeah, I think we're staying in Minneapolis. Warn us. Please stream BT. I'll probably do a screen share on Discord later. I'll just hang out in Discord with anybody that wants to chill. And like, I think we're doing Black Temple in 2 hours or something.
Hopefully the RMP we lost 2 times too.
Yeah, like where are they?
Yeah.
Alright, same thing.
Let's just take our time. We don't have to rush anything here.
Yes, intervene.
I can get a double stab though.
Nice. Purge. I'll shoot for when I can. Nova War.
Nice, yes.
Shooting more when I can.
Ready?
Sheep. Really blind and you can.
I'm blind.
Okay, I'll reshoot Warrior when I can. Reshoot. Nice, so good.
And spur.
You blind. He could just die.
He should get.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
And a stone form. That's really nice.
We can switch whenever, by the way.
I can fear priest even if you want.
Yeah.
Switch.
Okay, I can fear both here.
Switch now.
Nice.
Spinning wounds. Can you hear?
Big damn. I silence priest.
I got the BS.
Evasion to disarm.
Yeah,
go here.
Pulse priest in a sec. Okay. Trying to shoot priest here. Got it. Full. Train. He tring it.
Please stop playing League. Yeah, like what? Okay, what do I do?
So it's like video games are like the way they work is it's literally just an activity. And you can use that activity just like, you know, it's, I don't know. For some people, if it is like something you need to get away from, then that's up to you. If you know that it's like, hey, I can't be playing League, or I can't be drinking, or I can't be gambling, or like, you know, if it's anything like that, that's obviously always your choice. But I think like there's an idea behind it that like needs to be addressed as well. You can't just stop the activity. It could be a good start, especially if you know you're like, hey, I shouldn't be doing this. Like if that's something. It's not because of the thing. It's because you said it. Like so, it's like. I'm the opposite. I need to learn how to distract myself with video games again. I need to be able to put some space and just like play League for like hours a day, you know, like, and we're going to get to some League soon, so don't worry. Well, not soon, as soon as we finish this video. I feel like this is a very important stream and I can relate to it a lot, and I feel like I feel like I owe him to watch the rest of it now, and I've talked so much. I feel like I would, obviously I can do whatever I want, but like, you know, I feel like I should give him the time and listen, you know?
Until I'm like moved into where I'm going, like what do I do every day? Like what the fuck do I do?
You just survive. You do whatever you have to survive. As long as you know, don't hurt anyone else, don't hurt yourself. Do your best, you know, stay alive. Do whatever you have to, you know? You only get one life.
Touch grass.
Yeah, I mean, literally go outside and touch grass. Like when people say touch grass, it's like I think that they mean like go out and do stuff, but like literally go outside and touch the grass or like touch the ground and then wash your hands. Like it actually does a lot, because it's like doing something. It's like you're literally doing the thing, and it's like, wow, like you might laugh at it. You might like have some realization. Nothing will happen. I don't know. Something will happen. Like you will feel the physical tactile sensation of touching the ground, of touching the grass. Like you'll have some kind of experience, and then you go from there.
Skateboard
Proud supporter of the
streams?
Blast Wave Dream.
Oh, dude, yo, thank you for the subs and shit. Dude, you guys don't gotta give me subs, man. I literally just fucking gambled away all my money anyways. I deserve this.
Well, no, you don't deserve it, but you know, you can come back from it, you know?
Oh, man. Oh, fuck.
Proud
Yo.
supporter of the Blast Wave Dream.
Mitchy, hey.
Hello, Maya.
Hey. You on some sad boy shit right now?
Yeah.
What's up?
I don't know.
Proud supporter of the Blast Wave Dream.
I mean, do you want to be live right now, or
I just wanted to talk to someone, and I was just talking to the chat, because I was literally sitting here, and dude, like, I had this moment that, like, felt like it was in a movie. I was sitting here, I dropped my fucking, I have, like, all these pills, and they all spilled, and then I just sat there, and I'm like, alright, well, I'm gonna try these pills, and then I'm just, like, sitting there thinking, wow, I've actually lost my mind. Like, I've actually given up, you know what I mean? And then and then I was like, you know what, fuck it, like,
what pills? What are you talking about?
the doctor gave me, like, fucking, benzos to, like, calm down or something, but that, like, I went to this therapist, and they're giving me benzos, so I'm just like, alright, like, I guess, like, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, like a therapist will give you like medication that to help you like relax so that you can then do the work of therapy. And it's like, I don't know, if a therapist is literally just giving you drugs and not like giving you any tools to do anything about it, like it might, you know, that sounds like a psychiatrist. Psychiatrists can prescribe medication, but like a therapist will like refer you to a psychiatrist. And like a therapist is somebody who's going to help you build tools you need to improve your situation.
I don't know.
Why not?
What's that?
Why don't you get offline? Do you want to like go somewhere?
Yeah.
Pick you up or something?
Where do you want to, wait, you want to come here?
I can come pick you up if you want.
Okay.
Okay, get offline. I'll come get you.
Okay, sure.
Alright, bye.
Alright, I'm gonna go hang with Maya, guys. No, like, no, I'm just saying I had this moment where it was like, you know in the movies where they're like, you know what I'm talking about in the movies where they're like scrambling to find their pills because they're like so frantically fucked up in the head, you know what I'm talking about? Like, that was kind of how I felt. It was like, I literally, I got prescribed like benzos to like, I guess try and help me with depression, but I don't think that's what it does. But either way, I went this morning.
It's like a mood stabilizer, right? Like, benzodiazepines work to calm or sedate a person. Yeah, it just calms you down. It's so that you can be in the right mindset, so you're not like frantic.
Morning to take my medicine.
Like I take lamotrigine. Lamotrigine extended release tablets are used without a medication to treat certain types of seizures and I mean, it's like, it's used off label as like a mood stabilizer. Yeah, all types of lamotrigine tablets other than the extended release tablets are also used to increase the time between episodes of depression, mania, frenzied or normal excited mood, and other abnormal moods in patients with bipolar disorder. I don't have bipolar disorder, but they prescribed it to me because of, you know, I basically have a lot of stuff that's parallel. There's like, you have situations like, depending on whatever you have, like I'm autistic and I have like a whole bunch of like stuff like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, agoraphobia. That's all related to autism, like honestly, like, and my environment. And so it's like the lamotrigine like kind of stabilizes me and it allows me to work through the stuff, so I'm not always frantic. Lotion has not been shown to be effective when people experience the actual episodes of depression or mania. So other medications must be used to help people recover from these episodes. I use DBT, like, you know, I use like tools that I've built in therapy, but it's not always there. And I'm not always able to do it, but I can come back faster. Lotion is in a class of medications called anticonvulsants. It works by decreasing abnormal electrical activity in the brain.
And I just spilled the entire bottle, and I'm just sitting there thinking, holy shit, like, I'm the movie. You know what I mean? And it was just like, I'm just like, what the fuck?
Oh, like he reached over to get it and he accidentally knocked it all over, and it probably gave him like this moment of like, oh shit, I knocked it all over. It's like my life. Like, and then you start going through this freaking like endless cycle of like you're comparing your life to your actions. Like you knock it over and you're like, it's just like I knocked over my life, and it's like, god damn it, you don't want to do that to yourself. Like, no, it's like literally you just spilled it. Like, that's all that happened, dude. Okay.
Like, I literally am just like, this is my life, you know? And I don't know. It sucks, man. Yeah. It's fine though. I think things are gonna get better, man. I'm just trying to figure it out. Bro, throw those pills in the trash. They won't help shit. But like, okay, everyone tells me to go to therapy.
Yeah,
I'm
go
just,
to therapy.
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, keep going to therapy. But obviously, if the doctor prescribed it to you, they know more than some random Twitch viewer. Like, come on.
Bro, throw those pills in the trash. They won't help shit. But like, okay.
That's because the pills alone are just drugs. Like, they're just there to like calm you down so that you can then do the work in the therapy. It's important to remember that part. If you just take them, it just becomes a drug. Like, it's just an addiction. Like,
everyone tells me to go to therapy. I go to therapy and they give me pills. So like, how?
Yeah, because it's a start. They give you the pills and then you keep doing you that's not therapy. That's like a doctor prescribing you stuff so that you can then work with them. Like, therapy is like a continual process.
Well, like how does this work? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you just got to keep with it. It's not going to happen overnight. They start you off with the medication.
I don't understand like what I'm supposed to do then. I'm just like, you need to find the right therapist. Bro, every psychiatrist in America...
You don't want a psychiatrist, you want a therapist. A psychiatrist prescribes you medications. You want to find a therapist. Like a psychologist, a licensed therapist. Therapist is like not a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist prescribes you medications.
Prescribes medication. That's like... maybe there's like a difference between like psychology... like a psychologist and a psychiatrist or something, but every person that I've talked to like prescribes medication. So they'll like talk to you for an hour and then they'll go, yeah, I think you have a lot of issues that are unsolved, that you like are really like bothering you. And I'm like, yeah, I do. And they're like, okay, well, let me give you this, it will help. And I'm just like, man, like, what do you mean? I want to like figure it out internally, bro.
Yeah, and that's what a psychologist is for. That's what a therapist is for. That's for the long term. It sucks when like a psychiatrist doesn't like refer you to a therapist though. Like,
I don't want to just take pills, but like, that's just the NA fucking way of dealing with shit, I guess. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just want to let everyone know that I'm not fucking... I haven't even taken these fucking pills yet. I just spilled the goddamn bottle. And that's when I went live. Because I'm like, dude, my life is a movie. Like, I'm at that crossroads of like taking prescription medication to not be depressed. Like, that feels like I've lost, right?
No, you haven't. That's a starting point. It just sucks that like, especially like, because you're in fucking Texas. God fucking damn it. Like, what is our geographic location like depend on? Like, why does your mental health and your medical care depend on your geographic location? It's bullshit. You're in the United States. There should be a standard of care. There is a standard of care. And it's like a psychiatrist should refer you to see a therapist. A psychiatrist, I check in with my psychiatrist like every like 3 or 4 months, and we just talk about the medication. We kind of check in, but like he's just there to like make sure like my medication's on track. That's all a psychiatrist is for. And then like we kind of talk about some stuff, and he kind of gives me a little bit of like tools and stuff sometimes. But it's the weekly appointments that I have with my therapist, the licensed therapist, a psychologist. That's the real progress. It takes time and it's a lot of effort.
Supporter of the Blast Wave Dream.
Doesn't that feel like I've lost if that's the case? No. Yeah, I mean, maybe. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe someone in chat could share their like story, and like maybe something like maybe I get some insight into somebody that's like.
Well, I mean, I hope I don't know if you're gonna see this or hear this, but you know, hopefully anything I've said will help if you're watching this. So.
Got help or something?
And I'm gonna stop the stream and then like tweet it out to him after this, because I've spent the whole like stream so far just watching Mitch, so I feel like it's important to share it with him. I have no idea if he's gonna see it or not, but I can at least put it out there, you know?
People are telling me I should go offline. Am I saying too much? I feel like I'm just talking like I normally talk. I don't know. This is
fine. You're perfectly fine. Like people like it's your stream. Like unless you're like saying like incriminating stuff or talking about someone's own it's your own personal life. You get to have the choice to whether or not you watch it or not. Let's see.
is like how I always talk. I just like, look, I like being open with everyone, you know? Like, life for me one thing I've realized is life is a lot easier when everything is there in the open, so nobody expects shit of you.
Well, no, it's not even about that. Like, the way I see it is like, I don't like beating around a bush. I don't have time. Like, I just literally don't have time to go through that song and dance that people go through, where they want to like do the like, oh hi, how are you? Ba-da, ba-da, da-da-da-da. And it goes on for like years before you can even and then one night you get drunk and you're like, hey man, we need to have a talk. Oh yeah, let's talk. Let's go deep. It's like, come on, like I don't have time for that. I don't want to spend years of just having surface level contact with people. And obviously I've learned how to go I'm trying to learn how to go a little bit slower. Like I think I go a little bit too fast. I'm gonna be right back.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, if I pretend that I'm good, then one day I'm not good, all my friends are like, what the fuck's up with Mitch? But if they just always know that I'm fucked, there's no expectations. You know what I'm saying, boys? Like, they'll just always know I'm fucked. And that's just how it be, dude. That's just how it be, chat. All I want you guys to know is that I really fuck with you guys, and I am just so sorry for whatever the fuck I am, dude. Like, I really mean.
No, you never need to apologize. You are who you are, and sometimes we do things we don't want. Sometimes we do things that align with who we are. Sometimes we don't, you know. But you're making a huge first step, you know.
This from the bottom of my heart, like, I am so sorry. I am just so sorry, man. I literally hate myself, and like, everything I do is just running away from that. You got to live with a good group of people? Yeah, I'm about to live with a good group of people. I'm very lucky to have the friends that I have, and I really want to prove to people that I'm not just a fuck up, you know? Like, I really want to prove that to people. Like, I really...
Yeah, sounds like you don't want to prove that to yourself, and I don't think you're a fuck up. And I don't think anyone else thinks you're a fuck up, and if they do, well, you know, that's just how life is. Not everybody's gonna be a fan, you know?
I just feel like a fuck up, and that's like a really shitty feeling, you know? Mitch, just trinket your depression. Yeah, but then what happens when it's on cooldown for 2 minutes?
Exactly.
Yo, and I'm depressed. Trinket your depression. Yeah, but then what happens when it's on cooldown for 2 minutes? Then I'm depressed. I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, and that's kind of like medication alone. That's kind of what it's like. Like, it'll stop the depression, but it'll come back. And it might even come back way worse than before you took the medications. The medication is just there to help you with your therapy process.
Panda? Yo, I'm a panda my depression for fucking 4 seconds, and then it's gonna come back. Wait, let's do the math on that, chat. Alright, so if Panda has a 2-minute cooldown and it makes it go away for 4 seconds out of every 2 minutes, that means that I would be, if 10 minutes went by, then out of those 10 minutes, I would have 16 seconds of non-depression. So, if 100,000 minutes went by,
then oh my god.
Then I would have, bro, I'm not good at math. Fuck me.
That's
man,
that's 2 minutes per hour.
Fuck this shit, dude.
2 minutes per hour of no depression.
I don't know. I don't know. I just wish I could alter time, bro. That's the big one, bro. Fuck Panda. Fuck
48 minutes of no depression per day for 24 hours.
Ice block. If I could just alter time, dude, then everything would be okay. I could just go live in a place where I was better, you know? And then everything would be juice. Yeah. If I gave you $1 million, would you feel better? No. Not at all, bro. I mean, I would maybe feel like, wow, I don't have to worry about money for a little bit or something, but honestly, knowing myself, I'd probably spend it all. So yeah, who knows? Invest $1 million. Never work again. Bro, I just lost like Here, let's check. Dude, I literally lost so much money. I got it twisted, chat. I got it twisted. This is the reality of gambling. You will lose. And that's just facts. Dude, I'm like the only streamer that actually loses gambling because I don't have a gambling deal. So I just lose. I actually just lose. Oh my god. What is wrong with me, chat?
I mean, it's like, you know, we all have our, like, vices and stuff, and that's one of those things. And it's just like, you know, at least you're aware of it, you know? Some people aren't. Some people aren't even willing to do what you're doing right now, which is try to get help. And some people just want to stay there. So, you're doing something.
Oh man. Bro, how much did you lose? Like 40K in the last week.
Yeah, it's quite a big loss.
Yeah, sucks. Ugh, 40 spins off what? No, I lost it playing... Dude, I was playing that slot that Train plays. That Wanted Dead or Alive fucking dumb shit where it's like duel, duel, duel. I was trying to get... Dude, I was trying to get a duel, duel, duel and get me in there, pussy, or whatever hell. What does he say? Get me in there, bitch, and say nothing. I was trying to get him... I was trying to get myself in there, dude, but I got it twisted. It's all good, chat. I still got like here's what I did. I gave my manager my last $5,000 and I told him to not give it to me. No matter, like, just don't give it to me. So I still got $5,000 to live off of, so we're good. But I saved up like 50K. And then I gambled it all away. Like a true champion. But the thing is, I don't even care. Isn't that weird? Like, I don't even feel bad about it. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, because it wasn't about the money. It's like now you're actually looking at what's important now. And it's a really fucking hard journey, okay? Like, god damn it. Like, it's not pay to win. It's a lot of hard work.
You care that's a cope? No, I don't care because the thing is, I'm just lucky to have, like, the career that I do, right? Because even when I was streaming, I still have, like, sponsors that are coming in. Like, I think I'm owed, like, 20K in September from a sponsor that I did or something. So it's like, I have money coming in because I'm lucky to have the career that I have. But it's like, I never save anything because of how much of a degenerate I am.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, if I can make stuff start to work, I think I'm gonna be okay. I know what it's like to be fucking homeless and shit, okay? Like, I am never letting that happen again. Never fucking letting that happen. If I get some money, I'm fucking holding on to that shit. And I'm not gonna Ebenezer Scrooge, okay? I'm not, that's another problem. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep a balanced life, okay?
20K spins? Dude. You guys are awful, man. Like, dude, you know, I should have at least streamed my gambling so we could have lost it together, you know? Cause like the thing is, when you watch other streamers gamble, they're actually like they're just gambling the casino's money. The casino's giving them money to gamble. When you watch me gamble, that's my hard-earned fucking Panda this money, bro. That's real. That's fucking real. Oh shit. Oh man. No, I think I'm just gonna stop gambling, to be honest. Like it's honestly
Yeah, it's a good choice.
terrible, chat. Like it's honestly terrible. It's honestly terrible.
I think it's like there's things in our life that are kind of just like they're there to show us like certain parts of what life is, and some people seek out. But then it's like we kind of like the rest of us, we're like, I don't want this in my life. And then it like shows us what not to do. Like I feel like some things in life, like gambling, they're there for like the true sleaze bags and like the the degenerates, and then like I don't know, some things just need to be sleazy. Like because that's their nature. And I think Trainwreck, like I think he just wants to be that sleaze. I think he wants to be that stereotype of like, this is the sleaze, and then he takes it and he gives them money to rise above the disorder, which is the opposite of sleaze.
Want something that'll make you smile? Look at Miz and Asmon dressed and makeup right now on Amiru's stream.
Yeah, that was happening yesterday. That was pretty funny. It's pretty nice. And I think Miz looked pretty good. We saw a little bit of it on stream.
What? Wait, this? Yo. Dude, Asmon looks good, man. God damn, dude.
True. Like, chat, what?
Asmon looks good as hell.
Pause champ if I get stabbed.
Bro, Asmon looks good as fuck. Asmon looks...
Yeah, like earlier, I mean, he got like true, like he could totally be like straight up like vampire style, or like I don't know, he's like, you put some makeup on people, it looks a certain way, you know, like for like acting and stuff, you know, it's like crazy.
It's good as hell. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh shit, I'm back. Yo, what up, boys? Hello? Look, man. You know, one thing I gotta say is, I really love you guys. I feel like no matter how much I fuck up, you guys are there for me. And you probably shouldn't be, you know? Like most of the other people.
Yeah, the thing is like people talk shit about gambling. Like I said earlier though, like if you spend like 8 hours a day watching Twitch, what the fuck are you doing? Like why are you doing this with your life? Like you're literally wasting your life. Like go do something. Like follow like the streamers and stuff and kind of check in and like, but live your own life too. Like don't just sit around and just play video games and watch Twitch. Like come on.
People in my life that I fuck up too many times, they don't talk to me anymore. Like, you guys should probably stop talking to me too. I think I'm just toxic. I'm just so fucked in my head, I can't be a human. Yeah.
No, just like with the gambling sponsorships, like there's nothing you can do about the degens. Like you can at least like you can kind of like shepherd them a little bit. I think that's kind of what it is. I think there's like a lot of people who take on these sponsorships because they kind of want to shepherd people in. They're like, hey, like, you know, somebody else who was going to take advantage of them and lead them astray, like into like, you know, really bad habits might take this sponsorship. So I'm going to take it instead because I can at least like tell them about mental health and I can like donate to Rise Above the Disorder and stuff like that. Honestly, I think deep down people are good people. I honestly don't know so much about Train that I don't, you know, all these streamers, they're just people who are streaming. Like I literally like don't know anything about them outside of their stream. And even then, I don't watch all their streams. I'm not a stream watcher. I like usually just watch clips. Like I just mostly watch clips. Like every day I just kind of catch up with like with what's going on just by watching clips. Like that's how I catch up on Twitch. And honestly, I think that's all you need. But it's good to like have a place to hang out every now and then. Just like hang out and chat and talk with other people. You know, that's what it's for. You know, I think if you're spending more than like an hour like a day, I think there's something wrong. Like you need to check that. You need to get that checked, you know.
There's too many of us Learn to love yourself, man.
I mean, it's different if you're a streamer. Like, if you're a streamer and you're like, you know, I've been watching this for like 6 hours. Like, that's because I'm making content. Like, I'm talking. Like, and hopefully it can do someone some good. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's gonna watch it other than the few people who have been here. So, I don't know. After I finish watching this, I'm gonna stop the stream and then I'm gonna start the stream and then I'm gonna share this with Mitch and then we're gonna play some League. Okay? I need to get to work.
I'm trying. You're not toxic to us. Love you. I love you too, man. Congrats on the West Coast breaking 1 million streams. Oh, PogChamp, my music. Yay. Yo, anyone got any Bitcoin? I'm joking, chat. I'm done gambling, man. Like, that shit's fucked. So bad. So bad. So bad. Oh, man. You know, there's 2 ways I can go from here, chat. I can crawl into a hole, or I can somehow prosper here. But the thing is, chat, even if I do prosper, what the fuck does it matter, man? Like, what does it matter?
I mean, in the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And so it's kind of like the meaning that you find in it. Like Final Fantasy 11, what's the point of grinding? Like, this person is doing literally what I was doing for 4 years. In 2016 to 2020, playing Beastmaster. Like, this is like, what, like level 46 or something? I don't know when this is. Just fighting bats with caterpillars. Like, literally, what are you doing? Like, you know, it's the stuff you do outside of the activity that matters. Like the thinking you're doing. Like this is like kind of therapeutic in a lot of ways. It's like it's something that you can do. Oh, I think this person's playing Blue Mage. So it's like Blue Beast. I think this person playing Blue Mage Beastmaster. Oh, it's playing Ninja Beast. Okay. Oh, he or she.
Because I know that I can do
I mean, I usually go by the character gender. It's like Mithra or female, so.
it. I've done it, you know, I've done it over and over and over again. Dude, I love you guys, man. I hope none of you are cursed like me. I swear I was cursed.
No, we're all fucking cursed. Nobody's safe in this earth. No, we're all the fucking same, dude. We're all the fucking same. Don't ever think that, like, other people have it better, because they don't. We're all in the fucking same boat.
I have a curse. I'm cursed, man. I'm cursed, dude. I think, you know what's kind of crazy? I talked to this psychic chick when I was in LA. I was like, you know those fucking stupid like tarot card reader people or whatever the fuck? I was randomly like drunk as fuck at a bar and next door was this like tarot card reader chick. So I like went in there and I was like, alright, fuck it. Like, I don't believe in this shit, so I'll fucking talk to you. I talked to this chick and she told me that she was like, dude, it was ridiculous how accurate she was. She was like, you have a family member that's sick, you have had a troubled family life, you're, you know, your father and you don't have a good relationship, you've recently, and then she was randomly like, oh, you've recently had someone that's passed away. And I was like, oh shit. And then she was like, yeah, and this person is attached to you or something. She said something like that, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I immediately like thought of like, I was like, I immediately was just like, what is she like? And then she said his name begins with a B, and I was like,
fucking shit. That's crazy, Byron. Oh shit.
I don't like. I immediately was just like, what is she like? And then she said his name begins with a B, and I was like, this chick was. I don't believe in any of that shit, but like, what she said was so weird. Like, it's like she knew my life. It was so strange. It was so strange.
Stream sniper?
It was really strange. She's a stream sniper? I doubt that. Did you feel anything the one day you went on Camp Canute? Yeah, I felt fucking depressed. And I lifted a few weights. That's what I felt.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up when people's like advice for mental health is that they should just go work out, which working out is good. You should do that, you know, in whatever capacity that means. But you know, it still doesn't deal with the issues. People are like, oh, if you're working out, you can't think about your issues. It's like, that's not what depression is. You can't just power through it that way. It'll come back. It's still there. You'll feel tired. And then you'll feel stronger, but like it's still there. Like it's still better than not doing it.
That's literally how I felt. You shared a snooze with Canute. That's true, I did share a snooze with Canute. Go back to the psychic chick on stream. Yeah, well the thing is, right after the session, she said that she could cure... She said that no, this is what she said at the end. After all this shit that she said, where she was surprisingly accurate with everything she said, but after all of that, she said to me that that I have a darkness that's looming around me. It's a darkness that's so powerful that it's ruining my life or something like that. And then I was like, okay, well, what do I do? And she was like, if you give me $1,000, I'll do my chankram chanting bullshit with the candles lights, and I'm just like, bro, get the fuck out of here. I walked out that shit.
I mean, you could try it. Maybe that'll help.
And I said, fuck you. Like, there's just... Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not going to help. I mean, unless you have thousands of dollars. I mean, if you're going to spend it on gambling, why not? Why not just... I mean, you may as well spend it on psychics like that. Like, if you're going to spend $40,000 on gambling... Just put $1,000 into a psychic. May even do better than the gambling. Who knows? Yeah, I would say instead put that money into a licensed therapist. Not just a psychiatrist who's going to give you meds. Like, the meds are there to help you. But, like, go see a licensed therapist for, like, a long period of time.
I already gave you fucking $80 for your bullshit tarot card reading. Like, you want $1,000 to light a fucking candle? You think you can cure me from the darkness? No, but she said that there's a soul that passed away that's lingering on in this realm. That's what she said. And she said that he needs closure or something. And I was like, what does that mean? Like, what the fuck does that mean? That is all bullshit. I know. I know it's all bullshit, but like, how was she so surprisingly accurate? Did she trick me? She must have tricked me. That's her job. Oh. She could have probably just Googled it. shit. That's annoying.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. It's probably what all the psychics do. They just Google whoever they're gonna be seeing, and then get all the information they can from their social media. Like,
Yo, I'm a baseball player. True. Alright, chat. I'm gonna pretend to get my shit together for another 4 months. You guys ready? Let's go.
hey, I mean, it's not a pretend. It's just your next attempt, and you just do a little bit better each time. That's all anyone can do.
Let's fucking go. Alright, let's do it. Back on the cycle we go, boys. Holy fuck, man. The law is back. Dude, if I had $1 for every fucking time I heard that, I would literally have no money because I would have gambled it all. But still, I would have gambled a lot. And it would have been great. Fuck my life, dude. Don't pretend, fucking do it. Don't be a bitch. Oh, I'm gonna do it. 100%. But that is me pretending. Because deep down, I always feel this way.
Yeah, but we are who we are. But like, dude, like, give yourself more credit.
No matter what I do, I can move to LA and make music. I can find a normie girlfriend that absolutely loves me and completely ruin that too. I can stream. I can not stream. I can fucking jerk off. I can not jerk off. I could work out. Actually, that's the one thing I haven't tried. Working out is the one thing I haven't done.
Yeah, do something new. Something that'll really help you.
Consistently. So that's the last thing I will try. After that, I will just believe internally I'm fucked. And there's just nothing I can do.
Oh, I hope that changes, dude. I hope you see yourself differently.
I have to just go with the swings, man. You ever try quitting the internet? I quit the internet in LA. Dude, when I was in LA, I was a complete normie. I literally was a normal, I didn't use the internet, I didn't even play games. Dude, I didn't do anything on the internet. When's Maya supposed to come? Oh yeah, she says she's on her way 14 minutes ago. Maya's a good friend, she's a good person. She's really been there for me. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Mitch, this kind of therapy you're looking for. What? What is this? Bro, you guys are some trolls, man. Anal therapy? Oh no, I read that wrong. Sorry. Psychotherapy can help treating mood disorder. Wait, what? Anxiety disorders such as bro, I'm tired of reading this. Like what even is this?
It's just psychotherapy is just like talk therapy. It's like seeing a psychologist. Like that's what it's called, psychotherapy. It's just talking to a therapist and who's licensed and working through issues and changing the narrative about your life and all that kind of stuff.
Do you know how many fucking disorders I've had people tell me I have?
Yeah, it's not about naming the disorder. It's just it's not about labels. It's about just knowing what it is and being able to work through it. That's really what it is.
I got no idea what the fuck I have. Shit, maybe some anal therapy will help.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it can feel good. I like it.
Who fucking knows, man?
No, it's just psychotherapy. That's just talk therapy. It sounds weird because people associate the word psycho with like negativity. It's just literal like talk therapy, like DBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, like.
Wait, what happened to you and bro? I thought you guys were good. I'm a piece of shit. It's really just, I got depressed as fuck and I didn't hang out with her at all, and you know, that's what happens when you just sit in your room and play League 12 hours a day. Yep. And the thing is, like, she really cared about me too. She really loved me, man, and I just never could believe it. I never could believe it, man. Yeah, it's kind of been really hard on me. Just because I know I fucked up. And that's just life, dude. You just gotta live with the mistakes you make, Shay. You know what I'm saying, boys? It is what it is. I fucking love you guys, chat. I swear the only good thing that I've ever done, the only good thing that I have going for me is the fact that you guys will listen to me fucking talk about dumb shit and rank 1 panda things. Like, other than that, I have nothing.
I think he knows deep down. You have so much more than just that. There's so much more to that than that, and the people around you obviously know more than me. But I'm definitely sure of it, that you have way more than just that.
Without you guys, I would have nothing, man. Absolutely nothing. And I appreciate you guys for that.
I'm like drinking water like crazy today.
Like, literally, like, just being able to come on here and talk to you guys means a lot to me. It really does. I didn't want to, like, talk to anyone the last, like, fucking 2 weeks. Yeah, and I just, today, I hit this, like, rock bottom moment where I was like, you know what? I just need to talk to somebody right now that's not gonna fucking give me shit. You know what I mean? Like, you guys do give me shit, but at least I don't have to hear it. I can just fucking turn off my monitor, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm at high blood sugar.
And then I'm free. I'm home sweet home, baby. Now I'm just talking to the abyss. Like, what if there was just no one there? Now I'm actually insane, dude. Like,
no, I mean, like, I think that sometimes too. Like, am I literally just talking to nobody? And I kind of am, because I'm nobody, but like, literally, like, when you're talking to the camera and to the microphone, it's like, literally, it's like, there's always, you know, also, you could, like, there's like this whole solipsism thing where it's like, you could literally be the only person in the universe. Everything else is just like some kind of simulation or whatever. It's kind of like it's not a really productive line of thinking. There are people there and there's people listening. You're not just talking to nobody. Like, you're putting it out there in the universe at the very least, and you are the one observing what you're saying. So at the very least, you're speaking to yourself. And, you know, highly intelligent people talk to themselves. You know, it's productive. I think this stream specifically, very productive.
Like, imagine I'm just talking to myself this whole time. Holy shit. Mind blown. Mind blown. You know what's
I mean, it's been, like, I know that I'm not just talking to myself, but it's, like, literally been me, for the most part, the past 3 years, literally just talking to 0 viewers.
annoying? I spent all of my fucking childhood, when my brain was so good at learning new things, I spent all of that time playing World of Warcraft. And it's like, if I was as good at other things than I am at WoW, I might actually be worth something to society, you know? But now, WoW is slowly dying, and so am I. And that's life. Fuck me. Well, at least there's a new expansion coming out. Pog Champion in the chat, boys. Hmm. The thing is... Oh, man. Like, have I ever had my shit together in the eyes of you? Let me turn my monitor back on. Have you guys ever... Have I ever had my shit together?
You seem like you have your shit together. Like you're like literally like got like this whole career. You got all these people that you got, you know, like cheering you on. You got like all these people in your life. It seems like you got your shit together. If you didn't have your shit together, you wouldn't be doing anything about it. Like that, you would literally still be in the shit. Right? So, hang in there, man.
Yes. When? When, man? In 2014, that was fucking 20 million years ago. When Train life coached you. Damn, dude. Those were fucking, you know...
just like train life coach. Like just like that's just like the whole gambling thing. Like it just that sounded so fucking funny. I don't know why. I'm sorry, man. It's just I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. The pizza just got here. My dad's addicted to freaking getting round table pizza. My dad's addicted to spend, he spends money on his game and he spends money on pizza, and we're living in the trailer park in poverty. Like what the hell?
Those were actually fun times. Those were actually fun times, man. Fucking A. Fucking train, dude. Yo, what's good, bro? Dude, Train is such a funny guy. Holy fuck. Maya's here, guys. I gots to go. But thank you for listening to my bullshit. And I will see you all very soon, because I am going to be back. And you know what? We're gonna fucking take over once again. The law is back, chat. Let's go, dude. Start up the quest. Let's fucking go. I don't know even what the fuck I'm saying anymore. Alright. Goodbye, chat. I will see you all next time.
Well, I'm going to restart my stream. I'm going to send this out. I'm going to tag Mitch Jones in it. Maybe he'll see it. Maybe he won't. Probably not. Yeah, just remember that, like, life, therapy and all that, it's a really difficult thing to do. And it starts with doing what Mitch did. It starts with, like, recognizing that there's something about your life that you want to be different. And then having that tough conversation and keep, like, fighting to, like, find it for, like, what you need. Because, you're going to find it if you look for it. You're going to find it. Damn it. It's fucked up. Well, it'll heal. It's like a little, like, I was shaving, and then it's like went across this thing that's been a problem for a while, and then I just don't want it to open up. My tendency is like squeeze it, and like you don't want to do that. I don't want scars. Okay. Anyway, I'll restart the stream and I'll be back in like a minute. I'm gonna tweet this out. This whole stream was just for you, Mitch Jones. So if you think you're not worth anything, I literally spent 6.5 hours watching and responding to you. So you're definitely worth something, buddy. You're definitely worth something. You matter, okay? See ya.